um, the Dean of the School of Theology of the National and Capodistrian University of Athens and the International Theological Journal, SALT, Crossroads of Religion and Culture, have the honor to invite you to an international conference with the topic Salt of the Earth, Orthodoxy and Otherness in the Modern World. We will begin right now with the opening and welcome speech of Associate Professor Dr. Christos Karagiannis, Dean of our School of Theology.
Thank you very much. Your Eminence, Honorable Vice Rector of the National and Capodistrian University of Athens, Honorable Mr. President of the Faculty of Theology of the National and Capodistrian University of Athens, dear colleagues, dear guests, dear students. Today we have a great chance to rediscover the missionary dimension of our faith in Jesus Christ, a faith graciously bestowed on us in baptism. Our filial relationship with God is not something simply private, but always in relation to the other, to the Church. Through our communion with God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we are born to new life. This divine life is a treasure to be given, communicated, and proclaimed. That is the meaning of mission. We receive this gift freely, and we share it freely, without excluding anyone. God wills that all people be saved by coming to know the truth and experiencing his mercy through the ministry of the Church, the universal sacrament of salvation. Faith in Jesus enables us to see all things in their proper perspective as we view the world with God's eyes. Hope opens up to the internal horizons of the divine life that we share. Charity, of which we have a foretaste in the sacraments and in fraternal love, impels us to go forth to the ends of the earth, as Micah and Matthew speak about. A church that presses forward to the farthest frontiers requires a constant and ongoing missionary conversion. This missionary conference touches us. Every baptized man and woman is a mission. People in love never stand still. They are drawn out of themselves. They are attracted and attract others in turn. They give themselves to the others and build relationships that are life-giving. As far as God's love is concerned, no one is useless or insignificant. Each of us is a mission to the world, for each of us is the fruit of God's love. Even if parents can betray their love by lies, hatred, and infidelity, God never takes back his gift of life. Baptism fulfills the promise of the gift of God that makes everyone a son or daughter in the Son. We are children of our natural parents, but in baptism we receive the origin of all fatherhood and true motherhood. No one can have God for a father who does not have the Church for a mother. Our mission then is rooted in the fatherhood of God and the motherhood of the Church. This mission is part of our identity as Christians. It makes us responsible for enabling all men and women to realize their vocation to be adoptive children of the Father, to recognize their personal dignity, and to appreciate the intrinsic worth of every human life from conception until natural death. Today's rampant secularism, when it becomes an aggressive cultural rejection of God's active fatherhood in our history, is an obstacle to authentic human fraternity, which finds expression in reciprocal respect for the life of each person. Without the God of Jesus Christ, every difference is reduced to a painful threat, making impossible any real fraternal acceptance and fruitful unity within the human race. I heartily congratulate the internationally recognized scientist of the Department of Social Theology and Religion, Mrs. Vulgaraki, for the innovative initiative of editing and publishing salt of the earth, and furthermore, of organizing this important international conference. The testimony of the School of Theology of Athens to the world is very important, as it highlights our interest and care about issues that concern the whole world, especially Christians. The deanery of the Theological School remains, as you have seen, an assistant to every effort that cultivates extroversion and international theological presence. I'm waiting with particular interest the conclusions of the conference. I wish from the bottom of my heart the best success in its work, and I welcome you all, and I welcome all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now we have the speech from the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew. The Metropolitan of Crete will read it.
The message will be read in Greek, and afterwards, of course, it will be released in English for all our international audience.
Το Ελογημοτάτο κυρίο Χρήστο Καραγιάννη, καθηγητή κοσμήτωρο της Θεολογικής Σχολής του Εθνικού και Καποδιστριακού Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνών, τέκνο της ημών μετριότητος εν κυρίω αγαπητό, χάριν και ειρήνην παραθεού. Χαιρετίζομαι την έκδοση του πρώτου τεύχους του επιστημονικού περιοδικού Short Atlas Crossroads of Religion and Culture και επενούμενον το προσώπο ημών την κοσμητεία της καθημάς Θεολογικής Σχολής δια την πρωτοβουλία οργανώσεως ημερίδας δια την παρουσίαση αυτού. Η προετοιμασία της ύλης και της τύπης κυκλοφορήσεως ενός σοβαρού περιοδικού απαιτούν πολλήν κόπων, ειδικάς γνώσης και μέριμναν δια την εξασφάλιση των αναγκαίων οικονομικών πόρων, πέραν όμως όλων αυτών προϋποθέτουν αφοσίωση των υποθήνων στην όλη προσπάθεια ενθουσιασμών και ζήλων και την βεβαιότητα ότι πρόκειται περί έργου το οποίο υπηρετεί ένα αγαθόν σκοπών, την επιστημονική γνώση και την αλήθεια. Η εντύπωση σημών εκ της φιλομετρήσεως του εν λόγου τεύχους και εκ της ποικιλίας της θεματικής των άρθρων είναι ότι πρόκειται περί αξιολόγου συμβολής, η οποία αξίως και δικαίως έτυχε υποστηρίξεως εκ μέρους της Κοσμητείας της Θεολογικής Σχολής και του Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνών ευρύτερων. Η μετριότητα ημών επευλογεί το όλον εγχείρημα και εύχεται το νέο περιοδικό να έχει ικανούς συνεργάτες και πολλούς αναγνώστες, ώστε να συνεχίσει απρόσκοπον την πορεία και την προσφορά του. Εμφωνέστατα η έκδοση του περιοδικού τούτου με των εξόχως εκφραστικών τίτλων «Άλλας» κατά το Κυριακόν «Ημείς εστέ το άλλας της γης» καλύπτει εν κενών των Ορθόδοξων χώρων με την έμφαση στην Ιεραποστολή και στην παγκόσμια Ορθόδοξο μαρτυρία και στο σύγχρονο πολυκεντρικών και περίπλοκων κόσμων και στις πολυπολιτισμικάς και πολυειδώς πλουραλιστικάς κοινωνίας του. Ως θεολογικότητα απεφάνθη η Αγία και Μεγάλος Σύνοδος Ορθοδόξου Εκκλησίας Κρήτη 2016, η εξαγγελία του Ευαγγελίου, η οποία ανήκει στον πυρήνα της ταυτότητας της Εκκλησίας, πρέπει να εκπληρούνται όχι επιθετικός ή δια διαφόρων μορφών προσελητισμού, αλλά εν αγάπη, ταπεινοφροσύνη και σεβασμό προς την ταυτότητα εκάστου ανθρώπου και την πολιτισμική ιδιαιτερότητα εκάστου λαού. Η συνειραποστολική αυτή προσπάθεια οφείλουν να συμβάλλουν πάσε Ορθόδοξη Εκκλησία. Είναι από το κείμενο «Η Αποστολή της Ορθοδόξης Εκκλησίας και στον σύγχρονο κόσμο» από το προήμιο. Απευθύνοντες προς την Ελογημοτάτη Διευθύντρια του περιοδικού, διδάκτορα Ευαγγελία Βουλγαράκη, προς τα λοιπά μέλη της Επιτροπής Εκδόσεως και της Επιστημονικής Επιτροπής, προς τους αρθογράφους και προς πάντως συμβαλώντας στην αρτή εμφάνιση του πρώτου αυτού τεύχους, την ευλογία του της Κωνσταντινούπολης Εκκλησίας και ημών προσωπικός, ευχόμενη δε επιτυχή η διεξαγωγή της ημερίδας σας και καλοτάξευον το Short Atlas Crossroads of Religion and Culture, εποφελία της Ορθοδόξου Χριστιανικής Μαρτυρίας, ανά την Οικουμένη και του διαπολιτισμικού και διαθρησκιακού διαλόγου, απονέμομεν ημίν, αγαπητέ κύριε Κοσμήτωρ, της περί ημάς, της Ελογημοτάτης ομιλητές, της συμμετέχουσης στην ημερίδα και πάση της εντευξωμένης στην παρούσα ανέκδοση, την πατριαρχική ημών ευλογία, επικαλούμενη επί πάντα την σοφόδωρον χάριν και το αμέτρητον έλεον του Θεού των Θαυμασίων. Νοέμβριος, 1η Νοεμβρίου 2022, διάπειρος προς Θεόν ευχέτης, ο Κωνσταντινούπολεος Βαρθολομαίος.
Your Eminence, we thank you dearly, and as well as our ecumenical patriarch. Next, in the line of salutations and greetings and opening statements, is representative of His Beatitude Hieronymus II, Archbishop of Athens and all Greece, the Very Reverend Protopresbyter Father Emmanuel Papamikroulis.
Your Eminence, Metropolitan of Trini and Exarch of Malta, Honorable Vice Rector of the University of Athens, Honorable Dean of the Theological School of Athens, Honorable Professors, dear students, Honorable Delegates, and Honorable President of the Faculty of Theology of the Theological School of Athens. I am happy to welcome the proceedings of the International Conference organized by the Deanery of the Theological School of the National Capodistria University of Athens on the theme Salt of the Earth, Orthodoxy and Otherness in the Modern World. Our Church has the mission to reveal to the world its true nature as the single and indivisible body of Jesus Christ. The Gospel is to be heard by all the nations, so that all humans can ask themselves if they want to belong together in Christ, being baptized in the name of the Holy Trinity. The Orthodox Church preaches the doctrines of the ancient Christianity and invites everyone to follow Christ by free choice. Being a Christian out of love and not out of fear is a qualitative feature of the Orthodox mission, which stems more from the Trinitarian theology. For the Orthodox Church, the most important question is not how many are those which consist its Eucharistic community. The most important question is how they exist together in Christ so that they can be the salt of the earth. The mission is a way out of selfishness, an invitation to exist in togetherness with each other and with God. Our God is one in three and three in one, a unity of three ones and of one of three. That is why now more than ever, the Orthodox mission is a manner of living in a communion of uncompromising love and unconditional compassion. I wish you success in this great conference, and I hope that you will continue your efforts to promote missionary work. God bless and grace you all in your academic endeavors. With paternal wishes, Hieronymus, Archbishop of Athens and all Greece. Thank you very much.
Father Emmanuel, thank you very much for the honor and the message of the Archbishop. Next, we gladly invite Vice Rector of the National and Capodistrian University of Athens, Professor Nikolaos Voulgaris, to take the stand.
Your Eminences, Honorable Dean of the School of Theology, Honorable Presidents of the departments of the School of Theology, dear participants of the International Conference Salt of the Earth, distinguished speakers, colleagues and students, I would like to express my joy on this festive occasion, the presentation of the inaugural issue #1 of the International Scholarly Peer-Reviewed Journal Salt, Crossroads of Religion and Culture, a unique endeavor in the theological scholarship. Almost a year ago, as the special account for research funds of the National and Capodistria University of Athens, we received an application for funding from Dr. Evangelia Vulgaraki, permanent laboratory teaching staff of our university, and the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Salt, Crossroads of Religion and Culture. Strongly supported then by the Dean of Faculty of Theology, Associate Professor Christos Karagiannis. I therefore had the opportunity to personally realize the importance of the endeavor for the position and the resonance of the theological faculty worldwide. The journal has an international editorial and advisory board, all preeminent and outstanding experts in the field, and works with anonymous peer reviewers, double-blind. The journal presents articles in fields of theology, study of religion and anthropology, placing emphasis on missiology and interfaith studies. Unique in this field, and indeed the only scholarly printed journal in theology based at NKUA. We consider it a milestone in the promotion of the educational research and social work of the NKUA humanities departments, and we therefore supported the printing of issue number 1. Today, we are all enjoying the consequences, namely significant international conference with leading speakers from all over the world that is being held in the recently renovated premises of the Faculty of Theology and online, bringing the international appeal of theological studies to a new level. I would like to congratulate the organizers for the fruitful, steady, and ongoing efforts that have brought an outcome worthy of a significant volume, the inaugural issue of Salt of the Earth. As a Vice Rector of Research and Lifelong Learning at the National Capodistrian University of Athens, serving steadily the international recognition and ranking of our university, I consider it my duty to welcome and support all initiatives that promote research and original research results. And today's occasion is promoting such results and building bridges and ties among researchers of all continents in a twofold way. Firstly, through the publication itself, the Journal of Salt, and secondly, through its international conference, which is discussing cutting-edge issues within the fields of theology, the study of religion and anthropology for the first time. The National Capodistrian University of Athens, an institution with a long academic tradition and heritage that goes back to 1837, is always striving towards excellence and seeking to live up to its leading role in society. We believe in extensive and in-depth academic research and do not give in to the temptation of superficial instrumentalization of research. Although I am a professor of geology in seismology and technical seismology and applied geophysics, and in a broader sense of natural sciences, and see the need to link science with the market and society, I can also see the potential of theoretical sciences and the study of religion to be the cutting edge of scholarship and a means to gain international recognition for a Greek university, the National and Capodistrian University of Athens in particular. In years to come, initiatives such as the one we are witnessing today are of paramount importance. We measure ourselves by international standards and achievements in a world that is rapidly becoming one, at least at the level of technology, information, and knowledge. Again, I would like to congratulate you all and wish every success to the work of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are always grateful, Professor, for your crucial contribution in the development of research within our walls. And now next, the head of the Patriarchal Institution of Orthodox Mission in the Far East, Professor Sotirios Despotis, also a member of the Department of Social Theology and the Study of Religion, and very active in this field.
Beloved sisters and brothers, congratulations to dear Evangelia on the publication of the new journal. In fact, this journal is a kind of gospel, evangelium, in our post-COVID time. In the imperial years, and especially in the Mediterranean world, to be the salt of the earth meant four things. First, to be the means of sustaining life, to allow the other to be entirely other. Second, to become a sacrifice for the other. Third, to be a source of humor and joy, which not only prevents the decay, but it contributes to the thriving, to the new creation of the other. Fourth, the salt was the most powerful symbol, token of friendship. The resurrected Jesus, according to the Acts, for 40 days, he was synalizomenos. That means he was eating salt with his male and female disciples. And this in the East means bringing and staying together. I wish from my heart that the journal fulfills all four of these elements, knowing that God with his incarnation did not bring new things, but makes everything new. I will end with a dramatic call from the Mark Gospel while Jesus Christ is on the way to Golgotha. For everyone will be salted because of the fire. Salt is beneficial, but if the salt loses its saltiness, by what will it be reconstituted? Have salt among yourselves and live at peace with one another. Have a nice trip. Thank you.
Many thanks, Professor. Now, the next episode in the chain of our opening statements will be from the head of the Department of Theology of our school at our university, Professor Dimitrios Moschos. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Mrs. Baraki. Your Eminences, your dear father, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor, it is a privilege, it is a great joy to welcome the launch of a missiological review within the Eastern Orthodox Theological Academia. Mission is constitutive for the Church. This is already known. It has been said already, because the Church itself entered history with the words of Jesus Christ, proclaim and teach, mathetes, to teach all nations with the gospel, baptizing them in the name of Father and Son and Holy Spirit. So it's this was, of course, in the beginning, that was largely done by simple people, lay people like us, merchants, captives, refugees, who later invited priests and bishops to organize the church. But later in the Orthodox world, mission was put mainly under the organizational umbrella of the Christian empire. This was the case with Nubia, with Eastern Slavs, with Siberia. We see that very often, and we see the manuscript tradition points to a bulk of texts that are translated and transmitted to these people, containing not only the scripture, but a good piece of church history, of ecclesiastical canons, canon law, and all these things. It was a certain narrative how things go within the Christian world. So it was pretty much set what we can transmit in the form of mission. That was the case in the historical period until the 18th century. Yet there is no empire anymore I think we have, after the Second World War, we have gradually accepted that there is no Christian empire to transmit a certain narrative. And the Orthodox world, the Orthodox churches face the challenge of consolidating their own identity, either to demonize otherness and the modernity in which this otherness is embedded. This is a very slippery way to do this, to construct your identity by demonizing the others, or to be dissolved in a secular postmodern indifference where everything goes. So this is a very, we are at a crossroads, and this is, I think, very fitting that the subtitle of the review is at crossroads. I think it's very nice to put, and therefore I think that this missiological journal will enrich us and give the necessary stimulus to work and to see things differently, which is pretty much needed in a traditional Orthodox theological faculty like us in Athens. So I welcome the journal, and I welcome also the revered colleagues that will contribute here to this small meeting. So thank you very much all. Thank you, Mrs. Bulgaraki.
Thank you very much. It is only fair the forward of this conference to be concluded by the salutation. So we can begin right away. And as I have just said, it is only fair to begin with the main body of our conference, the main body of sessions. Session 1 with Dr. Evangelia Bulgaraki, lecturing at the Department of Social Theology and the Study of Religion, and a very big part of the soul of this whole endeavor.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here. Your Eminence, the representative of the Ecumenical Patriarch, Very Reverend Protopresbyter, the representative of the Archbishop of Athens, Your Excellency, the Rector and the Vice Rector of the National and Capodistrian University of Athens, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Theology, eminent presidents of the Departments of Theology and Social Theology and the Study of Religion, distinguished professors, speakers, and guests from all over the globe, dear students. I welcome you all to the International Conference Salt of the Earth, Orthodoxy and Otherness in the Modern World, on the occasion of the presentation of the inaugural issue #1 of Journal Salt, Crossroads of Religion and Culture, here at the Audiovisual Hall of the Faculty of Theology and online. My presentation is anything but an academic paper. It is the story of the emergence of an international scholarly journal, an Orthodox journal of cross-cultural theology, dialogue and mission, SALT, Crossroads of Religion and Culture, which we are celebrating today. So today, I will draw back the curtain a little bit and share with you some snapshots from backstage from our kitchen. It takes a village to raise a child, says an African proverb taught to me by my friend and collaborator, Dr. Elizabeth Theokritov. And it takes a city to raise, support, and sustain a journal, an international scholarly journal. I shall guide you through the synergies that made the birth of the journal possible. If it takes a city to sustain and support, at the core, it takes only an inspired community of people who share a dream, which becomes a vision, which is shaped into a project and perhaps finds a way to be put into practice and at some point becomes a reality. But I shall start with a small biographical reference, a personal and very subjective one that is directly connected with the birth of a vision and will allow you perhaps to relate to it on more personal level. I was born in the 60s, 1964, in a house full of books. My father was a late university professor in missiology at the University of Athens, Elias Bulgarakis. Many of you will know him. My mother was an economist and a very practical and hard-working person, being also talented in many other ways. She was an art and craft lover. It was already in the 70s, when I was still very young in primary school, that I developed my first global and missiological concerns without being aware of their exact nature at the time. That was the time of the Biafra famine, one of a kind that one might call genocide. The Republic of Biafra was a semi-recognized secessionist state in West Africa that had declared its independence from Nigeria and existed from 1967 until 1970, just 3 years. It was associated with the nationalist cause of the Igbo people in southeastern Nigeria. More than 2 million people lost their lives, more through starvation or malnutrition and disease than through actual fighting. I'm not talking about politics or even history here. It was simply the pictures of the skeletal children all over the newspapers. It was newspapers back then that haunted me at the time. I thought that if God is God for all, and we all come from Adam, these children, my age and less, are my siblings. Justice and peace, the desire for it, was indelibly engraved on my childish mind, and even before that, the need to sustain life. A sense of impotence prevailed in my soul, but not completely. I could still feel concerned. I could pray for them, and I could cut these pictures out of the newspapers and stick them in a notebook so that I would never ever forget. A bit later, still at primary school, environmental issues were added to my global concerns. It seems that without my knowing it, the basics of my missiological preoccupation were there. It was through this kind of, in brackets, missiology, that the door of theology was opened for me later in my adolescent years. It was my mother who taught me how to use faith to overcome my childish fears. My aunt, who became a nun, who taught me a living faith and prayer, and my father, the so-called agapologian, from the Greek word agape, meaning love, among theologians, who answered in freedom all my existential and philosophical quests, coming in waves, in fact, a tsunami. I thought that the world is beautiful, an exquisite garden of delights, but the most fulfilling and infinite delight of the garden was God himself. My path was chosen. I met many people and traveled a lot. I spent a summer in Kenya in 1982 when I was 17 years old, right after school and before starting my studies in theology here at the National and Capodistrian University of Athens, NKUA from now on, which marked me forever. Every step of the way here or in Münster and Marburg in Germany, where I studied and worked at the university, or in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, where I finished a master's and a PhD, added to the path carved out for me. It also happened that I joined my life with Dimitrios Pisinas, my husband, sharing a lot of common dreams, among which was the founding of a publishing house, Maestros Publications, which proved very important for the SALT project too. History has continuity and discontinuities. Also, life can take many twists and turns. It so happened that the great missiological tradition of the NKUA, Professor Christinakis will tell us more about it in the next roundtable, suffered a temporary hiatus after the retirement and particularly after the untimely death of Elias Bulgarakis for understandable reasons. For missiologists, though, and those with PhDs in the field, and there are plenty of us, it has been a difficult time. It is not so easy to excel without institutional support. Scholarly isolation cannot bear optimal fruits, but in the next historical turn, it so happened that bridges were built anew and ties formed. It was by a rather peculiar possibility given by a law during the years of the Greek memorandum, and thanks to my colleagues, the professors of the Department of Social Theology and the Study of Religion, that I was given the opportunity to work in a permanent position of laboratory teaching staff, VIP. It's a kind of a lecturing position, but not lecturer, at the department. In a parallel development, during the same period of time, an international Orthodox Theological Association was forming, and hooray, a division on missiology was formed, namely the Missiology Group, co-chaired by Dr. Alison Kolosova and Reverend Father Michael Olexa from Alaska. I'm extremely grateful to God and man, in fact, and woman, it was women who supported me, for the invitation and the opportunity given to me to join the group. We didn't know each other at all. Goodwill was there, but trust had to be built. So we worked on that. It seems that faith is a factor that unites people, and a common academic quest also forms a common language. And we had developed a common missiological language via reading literature. At first, it was our immersion in the works of an older generation that shaped us. I'm referring primarily to His Eminence Archbishop Anastasios of Albania, Giannoulatos, to Metropolitan George Kodr, to Metropolitan Callistos of Dioclea of blessed memory, and many more. There was also Professor Petros Vasiliadis of the University of Thessaloniki, who also happened to be my doctoral supervisor. In his open and ecumenical spirit, he gave a new boost to missiological understanding, connected with ecumenical and interfaith dialogue. Also my colleague, Athanasios Papathanasiou, now professor of the Ecclesial Academy of Athens, who brought continuity and innovation in missiology through his writings. Furthermore, our ecumenical colleagues with whom we met in joint committees and occasions organized by the WCC, such as Joseph Kuhn from Korea, or EAMS, International Association for Mission Studies, enriched us through continuous exchange in a twofold direction. We had shaped a common language. The catalyst for SALT was the inaugural assembly of IOTA, which took place in Romania on January 9 to 12, 2019. It was then that we first met in person. It was there, in a small cafe in Iasi, when I first entrusted Alison, you know her already, with a rather vague vision that I had in my mind to found a first-class international, strictly scholarly Orthodox missiological journal. It was clear to me that through my many years of experience and sweat, frustration, toil, perseverance, and resilience in the publishing business through the family, I had the know-how, the expertise concerning editorial and publishing matters. Beyond the expertise, I had the support of an organized publishing house, Maestros Publication, based in Athens. I'm grateful to my husband, Dimitrios Pisinas, for the fact that he has taken on this project. I would like us to clap for him. He's sitting at the back of the room right now. Because it meant that Maestros Publication, a peripheral small publishing house, had to face a series of almost insurmountable difficulties and go well beyond our comfort zone and our existing capacity. It is not self-evident that a publisher would support a project that is by definition anything but profitable and does not contain any aspirations for a legitimate commercial profit. So I thank him, he did it. But it was also clear to me that this project exceeds by far my personal or family capacity, and not only due to linguistic barriers. During the IOTA inaugural assembly, we had the opportunity to meet also with other leading scholars in neighboring fields. We formed an advisory and an editorial board. Could we go there? Yes. Making the best possible use of old and new connections. We had long and international discussions on the name of the journal. We had extensive discussions about our vision, which also outlines the subject matter of missiology. Broader discussions were taken into account, including the ones that took place here at the Department of Social Theology and the Study of Religion. So who we are. If I may interrupt for a second, just to show you the people of the board. So Alison is the assistant editor, and then the editorial board is consisted of several scholars. You know, Metropolitan Gregory Sturgis of Cameroon, Father Michael Olexa, Professor Christian Sonia, Assistant Professor Philip Dorrell, Dr. Gregory Stournaras, and Reverend Anastasios Tihali, who have an even broader advisory board. I'll let you just read it. I only want to say that two are not any longer with us. So I'm speaking of Metropolitan Callistos Ware of Dioclea, and I'm also speaking of Christina Mangala. They both passed away after a long fight with cancer, and they will be missed, and may their memory be eternal. So we will make some adjustments in the future, but this is how we start. I'll come back to my script. The project was little by little taking shape. Alison was elevated to assistant editor. In fact, Dr. Kolosova and I are working closely together, being one another's right hand in what concerns SALT, or the missiology group of IOTA, where I help and SIP resides, or even a series of smaller projects, such as lectures, or a non-profit association in Greece, or conferences, such as the recent one organized at the faculty, the African Soundscapes, and other stuff in missiology. We organized the website, the one you're watching now. We opened a call for papers. Sorry, I lost it. We opened a call for articles, yes. We invited some authors to write. We appointed peer reviewers, leading experts in their respective fields. Our peer reviewing process is double blind. It is thorough, but also respectful to the personality and the toil of an author. Then corrections are followed up by the author according to the peer review. Then the articles come back for final approval and editing. All this is based mainly on the voluntary work of many. Concerning text editing, I cannot but mention again Dr. Elizabeth Theokritov, who did a huge amount of work and became de facto a special advisor to the journal. There was need for translation too. And I would like to mention here Marina Robb and Father John Raffan for their excellent work. Page layout and all editorial design and typographical editing were taken care of by Maestros Publications. I would like also to mention here two renowned papers. Christos Kefchayoglu has offered a series of paintings, the ones you are watching right now, named The Ends of the World for our website. And Professor Demosthenis Avramidis of the Supreme School of Fine Arts, whose African Angel is on the front cover of issue number 1. Despite the huge amount of voluntary work of many, costs and expenses were unavoidable. We received the support of Metropolitan Panteleimon Arathimos of Nafkratis, by that time of Brazzaville and Gabon, of Metropolitan Ambrosius of Korea, of Reverend Father Christian Schoner from Cluj-Napoca, Romania, and some small private donations. This helped us address the pre-printing costs on the website. And I would like to thank them all. But most of all, I would like to thank here the NKUA, which saw the significance of the SALT project and covered the printing costs of the issue #1 through the special account for research funds, ELKE, via direct ordering of the paper and direct assignment to the printing and binding houses. This is self-evidently significant for a new scholarly endeavor of such a scale, and not only for financial reasons. The main advantage of the synergies that linked a private initiative with a public university, in fact, the top Greek university and one that is highly ranked worldwide, is the academic one. SALT is offered the validation and authority of a public university, and NKUA is profiting in a good sense from the lively international community built around SALT. This comes at the time of profound reforms in academic matters, when the Faculty of Theology and the NKUA more broadly are very consciously and methodically cultivating an outward-looking spirit, building international ties, and initiating courses and programs, curricula offered in English. I truly hope we can benefit and make the most out of these synergies, adding value in the years to come. One of the positive consequences is also today's international conference with eminent speakers from around the globe, to whom I'm also deeply grateful. There are people I would like to thank within the university. I'll start bottom up. It was Dimitrios Alexopoulos, the man next to him. Please show your face.
Thank you very much.
Who gave me one day, out of the blue, a very small hint on possibilities of funding. Well, I was interested, of course, and then he guided me in steps I had no idea about. I wish to thank Professor Georgios Filias, the former director of the postgraduate programs of the Department of Social Theology and the Study of Religion, who gave me a letter of endorsement. For the same reason, I also thank Alison Kolosova and the president of IOTA, Professor Paul Gavriluk. I express my profound thanks here to the Dean of the Theological Faculty, Professor Christos Karagiannis, who immediately saw the potential of this project, recognized the caliber and academic weight of the members of the editorial and advisory board, and fervently argued for the financing of the printing costs, convincing the very leadership of our university. It would not have been possible without our dean, who has a particular sensibility towards what is beautiful, both in renovating the premises and in supporting theological renewal and innovation in academic matters. I also thank all the members of the Special Account for Research Funds for being so generous toward the humanities and theology in particular, and most of all, Professor Nicholas Bulgaris, the Vice Rector, who embraced this project among his most significant projects for promoting the educational research and social work of the NKUA. It goes without saying that I thank our Rector, Professor Meletios Athanasios Dimopoulos, for his active support in everything, and in particular for these projects. I'm humbled by the presence of your eminence, the representative of the Ecumenical Patriarch, and deeply moved by his blessing. And also humbled and thankful by your presence, Reverend Protopresbyter, representative of the Archbishop of Athens, who has always stood by me and supported what I've been doing. Please convey our gratitude to the Ecumenical Patriarch and the Archbishop, and my personal thanks. We are simple workers in this field. We are all nourished by the Church. Before I close, there is one more contributor I would like to thank. This is the association Menimi και Πρωτοπορία. In English, remembering the vanguard, opening new paths. It's an Athens-based nonprofit association bringing together 3 generations of scholars interested in missiological studies, from 90-year-old friends of my father's to a generation like mine and to our students. It is a base contributor supporting SALT in every possible need and also undertaking a series of missiological projects, conferences, other occasions and publications. You will see more of it in the months to come. Today, they are here with excellent refreshments and snacks that those of us who are physically present will enjoy during the coffee and the lunch breaks. About this, I would also like to thank Titakis Wine from Crete, who also sponsored this meeting. Thank you for everything. As to the possibility of purchasing SALT, since it is the official launch, the sales are not part of this clearly academic event, but I would like to inform you that the small Apostoliki Diakonia bookstore on the premises of the Theological Faculty has copies for sale for those interested. Furthermore, the publisher is offering a 50% special discount to all those who have a certificate of attendance for a period up to November 15th. If there are orders from afar, the cost of postage will be added. Thanks again. I apologize for not giving you a proper speech, but I shall let things speak for themselves. I'm referring to the content of the conference as well as the content of the journal. Please do not forget, it takes a city to maintain a scholarly journal. Please build to this city and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bourgarakis. Thank you so much for sharing the creation story of a truly international journal, a story about the meeting of Orthodox missiologists worldwide. And now we may proceed to the following esteemed keynote speaker. It is His Eminence, Metropolitan of Crete and Patriarchal Exarch of Malta, Kyrillos Katerelos, also professor and head of our Department of Social Theology and Study of Religion.
Thank you. Dear Father, representative of the Archbishop of Athens, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'll come direct to my presentation. The title of my presentation is Theology of Religion, Traditional and Modern Approaches. It is no exaggeration to say that competition nowadays does not only exist at the political, economic, and social level, but sometimes exists and becomes evident between the different religions of the world. It goes without saying that every religion makes a claim to truth, and even absolute truth. Otherwise, there will be no reason for it to exist. So for Christianity and for every religion, the question arises whether it can unhindered make a claim to truth when other religions make exactly the same claim. A single absolute truth, and at the same time a plurality of truths outside of it, is not logically possible. Every religion that makes reasonable claims to its own truth, even if indirectly and implicitly rejects or at least questions the truth of other religions. From this brief and simple reflection, fundamental questions are already being raised. A key question concerns the validity of other religions from the perspective of Christianity. Can Christianity accept that other religions also lead man to the salvation it proclaims? Will Christianity acknowledge in other religions the truth and recognize them as conduits of salvation per se? It is only if we provide an answer to this question that we can decide to what extent the substitution of other religions by Christianity should be our goal today. In other words, the question arises as to whether it still makes sense today to practice missionary work if it is taken for granted that people can achieve spiritual fulfillment and salvation through their own religion. To this crucial question, theology must give a unified, clear, and specific and convincing answer. This is an imperative that becomes more urgent today in an environment of globalization where not only people, but also their religions meet. Islam and Buddhism, religions once completely unknown in Europe, are now part of European life and contribute to its definition through their influence. In every European metropolis, but also in smaller cities, there are Muslim and Buddhist religious communities. Living side by side, in everyday life inevitably leads to social relations, the quality of which depends to a large extent on the religious beliefs of the parties. Marriages between Christians and followers of other religions are a phenomenon that is becoming more and more frequent, and this is certainly of interest to the Church, which for pastoral reasons cannot ignore the changing social reality. In any case, of course, the theology of religions must contribute to the peaceful coexistence of peoples. It ought to promote interreligious dialogue, to contribute to mutual respect and understanding between religions. The contradictions of the past that have often led to or facilitate wars must be defiantly overcome. For many, the distances between religions are unbridgeable, and therefore expectations are severely limited. It is certainly useful for each side to be aware of the objectives and achievable goals of the religion dialogue. Certainly, the goal cannot be to highlight the truths of another religion nor to belittle it. At the same time, one must be very careful to confront any concept that irons out any differences and equates everything. The tug of war between the two extremes continues in our days. A significant part of faithful Christians, starting from exclusive considerations, see in other religions exclusively falsehood. Truth exists only in Christianity and nowhere outside of it. There are many in the Orthodox world who would echo Karl Barth's assessment that followers of other religions are godless, and that other religions are false, Einirtum. On the opposite side is the other tendency which maintains that essentially all religions are the same and that under certain conditions they can achieve a salvific function. John Hicks' Copernican revolution and Paul Nita's theology, which on the basis of liberation theology justify religious pluralism, move within this framework. For this reason, no religion can make a claim of absolute truth for itself, and so much claim can never be accepted. No religion can present itself as the only true one. Together with Raymond Panicard, we can be held to the assessment that religions are different roads leading to the same summit. In this way, a serious concern arises, if not confusion, about what truth really is and where it can be found in its fullness. The first of these two views is characterized by its opponents as fundamentalists, seeking the indivisible and often violent imposition of Christianity over other religions as the only truth. The second view relativizes and smooths over the claim to absolute truth and power that each religion makes. Both views have something in common. In both cases, truth is given. In the first case, the exclusive truth is held by Christianity. In the second case, all religions are true by possessing an aspect of truth. In the short history of theology of religions, serious objections have been raised against these two considerations, and a way out has been sought in third solutions. Critics of these two theories argue that such theories cannot provide a convincing answer to the question of the relation between Christianity and other religions. The problem appears so difficult that its solution is linked to squaring the circle in the field of theology. Conscious of great difficulties, seekers of other solutions are wavering and defining the framework within which a Christian theology of religion must move. This means, A, Christianity can never cease to make the claim of truth. To do so would be to alter its identity. Consequently, there is no other religion that possesses a higher truth, of which the truth of Christianity will be a part. B, Christianity must both explore and respect the truth claims of other religions. The truth that Christianity proclaims is a unique and only truth, of which the contingent truth of other religions would be a part. C, Christianity cannot accept the truth of other religions a priori without criteria. In this case, it may possibly accept that there are truths in other religions which it cannot reject, but on the contrary ought to respect. When these three criteria are met, one finds oneself in the realm of another view, known in the theology of religions, as inclusivism. This inclusive view takes as its starting point the notion that Christianity, by standing above other religions, in some way includes them. While the inclusivistic view moves around a church-centered axis, the axis of the inclusivism is Christ-centered. What matters is no longer whether one belongs or does not belong to the visible church, but the relationship one has with Christ and the truth that he is. Christ is the only truth in which the other religions more or less partake. Christ certainly cannot be placed on the same level as the founders of other religions. Christ is both God and man, perfect in his divinity and perfect in his humanity, and therefore in no way can he be reduced to the level of the founders of other religions. Denial of Christ's divinity constitutes a perfect deconstruction. Denial of Christ's divinity constitutes a perfect deconstruction of Christianity in the inclusive understanding. It is obvious that the inclusive vision, transcending exclusivity, is more attuned to the modern spirit of the times, but seeks reconciliation and peaceful coexistence. By not completely rejecting other religions and without relativizing the claim of absolute validity of Christianity, it demonstrates a spirit of respect and acceptance of otherness that is positively evaluated by the contemporary social consciousness. Other religions are not a complete delusion and illusion. Insofar as they share in the truth of Christ, they are true. Seeking its own authority among other theories formulated within the framework of the theology of religions, the inclusive view seeks and promotes its own theological foundations. The Apostle Paul's discourse in Athens and his respect for the religiosity of the Athenians is considered to offer a perfect foundation. However, from the first centuries of ecclesiastical life, alongside the exclusive views expressed by Cyprian of Carthage, other tendencies were formed which evaluate Greek philosophy and other religions in a more or less positive way. The preeminent exponent of this tendency is Justin in the 2nd century, who with his conception of the seminal word, logos permatikos, who was the first to attempt to open up to ancient Greek philosophy and Hellenistic thought. Another lesser-known contribution of the theology of religions is interiorismus, which can developed in Germany by the German theologians Paul Knauer and Gede. According to them, Christ must be revealed and found in the interior of our religions when they are illuminated by the light of Christianity. One doctrine on which the followers of interiorism seek a basis is the Abelian Church. According to Augustine's conception, the Church does not begin its life from Pentecost, but from the righteous Abel, and includes all the righteous before Christ. The history of the divine economy begins with the fall of man into paradise. All righteous from the beginning of the human race are included in God's salvific plan. The salvific function of the Church extends to the era before Christ and exempts the righteous from the damned masses, massa damnata. The fundamental starting point of interiorism is the universal salvific will of God, which cannot be limited to specific boundaries and contexts. The salvific function of the Church, which is the sure means of salvation, is subject to the universal will of God for the salvation of the whole world. Interiorism owes its prestige to the theological weight of its main exponent, Karl Rahner, who is well known for his teaching on anonymous Christians. The German theologian holds that man can hear the word of God when he is filled with the grace of the Holy Spirit. Only then does he understand that what he hears is the word of God. No Christian religions are an expression of the human search for God that can come to fruition within the context of grace, which is the grace of Christ. Man participates and acts within the grace of God. These three considerations on religions, that is, exclusivity, inclusivity, and religious pluralism, which are not only the ones, but are the most well-known and widespread, come to the fore with a great prominence in the second half of the 20th century and were triggered by the decision of Vatican II. Concerning Orthodox theology, there has been scant reflection on other religions. Likewise, the Orthodox Church has not taken official position on the issue. Nevertheless, it is necessary at this point to mention the efforts of two eminent ecclesiastical figures and theologians who have tried to express their views on the relationship between Christianity and other religions. There are the Archbishop of Tirana and Albania, Anastasios Giannoulatos, and the Metropolitan of the Patriarchate of Antioch, Mount Lebanon, George Condra. They both accept that the Holy Spirit enlightens other religions so they contain truths. But while for Condra the other religions with the illumination of the Holy Spirit are conduits of salvation, Anastasios Giannoulatos does not dare to state that expresses verbis. Similarly, while Anastasios Giannoulatos considers mission necessary, referring to the identity of a Christianity, George Condra puts forward as necessary the witness of Christian message to the world without rejecting mission, which in any case he does not consider as necessary ecclesiastical duty. Both of them, of course, exalting the religious dialogue as a means leading to mutual understanding between religions and peaceful coexistence. George Condra, in particular, stresses the action of the Holy Spirit in the world, starting from Saint Irenaeus' statement that God acts in the world with two hands, that is, with the Word, Logos, and the Holy Spirit. He adopts the distinction of the Russian theologian Vladimir Lossky on the economy of the world and the economy of the Spirit. It is the Spirit who illuminates the religions of the world, and who breathes ceaselessly after Christ's ascension to heaven. Although he acknowledges the link between the two economies, it must nevertheless be seen in his writings that he separates the energy of the world from the energy of the spirit, which is not in accordance with Orthodox theology that speaks of the common action of the three persons in the world. For this reason, the distinction between the economy of the world and the economy of the spirit is not successful. Besides, the Holy Spirit is and is called the Spirit of Christ. Ladies and gentlemen, with all above within a limited time frame, an attempt was made to outline the relations of Christianity with other religions of the world. There was talk of the exclusive view, the inclusive view, and the religious pluralism. It has already been pointed out that these well-known views are not the only ones, but there is also the less well-known view of interiorism. It is obvious that of the three most well-known views, inclusivism and religious pluralism, regardless of the objection raised against them, serve coexistence, tolerance, and respect for sanctity. It is also evident that the exclusivist view fosters introversion, bigotry, and confrontation. Interreligious dialogue is considered necessary to eliminate misunderstandings and to mitigate conflicts. Hans Kung's classic observation that peace between peoples presupposes peace between religions is a classic point, which is why he stressed the importance of a global ethos, Weltethos. It is the only way to avoid the clash of civilization that is a hallmark of our times. Thank you very much.
Theology of religion, DRO, traditional and modern approaches, just featured on our conference. And next, we may proceed to the next keynote speech by His Eminence Kleopas Tongilis of Sweden and all Scandinavia. I think he's with us today through the Zoom platform. Your Eminence, you may open your camera so that we may be able to spotlight you. If you can hear us, you may open your microphone, your camera, of course. Thank you so much, Your Eminence.
Very welcome.
Very well. You may proceed at will.
Hello, everyone. Beloved brethren in Christ, it is with great joy that I received the invitation to participate in this webinar conference and have the opportunity to present to you the ministry and challenges facing the holy metropolis of Sweden and all Scandinavia, which I've been shepherding for 8.5 years. Please allow me to begin by thanking the School of Theology of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens and Dr. Evi Vulgaraki, the editor-in-chief of SALT, for their gracious invitation to share my experiences, together with the unique challenges facing the ecumenical patriarchate's northernmost eparchy, which encompasses the nations of Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland. Missionary work is likely best known for the evangelization of populations living in third world countries and conditions of extreme poverty. However, the mission of the Church and its charge inherently extends to all peoples, irrespective of race, ethnicity, or financial status. This includes citizens and residents of developed nations, an increasing number of whom are unchurched or in search of Christ's truth, either due to being raised in other faiths or denominations, which they eventually abandoned, or in a highly secularized environment, hostile to the message of the gospel. During this presentation, I will endeavor to provide a brief overview of the missionary outreach being undertaken by the local church in Scandinavia over the past 8.5 years to minister to the various populations of the northern lands. I was consecrated to the episcopacy on May 21st, the feast day of Saints Constantine and Helen. And as I look back upon the choice of this date, I realized the divine providence and the wisdom of His All Holiness, Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, were at work here. These saints hailed as equals to the apostles, as synonymous with the Holy Cross. Saint Constantine the Great saw a vision of the Holy Cross, together with the words, in this sign conquer, ahead of his triumph in the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, setting the stage for him to become sole ruler of the Roman Empire. His mother, St. Helen, later traveled to Jerusalem and led the excavations that resulted in the discovery and universal exaltation of the Holy Cross. It was with this truth in mind that I assumed my charge on June 14, 2014. My arrival in Stockholm reminded me of Charles Dickens' classical novel, A Tale of Two Cities. I left the fruitful vineyard of America, where I served as a priest for 22 years, which enjoyed all of God's blessings in abundance, and arriving to a region that, despite of the high GDP, economic development, and many social benefits, was severely underdeveloped in terms which ecclesiastical infrastructure, and being weather-beaten by the winds of a highly secularized society. By the grace of God, in the time that has passed since then, many efforts have been undertaken, and by the grace of God, a good number of projects have been realized or are currently underway. However, I will provide you with some facts to give you a better understanding of many deficiencies our local church experienced and the concerned effort to re-evangelize Scandinavian society. Over the past 8.5 years, the Holy Metropolis has added 10 new clergymen to its ranks, raising the present number to 11, inasmuch as only one clergyman was serving in the entire metropolis prior to my arrival. Over that same period, along the existing 6 parishes, the 10 new ecclesiastical communities were established, 5 in Sweden, 3 in Norway, 1 in Denmark, and 1 in Iceland. The establishment of new parishes all throughout Scandinavia was a major priority because there were Orthodox Christian faithful living in remote areas, as well as large cities that were underserved and unchurched. Thanks to the continued establishment of new parishes, the Orthodox Christian witness is spreading throughout the entire region while local enclaves of Orthodox Christians have an opportunity to attend church regularly. This is the cornerstone of our ministry. In April 2018, the Divine Liturgy of St. John Chrysostom was published in Greek, English, and Swedish for the first time. The necessity of this initiative arose as a result of native Swedish speakers, especially young people's, need to understand the Divine Liturgy. A large number of faithful from this demographic come from mixed marriages. Their comprehension level of liturgical texts is limited, resulting in an inability to fully comprehend the richness of our tradition of worship. As an epoch of the ecumenical patriarchate, we're called to spiritually serve not only our Greek Orthodox brethren, but also all those who, out of zeal or interest, wish to learn about the ministry of the Holy Metropolis, regardless of their religious, national, and social background. This is why the Metropolis of Sweden's ministry and pastoral work is missionary in nature and directed to all the nations. This is another feature of our missionary work. The Greek language plays a leading role in our liturgical life, but the local languages of the land are also included in an attempt to facilitate outreach and minister to an increasingly heterogeneous congregation. Our outreach efforts and Orthodox testimony have yielded fruits. From June 14th until today, following the corresponding spiritual preparation and catechesis, the Metropolis of Sweden has welcomed over 170 new members into the faith via adult baptisms or chrismation. Through our extroversion and social consciousness, the Metropolis actively invites people from all walks of life in the present-day multicultural Scandinavian reality to come and see, as Philip told Nathaniel. Another feature of our missionary approach is extending the liturgical experience to other aspects of our communal existence. Sunday schools, Ladies Philoptochos Society chapters, youth groups, and the Metropolis radio station have been established, while lessons in iconography, Byzantine music, and cooking are being offered. These are some of the communal activities aimed at promoting social inclusion and extending the sense of belonging for our parishioners. Newly arriving brethren from Greece represent a steady part of our local church's weekly pastoral ministry, with the Metropolis putting forth an organized effort to help them find housing and work at the earliest possible, thus facilitating their integration into the local society. We're currently extending similar efforts to aid refugees arriving from war-torn Ukraine and other areas of the world. Since this webinar is being hosted by the University of Athens, let me take this opportunity to commemorate a great citizen of Athens, the orator Demosthenes, who had famously said in his first Olympiad speech that we need money for sure, Athenians. Without money, nothing can be done that ought to be done. End of quotations. This reality holds true today. Nearly 2.5 millennia later, that is why fundraising is such an essential component of missionary work. I personally spearhead fundraising efforts to ensure A, the smooth operation of the metropolis and its parishes, B, the renovation of its churches, C, the modernization of our technologies, D, the upgrading and development of our facilities to showcase the Hellenic Christian heritage. Until today, 3 concerts, as well as several day conferences and speeches of a religious and cultural nature, receptions and launchings, and 4 instructional conferences for clergymen and prospective clergymen have been organized. A crowning achievement in terms of fundraising involves the full restoration of our cathedral in Stockholm, our Metropolitan Church in Oslo, and the St. Nicholas Hermitage of the late Father Eusebius Viris in Rättvik, Sweden. The establishment of a museum of Hellenic Christian heritage was of great importance for us, in as much as it filled a long-standing void. This museum space, which has been housed inside the facilities of St. George Cathedral in Stockholm, showcase the treasures of our cultural heritage in the most effective manner possible, providing visitors with knowledge, information, and empirical foundational basis. His All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew presided over the dedication ceremony of our museum and other renovated facilities during his official visit to the metropolis in 2019 to celebrate our metropolis semi-centennial and preside over our first ever clergy lady synaxis. Approximately 200 representatives of the 16 parishes in the 4 nations that consist the metropolis, as well as 43 members of the dialogue between the Orthodox and Lutheran Church, attended the synaxis. I must also point out that it is of great importance to cultivate good cooperation with the local civic and church authorities, as well as the heads of our doctrines and faiths, as through the spirit of love and dialogue, reconciliation and peace is preserved and prevailed, which benefit the inhabitants of the 4 nations and offers authentic Orthodox testimony to society at large. Faithfully serving the work of His All Holiness, I support and promote Christian unity, which I do not consider to be a luxury, but rather a necessity and a priority. Along the participation events organized by other Christian communities, I've participated in numerous international conferences representing the Ecumenical Patriarchate. Moreover, I've had the privilege of participating as a rotating member of the Holy and Sacred Synod of the Ecumenical Patriarchate. In addition, I participate in the meetings of the Conference of European Churches, where I currently serve as Vice President. Finally, in my pastoral work, I also include my writing activity and contribution for the enlightenment of the members of our church and those who wish to learn more about the Orthodox faith, life, and history. During my ministry in Sweden, I was guided by God's grace to publish a bilingual 2-volume work on St. Nectarius of Pendapolis, a trilingual edition of the Divine Liturgy, bilingual edition of the Akatist hymn, a story for children in Swedish, as well as a book written by the missionary and former clergyman of the metropolis, the late Father Eusebius Viris. I'm grateful to the Trinitarian Godhead for all our accomplishments, which were achieved through prayer, many sleepless nights and long work days, and the continual knowledge that on the path towards the cross, that each of us is called to bear for the salvation of our souls. Christ walks together with us, lightening our load and encouraging through the empirical knowledge that the resurrection always follows the cross. And our journey does not end on the cross, but at Emmaus. There is still much to be done to advance our missionary work in the Northern Lands, minister to the unchurched, and re-evangelize local society. As St. John Chrysostom says, "Ουκ ιστάμεθα, πορευόμεθα γάρ." We do not stand, but for we are constantly pushing ahead. This is our task. This is the model handed down to us from the fathers of the church, who work continuously, dedicating their attention to every possible aspect of their flock's communal life. For my part, I express the humble wish that we may all derive spiritual joy from this webinar, where we have come to share our experiences and knowledge in the service of Christ's gospel, since we all confess that, behold, through the cross, joy has come to the entire world. And this invitation is too precious to keep to ourselves. It is activated by spreading the good news of the gospel, which is achieved through missionary work for the glory of the Trinitarian God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Eminence. They are all missionary work in the Northern Lands, an empirical perspective. That was the keynote speech of His Eminence Cleopas Strongilius of Sweden and all Scandinavia. Many thanks. And now, next in line, it's Andrew Love, Reverend Professor Andrew Love, of course, patristic with the speech themed Patristic Tradition and Christian Mission in Modern Times. If he is able to connect, you may open, Reverend, your microphone or your camera. Otherwise, or else we may proceed so as to give you the appropriate time to do so. We may proceed with the keynote speech by Professor Irini Christinaki, Professor of Canon Law at the Department of Social Theology and the Study of Religion of the School of Theology of the National and Capodistrian University of Athens. Professor Christinaki has also played a big part in today's international event. Many thanks.
Thank you. My greetings to all colleagues. Okay. So the title of my introduction is the missiological tradition and heritage of the School of Theology in the University of Athens. Okay. It has often been claimed that Greece is not famous for its missionary or missiological tradition. This may have seemed partly true due to historical circumstances. Nevertheless, historical adversities do not mean that there was neither mission nor missiological reflection among the Orthodox, which consist the flock of the prevailing religion within the state of Greece. The state of Greece is 100-year-old state, and 400 years before, Greek people existed under the occupation of the Ottoman Empire. The Faculty of Theology was the first faculty which was founded at the first public university in Greece in 1837, only 8 years after the formulation of the Greek state. However, its preeminent and leading role in raising missiological awareness and researching in the field of missiology starts after the Civil War, which followed the Second World War in the decades of the 50s of the 20th century. It was only after the 50s that in Greek society, one could look at different issues beyond the survival of the Greek nation and its people. Among other issues, mission became a matter of reflection and concern. The role of the theological faculty of Athens was a leading one. At first, it was only natural that the most internationally oriented professor of history of religions, Leonidas Philippidis, was the first to include missiological classes in his course. He opened new horizons to the study of religion, establishing the subject at the Greek academia. Under his capacity as a rector of the University of Athens, he was a founding member of the Cultural Foundation of the National Bank of Greece to support the humanities, fine arts, and sciences. With regard to our topic, he inspired a whole group of people to think missionally and reflect on mission. Among these people are the Metropolitan Dionysios Psarianos of Kozani, late Professor Evangelos Theodorou, and a circle of people linked with Synthesmos and the Inter-Orthodox Center Porephendes Goui, mainly Anastasios Younglatos and Elias Vulgarakis. Before we come to this generation, we should also state that the Archbishop of Athens, Chrysostomos Papadopoulos, professor of church history, had also expressed even earlier a high interest in mission in his writings. One cannot help noticing the ties the two preeminent personalities had with the second patriarchal throne of Alexandria, which also proves that mission has been a preeminent concern of the ancient patriarchate. Philippidis proposed to his select student and later assistant, Elias Vulgarakis, to succeed him in the seat of the history of religions. Nevertheless, Vulgarakis declined the invitation in the wish to establish a seat of missiology. This costed him a lot of effort and many years of work, insecurity, and patience, but the goal was reached. Vulgarakis became the founder of missiology in Greece, as all his biographers recognize. Having studied for many years in France and Germany, in particular in Münster, which was then center of missiological studies, and next to the German professor Ohm, Vulgarakis was very familiar with the Western missiological thinking. He was also very thorough in his research. For his doctoral thesis, avoiding the exercise of mission in the first 3 centuries, he studied and took notes of the whole ecclesiastical literature in Greek and Latin. This was a beginning of a new project that was presented to the School of Theology when he became full professor, namely the semantic thesaurus of Greek literature, 1st until 15th century. He was beyond his era, beyond the era of the evolution of science at the field of semantics. I happen to know personally the significance and impact of this colossal work, and I truly express the wish to make the most of it by bringing it to the digital era via a research program. In short, Vulgarakis, with his extensive and solid research, laid the foundation for missiology, linked modern and ecumenical thinking with our patristic tradition, the realms of our church history and Orthodox self-awareness and mentality, and proved to be a catalyst for the increase of missionary consciousness and quality mission work worldwide. He also saw to the creation of successors, and many of his students completed a PhD in missiology, as shown in a volume dedicated to him by his students. A famous professor, person, and personality, The Archbishop Anastasios Ionoulatos of Albania succeeded Philippidis in the seat of History of Religions and honored his teacher. He has honored Greece, I would say. He had studied in Marburg, Germany, which was then a major center for religious studies. He did extensive research in Africa. His academic writing is clear, extensive, and solid. But his interest was not only limited to scholarly achievements. He has always been an holistic man of the church, active in international and ecumenical affairs, but also a pastor and spiritual father. He was the director of Apostoliki Diakonia, the pastoral and iconical organization of the Church of Greece. He became Bishop of Irinopolis in Africa with the aim to support mission and consolidate the church in East Africa in a spirit of peace and reconciliation. Enriched by this experience, he was appointed by the Ecumenical Patriarch, the Patriarchal Exarch in Albania in 1991, and subsequently Archbishop of Tirana, Juris and Primate of Albania since June 24, 1992 till today. This is a very eclectic and subtractive presentation of a personality that has written so much, it has attained so much attention and recognition, who is still here with us and actively leading the ship of the Autocephalous Church in Albania, leaving his mark in history of theology and history more broadly. A third person, equally preeminent, professor of the philosophy of religions, the late Nikos Nisiotis, was active in ecumenical and international circles. Bound with a bond of deep friendship with Ilias Voudarakis, he also expressed interest in mission. While detailed particulars on his life and work can be found in literature, the relation of the three was complementary and extremely creative. It was a period of excellence in the theological faculty. When the Department of Social Theology and the Study of Religion was founded as a pastoral department in 1983, these three professors founded within the department the Division of Study of Religion, Philosophy of Religion, and Missiology, giving a new momentum to missiological studies. Openness to the world, understanding of the world in its global dimension, holistic thinking, faithfulness to the gospel, building of peace and justice, partaking in ecumenical discussion, a whole new depth in philosophical and theological thinking, a spirit of sharing and personal excellence, along with teamwork, gave viable results. Nisiotis was kindness himself. I did not have the opportunity to have him as a teacher, but I well remember the impact and the aura of his presence in the faculty. He was taken early by God in a car accident in 1968, and we felt his loss in Athens. I have had the opportunity to have Anastasios and Voudarakis as teacher. I recall them as personalities with these words: protecting with the elder, sweet and loving people with their contemporaries, colleagues, and deeply emotionally close to the young people. I think that Nisiotis is present in most of my researches in canon law, because his approach in the theological gnoseology is a cornerstone to those who need a modern method of interpretation of the canon law in a modern world. Anastasios is now of respected age and still active and dedicated to his work in Albania. Voudarakis retired in August 1994 and passed away on the 9th of 11th, 1999, quite early. Missiology was offered as a class for some years by Professor Patronos of the Department of Theology, Dr. Papathanasiou and Valianatos, in the Department of Social Theology, and then Professor Nikolaidis of Sociology of Religion. There was a significant gap for many years, decades in fact, until Dr. Evi Vulgaraki took a permanent lecturing position as laboratory teaching staff here in our department. Soon enough, the old tradition started to revive. Undergraduate and graduate studies were offered in a variety of relevant topics. A world-unique graduate course was founded within the framework of the postgraduate study of religion Master of Arts course, namely the thematic unity, philosophy of religion, and missiology. New synergies have been achieved with the philosophy of religion Associate Professor Haralambos Vendis, and the program has of this year been enhanced with the presence of Dr. Kerasenia Papalexiou, laboratory teaching staff in ancient philosophy, and His Eminence Metropolitan of Krini, Kyrillos Chateroleos, historical dogmatics. New students have added their own first research to the corpus of missiological literature. A scholarly non-profit association remembering the vanguards opening new paths has been founded by students and friends of missiological studies around our faculty to support and promote missiological research, conferences, and publications. A series of lectures, open classes under the title Athenian Dodecalogus were offered in the academic year 2021-22 via the synergy of the association Remembering the Vanguards, Opening New Paths, and the postgraduate course in Philosophy of Religion and Missiology. Athenian Dodecalogus exercised a greater impact in broader society. Recently, in October 2022, an international conference was held here in this room on Africa. It was notably for the first time in our theological history that such a conference was held. It was entitled African Soundscapes, Theological, Anthropological, and Legal Approaches, the African Project in Missiology and Canon Law, jointly organized by the Association Remember the Vanguards and the Laboratory of Canon Law of the Department of Social Theology and the Study of Religion. As I was personally a host and co-organizer under the capacity of the director of the Laboratory of Canon Law, I shall refrain from a detailed account on the impact of the conference and the laudable feedback we received from different organizations, institutions, colleagues, and hierarchs. But I can promise there will be a follow-up to support the outcomes via videos with subtitles, a volume, and a continuation in the future. Today, we are in another international conference with all your preeminent speakers worldwide. Missiological matters are deeply being discussed in a way of concern to modern society and the church of today. The occasion is also festive. We celebrate the launch of the inaugural issue #1 of a new peer-reviewed international journal in theology entitled SALT, Crossroads of Religion and Culture. This journal, a private initiative of Dr. Vulgaraki, hosted by Maestros Publications, has gathered an international elite as members of the editorial and advisory board, authors, and to the extent of my knowledge, peer reviewers. These experts see the need for more openness to the world and broader emphasis on missiological and dialogical matters. The National and Capodistrian University of Athens also saw the need and significance of this journal and supported the printing cost of issue #1. Particular thanks go to the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Christos Karagiannis, and Director Nikolaos Vulgaris, as well as the special account for research funds, LK. Dear speakers and participants in this international conference, Salt of the Earth, dear colleagues at the Faculty of Theology in the University of Athens, I shall finish with a close of assessment and a plea. The capacity of missiological studies to offer an international recognition to the School of Theology has been proven, both in the past as well as at present. The tradition is rich. The plea is all of us to support and enhance missiological studies in the immediate future so that one can build on this tradition in due time and bring the freshness and openness in missiology to our theological curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you so much. The missiological tradition and heritage of the School of Theology, of our school, very important part. And now, as noted, the discussion will follow. A discussion will follow regarding themes, issues, and points presented during the first session, this first session of the International Conference. We could take some questions from the chat, from the Zoom chat. They are not available at the time. There is no question available. So anyone from the room, and the Dean of the School of Theology will be the director of the overall discussion.
I would like to thank all the distinguished participants. It is a privilege for us to attend this conference, and I think that if we have not any further questions, we can proceed to the next. Do we?
No, we don't. No.
Yes, but if anybody wants to.
We don't have the time. And as noted, you may write it on the Zoom chat. We don't have any questions now. There are not questions available on the Zoom chat. From the room, is there any question from the room?
There is a quarter of an hour. People may wish to speak.
Oh yes, if
there are not hands raised right now, you may come and check it.
Yes, if anybody wants to.
If any, let's open the camera. Sorry. If someone faces some difficulty in writing his question, he may as well open his camera, his microphone, and address it to our dean. He's here to direct the overall discussion of the first session. Okay. Dr. Theokritos, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a question for Metropolitan Cleopas. I was very interested to hear what's happening in his diocese in Sweden, as I'm sure he will be very well aware. One of the enormous barriers to Orthodox mission in the so-called diaspora is the lack of cooperation among different Orthodox communities. And I'm wondering how that works in Sweden, what sort of cooperation he has with other Orthodox and non-Chalcedonian or Oriental Orthodox communities in Scandinavia. Thank you.
Yes, see the Metropolitan is available. You may also open your camera so as to be able to spotlight you for all our audience. Okay. Next question we have from the chat. May I read it?
You may read it.
Yes, thank you. A question from Dr. Alison Kolosova. Dr. Kolosova, if you are able to connect with your microphone, you are very welcome to do so and address the question by yourself. Otherwise, we may read it for you. Thank you so much.
Yes, I am here. Yes, thank you also. It was fascinating to hear about the ministry of Metropolitan Cleopas in Scandinavia. And I have many questions I would love to discuss with him. I mean, one question to start with, I wondered, are there many local Swedes and Norwegians and Icelanders who are joining the Orthodox Church? And to what extent is liturgical life available in the languages of Scandinavia? And are there clergy who are local to the region? I was also very interested in what he said about the clergy laity synaxis that they have in Scandinavia. And I was interested to know how this has developed and what he sees as the potential missionary significance of such a synaxis or council at the local level.
Yes, should I respond to the lady's question?
Yes, Your Eminence.
Okay.
If you'd like to, you could do it.
Yes, thank you. As far as the synaxis is concerned, I think it's very important to have in mind the beautiful saying.
Pardon me to interrupt. If you would like to open your camera so as to spotlight you for our audience, it would be better.
Unfortunately, not right now.
No problem. I'm sorry, no worries. You may proceed.
Yeah, thank you. So we have to have in mind this beautiful saying of the late patriarch Athenagoras, who said, Ελάτε να κοιταχτούμε. Please come so we can see each other face to face. To see each other, in our eyes. This is very important. So that was the reason why we put together the first clergy lady synaxis, and in the presence, actually, of His Royal Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the metropolis of Sweden and Scandinavia. So it was important for the first time, to listen other people's ideas, needs, priorities, and it was a great blessing for all of us to see people that we visit on a regular basis, not just myself, but also the members of our clergy and our colleagues here at the metropolis. So this is my response to your second question about the synaxis. Now, the first one, of course, we have Swedish and Norwegian speaking clergy. For example, a few years ago, I ordained the Reverend Father Maxime Lesage, who is French. He completed his doctoral studies, and he serves as an assistant to the Dean of the Oslo Cathedral, and he helps tremendously with the missionary work of the church, since he speaks perfect Norwegian. So that helps us tremendously. Also have a professor from the University of Oslo, Simeon, who helps with the liturgical part. So he is chanting on a regular basis and on a voluntarily actually basis on Sundays at our Metropolitan Church in Oslo. And thus we have people that speak only Norwegian, so they come to the church. Also in the Cathedral of Stockholm and all our parishes, we don't use only exclusively Greek, but also English and Swedish. In Iceland, we use Icelandic in our services when we visit the St. Bartholomew parish there. The same in Denmark. The most basic parts of the divine liturgy are said and chanted in both languages. The Creed, the Lord's Prayer, the sanctification of the holy gifts, sermons and are always bilingual. The same when we address the kids, the Sunday school. I either address them in English and then have someone translating in Norwegian or Swedish or Icelandic, which is important to use and utilize the native languages. This is very important. That's why I said during my speech that over 170 natives, native people joined the Orthodox faith, either through baptism of adults or chrismation, because they learn about the church. And I mean, one of our youngsters now he serves his military service right now, and hopefully it will be done in June. He is interested in joining the priesthood. So this is very important. So we have so missionary work it's a mandatory aspect of the life of the church. And I don't know if someone mentioned that before, but what a beautiful saying of Archbishop Anastasios of Albania, who said, Εκκλησία χωρίς ιεραποστολή είναι εκκλησία χωρίς αποστολή. A church without a missionary work is a church without a mission. So, are you satisfied with my responses?
Dr. Theokritos, any
yes, thank you very much. That's very helpful.
You're very welcome, very welcome. Thank you so much for the opportunity to say a few more words.
Ask for your blessing.
God bless you always and all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. I wonder if we have any other question. No, so we may proceed to the next.
A short break.
Okay, we will make a short break and then we will proceed to the next session. Thank you, all of you, for your participation. Congratulations to all the speakers. And we wait for you after a break of 15 minutes?
Yes.
15 minutes.
Yes.
1
o'clock.
No,
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
Yes, at 1 o'clock we will be with you.
Dear dignities, we that are grateful to you because all this infrastructure, all this renovation that enables us to attend and organize such events are fruits of your administration, and we're always very grateful. Professors, researchers, and students, as well as our audience. So stay tuned, because during the short break, we will be able to revise some of the main points of the first session in the form of a short podcast. We will start. I will start reading some of the parts of the program. In the meantime, for all the audience here in the room, in the very beautiful and renovated audiovisual venue of the School of Theology, the break may commence, the short break, and 1 o'clock, all in our positions to continue with the next session. So, the first session was about theology at the crossroads. Within the presentation of the international journal SALT, Crossroads of Religion and Culture. After the opening statements and salutations, the first session began with a keynote speech by Dr. Evi Vulgaraki, Sina, and editor-in-chief of SALT, and then the next was a speech by His Eminence Kyrillos Katerellos. The third one was a presentation by His Eminence Kleopas Strongylis of Sweden and all Scandinavia. And the first session was concluded by a Ωραία, ένα λεπτάκι. Λοιπόν. Ωραία, έλατε.
It says we come back at 1 o'clock sharp. Okay?
1 o'clock.
In case you have any questions. Okay, we'll continue with the program in half an hour. What is it?
Yes, half an hour.
Okay.
And in the meantime, we will be reading some highlights of the previous session.
Yeah, but you are not tied in your chairs. You
Yes,
may
you
also
are free,
have
of course.
a break.
Yes, you are free. You are free. I repeat, as Dr. Bulgaraki said, you are free to take your personal break in your house, in your professional, ecclesiastical, or otherwise cycle. And we will continue shortly with a short podcast. Και πάλι μαζί σε πολύ λίγο. Ναι, θέλετε. Ναι. Ωραία, ωραία. Dr. Bulgaraki's presentation was about telling the creation story of the SALT International Journal. The story is about the meeting of Orthodox missiologists worldwide and the emergence of a new scholarly journal much needed amidst the theological debates of our times. How an editorial and advisory board were shaped, how objectives were formulated, how a website was built, how a publisher, Maestros Publication, came to support, how the National and Capodistrian University funded the printing of the inaugural issue #1, how a non-profit scholarly association, remembering the vanguards opening new paths, Mnήμη και Πρωτοπορία, came into being to further support SALT and missiological studies more broadly. About all these interesting issues was this presentation. Presentation guided us through the sections and pages of SALT, and finally made a statement on the rich tradition and the future prospects of missiological studies worldwide. Focusing on the next keynote speech, Theology of Religion, Traditional and Modern Approaches. It goes without saying, and I am reading from the description of the program, that every religion makes a claim to truth and even absolute truth. Otherwise, there would be no reason for it to exist. A single absolute truth, and at the same time, a plurality of truths outside of it is, however, not logically possible. This presentation it was a discussion about the problem posed by this antinomy in the face of the plurality of modern society and the need for peaceful coexistence among people of different faiths from the perspective of Christian and Orthodox theology. Inclusivism, exclusivism, and religious pluralism are distinct tendencies that prevail in today's discussion. Interiorism is yet another school of thought which was developed primarily in Germany. After discussing these main trends and their representatives, this presentation turned an eye to the ancient patristic tradition and to Orthodox approaches within modernity and proposed criteria for a theology of religions and the formation of a global ethos. Third in line, the presentation of His Eminence Kleopas Trogilis, titled Missionary Work in the Northern Lands, an Empirical Perspective. Missionary work, His Eminence pointed out, is likely best known for the evangelization of populations living in third world countries and extreme poverty. However, the mission of the Church and its charge inherently extends to all peoples, irrespective of race, ethnicity, or financial status. This includes citizens and residents of developed nations, an increasing number of whom are unchurched or in search of Christ's truth, either due to being raised in other faiths or denominations which they eventually abandoned, or a highly secularized environment hostile to the message of the gospel. This presentation provided a brief overview of the missionary outreach conducted by the Ecumenical Patriarchate's northernmost eparchy, the Holy Metropolis of Sweden and all Scandinavia, over the past 8 years to minister to the various populations of the northern lands, based on the empirical account of its local spiritual leader, His Eminence Metropolitan Cleopas of Sweden and all Scandinavia. Last but not least, in this first session was the speech delivered by Professor Irini Christinaki. It has often been claimed, Professor Christinaki argues, that the Orthodox do not have a missionary or a missiological tradition. This may have seemed partly true due to historical circumstances, namely the abrupt interruption of the Russian missions in their heyday by the October Revolution back in 1917, and the vulnerability and weakness of the Greek state, as well as most Balkan states, concentrating on their national liberation struggles from the Ottoman Empire. Nevertheless, historical adversities do not mean that there is neither mission nor missiological reflection among the Orthodox. The Faculty of Theology has a preeminent and leading role in raising missiological awareness and researching in the field of missiology. Late Professor Leonidas Philippidis was the first to include missiological classes in his Study of Religion main course. He was the key person who assisted the founding of a university seat. The actual founder of missiology as an academic branch was the late Professor Elias Bulgarakis, who, with his extensive research, linked the modern missiology to the ancient patristic tradition. At the same time, the Archbishop of Albania, Anastasios Yannulatos, a world-renowned personality, was not only a professor of history of religions, but an active missionary who gave mission in praxis and in theory a worldwide appeal. When the Department of Social Theology and the Study of Religion was founded as a pastoral department back in 1983, these two professors, along with the equally preeminent professor of the philosophy of religions, the late Nikolaos Missiotis, founded within the department the Division of Study of Religion, Philosophy of Religion and Missiology, giving a new momentum to missiological studies. This presentation discussed history and its main terms, but also reflected on the present and the future contribution of the School of Theology. This was a very short podcast, including the main points and arguments of the first session of today's international event. Now, with our break, and we will be we will be back shortly around 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, all in position to continue this conference. Thank you so much. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που είστε μαζί μας. Τώρα έχουμε το διάλειμμα όπως έχει ανακοινωθεί. Στο πρώτο μέρος του διαλύματος παρουσιάστηκε ένα μικρό podcast με τα βασικά στοιχεία και τα βασικά σημεία της πρώτης συνεδρίας της ημερίδας. Τώρα βεβαίως ισχύει το διάλειμμα κανονικά. Θα ολοκληρωθεί στις 1 η ώρα. Και πάλι μαζί λοιπόν τότε για τη συνέχιση της πολύ ενδιαφέρουσας σημερινής προσπάθειας. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Now, in a very short time, we will be able to begin with the second session. It is an outstanding session with Professor Brian Stanley, Professor Mika Vacharakangas, if I pronounce it, I so mispronounce it, Dr. Alison Ruth Kolosova, and the Reverend Professor Christian Sonea. Outstanding speakers, outstanding researchers. We may return in time, we should return in time, all of us, to be able to attend their speeches. So 5 minutes, the latest, and we will be back. Our academic event, our conference, is being recorded. It is also live streamed on YouTube and through the Zoom platform. And we suspect that the short break is coming to an end because Dr. Evi Bulgaraki is in the forefront. She is here in our media outpost, if I may say so, and that's always a good start, something good to begin with.
Okay. Hello again. Perhaps before you take it over from here, Alison, we do not know why Professor Reverend Andrew Louth was here. Maybe there was a problem with time, but we weren't able to contact him. I hope he's well. Anyway, if he jumps in at any point, we have one speaker less at this session, and we will make adequate arrangements. So I do not preside this session. I will only chair the discussion after a certain point, and you will explain why, Alison, and you take it from here. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your presence.
Thank you, Avi, and good afternoon to everybody. Welcome to this second roundtable session, which is entitled Our Worldwide Neighborhood, Reflections on the Future of Missiology and Worldwide Christianity. And we are delighted to have with us some very eminent speakers to help us reflect on these big issues. So far in the conference, we've been looking mainly at missiology within the Greek context or within the wider Greek context in Scandinavia, for example. But this session will take us kind of outside the bounds of Greece. And we'll be considering issues of how missiology has developed and taken new directions in the wider Christian world. And we'll also be hearing about Romania, but also from Father Christian, I think, about the wider need for missiological education in the Orthodox churches in general, not just in Greece. So we have some wonderful speeches to look forward to, I know, from having heard all of the speakers speak before. Our first speaker this afternoon is Professor Brian Stanley, and it is a great joy and privilege to welcome him to our conference this afternoon. I was extremely privileged to be at the launch of one of Professor Stanley's recent books, which is Christianity in the 20th Century, A World History, which was published in 2018. And I actually gave this book to Evi Vulgeraki, and she's written a review of the book.
I learned it by heart. I read it through again and again.
Yes, and I can remember her saying to me at the time, you know, there's just nobody in the Orthodox world who is writing with this kind of range, not only a geographical and chronological range, but with the extremely wide range of issues that Professor Stanley has raised in this book. So we highly recommend this book and any of Professor Stanley's works to anyone who's present today listening to the conference. Professor Stanley will be talking about world Christianity in the 20th and 21st century and the study of missiology. He himself, after being based at the University of Cambridge, in recent years has been Professor of World Christianity at the University of Edinburgh, which is has become a global centre for study of world Christianity, which is one of the main directions that missiology has taken in the 20th and early 21st century. And he's going to tell us more about this issue. So thank you very much, Professor Stanley.
Well, thank you for the very kind invitation and welcome, Alison. Good afternoon, friends. It's a privilege to be with you, and greetings from Scotland, which is a bit colder than you are, I suspect. Christians have devoted serious reflection to the task of sharing their faith with others throughout the centuries of church history. And although the propagation of the faith has not occupied the same level of priority for all Christian traditions in all periods, questions of why, how, and where missions should be conducted have obviously been the subject of debate in almost every century. To that extent, what we often call missiology is as ancient as the Christian faith itself. However, the emergence of missiology or mission studies as an identifiable body of scholarly knowledge, a field of theological discourse, can be dated somewhere between the closing years of the 19th century and the First World War. And I think there were two main reasons for the emergence of the serious study of mission during this period. And please excuse the fact that my remarks will be largely limited to the Protestant and Roman Catholic traditions. I don't work on Orthodox missions, and I hope that in our discussion we will be able to fill that gap left by my brief paper. First, in the course of the 19th century, both Protestant missionary societies and Catholic religious orders embarked on newly ambitious attempts to evangelize the world beyond the historic heartlands of Western Christendom. And as they did so, Christians encountered serious challenges to their existing patterns of belief and practice. This was especially true in Asia. The mission agencies' varied responses to these challenges were then communicated across transnational print networks of discourse and information. These networks would supply the raw material for the emerging field of research we now know as mission studies. For many years, really until after the Second Vatican Council, the Protestant and Catholic networks were almost, but not entirely, distinct. So that was the first factor. There was a second important factor. The 19th century was the age in which, beginning in Germany, Christian thinkers increasingly reflected on their historic faith and the scriptures on which it was based as the proper object of systematic, scientific, and critical scrutiny. As theology and biblical studies became scientific disciplines pursued by professional scholars within universities and learned societies, prominent spokespersons for the mission of the church began to call for the same critical rigor to be applied to the mission enterprise. What were the theological foundations of Christian mission? What were the theoretical principles on which it should be conducted? What were the chief obstacles that it faced? And how might they be overcome? In this way, the late 19th and early 20th centuries witnessed the emergence of systematic mission studies. In Germany, where these trends first emerged, Missionskunde, the study of missions, or Missionslehre, teaching of missions, were the terms that most often appeared in the titles of new learned journals or in publications by the fathers of mission studies, the Protestant Gustav Worek and the Catholic Joseph Schmidlin. The first 2 decades of the 20th century, the most common terms were Missionswissenschaft, or in French, Science Missionnaire, in English, the science of missions. The World Missionary Conference, held at Edinburgh, where I work in 1910, was intended to use recent Protestant missionary experience to formulate the science of missions and make it into a respectable field of academic study. It led to the formation in 1912 of the International Review of Missions. and also to the establishment of chairs in mission at universities and seminaries in continental Europe and North America. The term missiology followed shortly afterwards, first emerging in a Francophone tradition in Belgium from Louvain, where the Mission Society of Scherdt and the Jesuits jointly instituted a series of study weeks, Semaine de Missiologie, in 1919. And after the Second World War, this term missiology was taken up by Protestants, particularly in the Netherlands, in South Africa, and above all among American evangelicals, who increasingly represented the dominant force in Protestant missionary thinking, at least in the United States. For much of the 20th century, the community of mission scholars remained overwhelmingly Western and male in composition. From the 1970s, it began to diversify as theological institutions in the non-European world gradually passed from the control of Western mission agencies into the hands of indigenous churches, and also as female voices became increasingly prominent in the whole discipline of theology and religious studies. The end of the Western colonial era and the ensuing anti-colonial reaction compelled a radical re-evaluation of existing assumptions and methods in missiology. Academic posts and courses in missiology disappeared from the increasingly secular Western universities. A few did survive, often under new titles such as intercultural studies, but also under the title of world Christianity. Now, this term world Christianity first made its appearance as early as 1929 in the context of the increasingly global scope of the developing ecumenical movement. Its academic use, with reference to scholarly analysis of the diverse phenomena of a rapidly expanding non-Western Christianity, is, however, more recent, becoming sporadically evident only from the late 1980s, more common from the late 1990s. The study of Christian mission in universities, where it still survives today, generally does so under the label of world Christianity or under that of the anthropology of Christianity, which is the application of anthropological methodology to the analysis of what are, to most contemporary secular social scientists, the weird cultural phenomena of missionally active and vibrant Christian belief and practice, mainly, but not only, in the global South. And these anthropologists of Christianity focus particularly on what is to them perhaps the weirdest phenomena of all, Pentecostalism. So how does this new field of world Christianity differ from the older missiology of the 20th century? I want to suggest three main contrasts. First, missiology, at least in its early decades, was largely unidirectional. It conceived of Christian mission as a geographical movement from a supposedly Christian West, Christendom, to a non-Christian or heathen East and South. That antithesis was most powerfully expressed at the World Missionary Conference at Edinburgh in 1910, which refused to include any Western Christian nation, including most of Latin America, in its consideration, on the grounds that this was Christendom. Christendom didn't need mission. Heathendom needed mission. World Christianity, by contrast, is multi-directional. It is interested in transnational flows of Christian influence from south to north and from east to west, as much as, or even more than, the reverse. It takes the secularity of much of the West seriously, and it repudiates the problematic identification of Christianity with the West. It notes that Christianity originated not in Europe, but in West Asia, and that its early expansion was, if anything, more substantial to the East than to the West. Orthodox Christians, of course, embraced these emphases long ago. Second contrast. Whereas missiology was mostly concerned with white propagators of the faith, world Christianity has been more interested in its receptors, in the whole process of appropriation and interpretation of the faith. Missiology focused on mission problems and methods. World Christianity tends to be more interested in what different peoples have made of the message of Christ, how they have expressed that in liturgy, preaching, hymnody, works of healing, mercy, and power, as well as in their own propagation of the faith. The accent has shifted more towards worshipping Christian communities and on how the eternal word has become flesh for them in their own cultures and environments. Again, I venture to suggest that such approaches are essentially consonant with Orthodox ecclesiology. But there's a third contrast. Whereas historic missiology assumed that the missionary task operated within the classic boundaries of Christian doctrine, as understood in the Western world, world Christianity is generally unconcerned with the question of whether a particular indigenous appropriation of the gospel is theologically sound or not. World Christianity as a field is dominated by historians and social scientists, especially anthropologists, not by theologians. Here, I suspect the Orthodox response will be more cautious. Not all appropriations of the Christian message are capable of harmonization with the primitive apostolic faith, even if they claim to be Trinitarian. The modern Kimbangist church originated in the Congo, now a worldwide phenomenon, certainly a continent-wide phenomenon in Africa, is an obvious example. It claims to believe in the Trinity, but has redefined the persons of the Trinity. So you may wish to conclude that the shift from missiology to world Christianity deserves only 2 cheers and not 3. That's why there is still a place for missiology. And I suggest in conclusion that one top priority for theologians of mission is to develop a theology of reception and appropriation of the Christian message that is both culturally flexible and grounded in the ancient apostolic faith. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Stanley, for such a thought-provoking and drawing on all these different threads, which I've kind of, seen there for so many years, and yet to hear it all put together in such a short space is very, very thought-provoking. And thank you very much for particularly taking into account the Orthodox situation amidst all of this, and for raising that issue for us, which is very, very helpful. We're going to continue with our other speakers, and then we will return to questions and discussion at the end. So if you have questions as we go along, you can put them in the chat, just so that you don't forget them. Our next speaker is Professor Mika Vähäkangas. He's the director of the Polin Institute for Theological Research at the Åbo Academy in Finland. And he was formerly professor of mission studies and ecumenics at Lund University in Sweden. He's also formerly the president of the International Association for Mission Studies, so has a very wide and broad knowledge of how mission studies are being carried out throughout the world. He has some very significant recent books, such as, for example, in 2020, Context, Plurality and Truth, Theology in World Christianities, and also Faith in African Christian Theology, Bridging Anthropological and Theological Perspectives. And I'm sure he must touch on some of the issues that Professor Stanley has just raised with us. His title is The Future of Missiologies in the 21st Century. So whereas Professor Stanley has been largely giving us a backward look at how missiology and world Christianity have developed up to the present, but also with some thought-provoking ideas about the future, he'll be looking more at the future. So thank you very much, Professor Vähäkangas, and we give you the floor.
Thank you, Alison, and thank you, Brian, for that very nice general overview of the situation of mission studies in the past and the present. So let us consider my paper as almost a comment on that general picture that we have just perceived. I wonder if we can show the PowerPoint as support for listening. But anyways, so I start by situating on the changes in today's mission studies in the world at large. And then I sketch 4 different future scenarios for mission studies. So anyways, so today it is so that the planet has perhaps never needed more understanding on human encounters, including encounters between people of different faiths. And the world is in a deeper mutual dependency between peoples around the world than ever before. Let's take an example. The Russian illegal aggression against Ukraine is a case in point, because this crime sends its ripples of various sizes and seriousness around the world. Let's say tripled flat rental prices in Tbilisi, famine in Africa, political instability around the world due to high energy prices, possible global recession, complex consequences regarding the global warming, threat of nuclear annihilation of the human race, etc. However, this is just only one war, even if very media sexy. But the real level of mutual entanglement of our faiths becomes visible even more in the interwoven character of the global problems, like the global warming, extinction of species, environmental pollution, the crisis of capitalism, global inequalities, increased militarization, etc. So these and a host of others form a tight Gordian knot that no Alexander can solve with a sword. And generally, humans have caused all these problems for ourselves, intentionally or unintentionally. And actually, they threaten our survival. Anyways, the biosphere will survive in some form, but we as humans are at the brink of communal suicide as species. And therefore, cooperation of the whole humanity is actually needed in this time of Anthropocene. So let's look at this world that is about to glide into complete chaos through the global wicked problems. Here, identity politics has become one prime political response. So we humans seek the sense of security through dividing the humankind or nation or the local community into us and the others. When our problems and fears are projected upon the others, be they Muslim refugees, Jews, sexual minorities, green liberals, nationalist fascists, or just any other group that we want to see as the other, then the problems, these huge problems in front of us, appear as more limited because we find fake solace in our exclusive communities and then address these big problems as being caused by the other. And now in this whole equation, one of the prime identifiers is religion. And religion has entered back in the politics of many so-called secular countries. And religion plays an increasingly great role in politics and social life. And we tend to use religious belonging for sorting people into us and them. There is this old joke from North Ireland that portrays this well. There is a bloke who is walking in the streets of Belfast, and he's stopped by a threatening gang asking, "Are you Protestant or Catholic?" He answers, "No, I'm an atheist." "Yes, but are you a Protestant or Catholic atheist?" So in this usage of religion, religion is not only about believing in something, it is about belonging to a community. So let me take a couple of examples from the Orthodox world. Just think about Greece. Think if Greece wouldn't have her Orthodox faith, would it exist as a nation? I would guess probably not. Because of the aggressive Ottoman and later Turkish imperialism. So religion has been a very significant marker of identity. So then in my native country, in Finland, it was like no coincidence that soon after the 1917 independence from the Russian Empire, the Finnish Orthodox Church shifted from the Moscow to the ecumenical patriarchate. Of course, here the ascending communist regime played a role, but still there was this identity politics involved. And likewise, the shifts from Moscow to the ecumenical patriarchate in recent and today's Ukraine are of course no coincidence, but a proof of a strong Ukrainian national identity and how this religious identity intermingles more or less with the political and ethnic identities. So, at the same time, while religions can be a dividing factor, they obviously have the potential of contributing to the positive common national or even global goals. I was referring to the survival of the Greek nation alongside the large imperialist neighbor. At the global scale, the 19th century struggle against slave trade could be another case, and that is more of a global kind. Or the emergence of the United Nations and the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights had very strong Christian dimensions and background. Likewise, even today, religions can play a divisive and negative role, or a positive, motivational and uniting role in the common struggle for human survival in a flourishing biosphere. So here, simply an activity within one religious tradition or even within one world religion is actually not enough. We need to become better in crossing the religious, cultural, and national fault lines if our children and grandchildren are to have a future on this planet. Mission studies is a discipline that specializes on such encounters. It deals exactly what happens in the contact areas between religions and worldviews, with a high level of understanding from the inside of what is called a religion in the Western cultural sphere. So, in this sense, one could imagine that mission studies would be in high demand everywhere. This is exactly what we need. Yet, the dilemma is, as Brian was referring, that many chairs and programs of mission studies are being closed down due to the fact that in much of the academic world, the concept of Christian mission has got contaminated. And the word mission and mission studies have been contaminated by the colonial and triumphalist connotations. In part, of course, the missiologists themselves are to blame for failing to keep a healthy critical distance between their discipline and the mission it studies. In part, the modern secular mindset has painted a simplistic, somber picture of Christian mission and the study of it. However, this is not the case in all corners of the world, and one can trace alternative scenarios as well. So, basically, I can see 4 prospects or scenarios for academic mission studies. 1 is that the challenge of the colonial package is not overburdening so that one can simply ignore it. The second is that the mission studies simply disappear as a discipline and maybe be carried out by other fields of study, such as general history or intercultural studies. The third alternative is to change the name to a less contaminated one. And the fourth one is to reclaim the concept mission to a decolonial new use. And all of these 4 solutions are in use in different parts of the world. And sometimes they overlap. For example, both changing the name and content. But what appears as obvious is that there is and will be no general consensus as to the meaning and nature of the concept of mission and subsequently mission studies. So the first alternative. So especially in some confessional seats of higher learning, one can continue both under the banner of mission studies and the old style mission studies contents when one doesn't need to acknowledge the problematic nature of the entanglement between colonialism, Western missions, and academic mission studies. But Orthodox mission studies is a different and interesting story. So let me refer a little bit to that. And I ask, please, Alison and Christian, correct me if I interpret your tradition wrong. So, to me, it seems that especially rather recent intercultural encounters in Africa have functioned as a sort of catalysator for Orthodox mission thinking. Not only that, but especially there I see that there is where questions are raised. In Eastern Africa, the general attitude towards Orthodoxy is rather positive because Orthodoxy is not seen as complicit of colonialism, and it is seen as the original form of Christianity. So it is both good timing and good marketing. So Orthodoxy is then meeting these contextual challenges, and therefore there is a felt need for Orthodox mission theology and even Orthodox empirical mission studies. But then, of course, one can ask, is Orthodox mission as clean from colonialism as East Africans perceive it? So, of course, in Africa, generally, Orthodox mission is post-colonial, even in the sense that it has mostly been run after the colonial period. But then within the Russian Empire, the Orthodox Church largely expanded rather much hand in hand with the empire. Now, when I look at the Western mission and Western colonial powers, a big difference is that the Western colonialism in other parts of the world has mostly ended, and there is some remorse, not always enough in my opinion, but some remorse about the colonial atrocities, and especially within the churches, there is a lot of discussion about the colonial heritage. However, Russian ecclesiastic colonial expansion was cut short by the October Revolution. And then, but it didn't mean that Russian imperialism would have been cut short. It just changed its color from Orthodox, let's say, ideologically Orthodox into ideologically communist. But even the fall of Soviet Union didn't mean that that Russian imperialist ideas would have ended. But as we see in the Russian wars of expansion in Georgia and Ukraine, the imperialist mentality continues. And likewise, the minority ethnicities of the empire are kept under tight control, and their young men are used as cannon fodder in the war fronts. And it seems that at least the highest hierarchy of the Russian Orthodox Church has tied its mission in the world to the Russian Empire and its expansion. And the voices that are calling for looking into the Russian imperialist atrocities in the present or in the past, like the Nobel Peace Prize laureate memorial, are silenced. So there isn't that much of space for post-colonial mission studies in Russia as there are in many other parts of the world. Summarizing, Orthodox mission studies have been saved from the tempests of the time, both because of its late arrival in Africa, but also by the political situation in Russia. Okay, but then in the other end, extreme, mission studies simply disappear, often alongside all of theology. This happens typically at state universities in Western countries. It doesn't mean that there wouldn't be interest in studying Christian mission, and especially early history of Western missions is a highly interesting topic for researchers of intercultural encounters because of the relative proximity of the missionaries to the local populations. And then research on Christian missions would then function as a kind of extension of the study of colonialism. However, in this kind of approach, some kind of an insider perspective is missed, which is typical for theological mission studies. Well, the third solution is changing the name. It's kind of a middle way option and rather popular in some Western countries. I have personal experience of that. At Lund University, where I served as professor of mission studies and ecumenics, the discipline name was changed in the doctoral program into Global Christianity and Interreligious Relations. And the university administration in Lund seemed to be very happy about the name change. They obviously considered mission studies as a rather embarrassing title. However, the donor of the chair of that means the professorial chair in mission studies wanted to keep the name mission studies. So you would both have the new name and the old one. I think that the change in the name was good in the sense that it reflected better what we were actually doing, what kind of research we were doing. We were doing research on something like world Christianity, but not dropping the theological character of the field. However, as a former missionary and having spent quite a bit of my career under the banner of mission studies, the name change felt also a little sad, I have to admit. The fourth alternative, redefinition of mission, takes place primarily among the ecclesiastic circles, like some mission agencies, including the one that once sent me to Tanzania, the Finnish Evangelical Lutheran Mission, strongly reject the colonial heritage and look for new ways of carrying out the missionary task. Also, the World Council of Churches mission thinking has been undergoing such a process, and the document Together Towards Life is a case in point. And also one of the strongholds of academic mission studies under the name mission studies or missiology, that is South Africa. It is a place where the old name of the discipline has often remained, but the contents have usually turned strongly post-colonial. And I would claim that mission studies is probably the most post-colonial discipline of at least all theological disciplines, and possibly even about any discipline. And in this way, the academic discipline has thus redefined the object of study and in a way taken over the power of naming. So it is somehow quite interesting that now it is the academic people who are doing that, kind of redefining mission for the churches. Of course, you have also South African churches who are involved in this redefining. To conclude, there is not one pattern for the future of mission studies. There are many developments and variations in time and place. One may wonder whether it will lead into splintering of what is now known as mission studies, so that you wouldn't be meeting under just one roof, but they will become different fields. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Vachakangas, particularly for, I think, rooting us very much in the realities of the world we're living in, and particularly the situation in the Orthodox churches at the moment and the war in Ukraine. Thank you very much for your kind of analysis as kind of as an outsider, but a kind of an outsider who's also an insider, that we very much appreciate. For your analysis of that, and I think it's very much needs to be heard and discussed, and yeah, thank you very much. I suggest that we now continue with Father Christian, and I can give my paper later. We've also had word from Father Andrew Louth, who was due to present in the first session, and unfortunately with the programme being changed at some stage. He hasn't realized that he was due to give his presentation earlier in the day. So we can hear him after Father Christian. Okay, so thank you very much, Mika, and we'll now move on to Father Christian. I've just returned myself actually from a visit to Father Christian's faculty of Orthodox theology in Cluj, and was given a very, very warm welcome. And it's a fascinating place to be. And it was wonderful to meet his students and his colleagues who are very much forging new paths, I feel, in the sphere of Orthodox missiology. Yes, Father Christian, he's a priest in the Romanian Church and also associate professor for Orthodox missiology in Cluj-Napoca, at the Faculty of Orthodox Theology of Babeș-Bolyai University. He's also the director of the Center for Mission and Nomo-Canonical Studies in Cluj, and he has many books and articles. I think we can read some of his articles in English, but we definitely need to have more of his books translated into English so we can benefit from them. And currently he is representing Europe on the board of the International Association for Mission Studies. So he has an important role there. And he'll be telling us more about the need for missiology in Orthodox theological institutions. So thank you, Father Christian.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm in Rome now, so this world is so small in Pro Oriente for a meeting here. So I'm glad that I am able to join the meeting and enjoy this presentation of the journal and present something from my perspective. Yes, and thank you very much, Mika, for your evaluation. It was very, very good. I think I feel the same about the presence of the Orthodox Church in Eastern Africa, and also about the, let's say, this imperialistic understanding of going out that was present in the Russian Orthodox Church and probably will be present also in other Orthodox churches, but because of the history, we're not able to do it. So it's not the case to blame the West for a different kind of mission. We have to be very honest with us. So I will present, yes, the need for the missionary education in Orthodox institution, I mean, in theological faculties, of course, and we focus on like a key study in the Romanian Orthodox theological education, because it's impossible to present it for all Orthodox faculties of theology. But I just want to mention one thing. We have a very good scholar. It's Father Leonitsa. Maybe you heard about him. And he edited a very good book about the Orthodox theology in the 21st century. And he did their evaluation of the all Orthodox institutions throughout the world. And when I prepared this presentation, I checked that it's kind of a big handbook. And I saw in almost all the faculties of theology in the Orthodox world, there is a chair of missiology or mission studies. So not in all of them, but almost in all of them. So as a general view, can say this is, let's say, a new understanding of the continuous change in the world, and at the pan-Orthodox level, the hierarchy, and also those that are in decision decided to have this discipline in the faculties. Regarding the name of the discipline, I will mention now the Romanian case. And also it's very important to mention and to remember that in our case, it was very easy to embrace this name. And the Orthodox theology has a problem with this Western terminology, because it's missionis, now it's from Latin. Romanian language, Romanian church with the Latin roots, it was very easy to embrace missiology as a technical term, and also as giving it a different understanding, probably because we use Romanian language, and for us, when we translate, for instance, apostolicity from Greek, in Romania, we'll translate it by missiology, something like that. So this is very easy to have it in Romanian. Okay, now in order to present the missiology in our church, it's important to have a short overview of the historical context of the Orthodox churches in the Balkans, not only in Russia, but in the Balkans, because I think there are some commonalities, and from this perspective, we can follow what is now in the missiology curricula, because this is my thesis. Because of the history, we have now a different syllabus, a different content, and somehow the mission studies are a bit different shaped in our context. So I will mention now the 14th century, then the 16th century, then the 17th century, and we call it in the Balkans, and especially in the what is now Romanian territory, we had a mission of resistance. Mika named it mission of survival during the Ottoman occupation, and this is true also for the Romanians, as well as for probably for the Bulgarians, as well as for the Greeks. So the church had this role to keep the faith, and I call it mission of resistance. So the church is not able to go out, but just to preserve the identity of the Orthodox believers. In Romania, we had three regions. Moldavia and Wallachia was in this situation, but Transylvania, where I came from, had a different challenge. It's said in the 17th century, according to historians, that Transylvania has to resist against the Roman Catholic and Protestant proselytism that was very, very present in Transylvania in that moment. So, but the same resistance we could identify there. Then in the 19th century, with the help from the Tsarist Empire, the Balkan countries liberated themselves from the Ottoman domination. But and now they stabilize the independency or national unity, but only before accepting German Roman Catholic rulers. It was the case in Greece, the case in Romania, so the same case in Bulgaria. And the newborn national states fought for recognition at the ecclesiastical level by proclaiming the autocephaly of the local Orthodox churches. So after some tensions with the Ecumenical Patriarchate, the autocephaly of the Orthodox Church from Romania, united to principalities, was recognized in 1889, followed by the Patriarchate of Great Romania in 1925. So scholars and missiologists from Romania call this struggle mission of the recognition. So we had mission of resistance, then mission of the recognition as a church, as an autocephalous church, then as a patriarchate. After a brief period of freedom, when the church started to develop a modern missiology, and I'll mention that later, I can mention now, we had the first course of missiology entitled quite like this, Course of Missiology. It was published by Vasile Ispir, a theologian from Bucharest, in 1921. And also some articles on mission studies in the same period. So it was very early after the Great Union that happened in Romania in 1918. But after a period of freedom, you know very well, the communism regime came into Romania and the circumstances were different. So the mission of the church became almost impossible to carry out. And it took a different dimension, coming closer to what we call mission for survival during the communist time. At the same time, because of the new political view of the state, evangelical movements that entered Romania at the beginning of the 20th century went through difficult times. The fight of the church against the so-called sects was supported by the political regime. Therefore, missionary research developed in excess as sectology. And there are many, many books published in that period. Even now, there's a tendency in Romania and some regions to say the missiology is only the faith, to defend ourselves against the sects, the Western influences. So, in short, in the historical context that shaped the missionary formation in the Romanian Orthodox Church, this is the historical context that shaped the missionary formation in the Romanian Orthodox Church, from a mission of resistance to a mission of recognition, passing through a mission of survival and influenced by an important defensive missiology understood as sectology. The missionary formation nowadays hesitates between a very modern paradigm of mission and an old pattern, which in fact mirrors Romanian contemporary society, which is very traditional while simultaneously facing the post-modern world's challenges. And the second part of my presentation is focused on the curricula of missiology and also on the other curricula, because I try to find out if this missionary oriented education is present not only in the mission studies chair, but also in the other disciplines from the theological education institutions. So, and also it's important to mention maybe for the, I don't know, for those that are not familiar with the Romanian educational system, in Romania, the faculties of theology are part of the state universities. And we say the state universities are the best in quality. But at the same time, they are subordinated by the patriarchate or by the different religious bodies. Those religious bodies giving the acceptance for the priests or for the theologians to teach, even giving blessing or acceptance for the future students to enter to study theology. But the state, in fact, is financing the theological education. Therefore, the state financing the theological education is just not controlling, but approving the curricula that are developed in special offices or special committees in the church bodies. So, being so, it's important to mention the fact that at the national level in the Orthodox Church, it was an intention to orient a little bit to mission all the disciplines, if you follow the syllabuses for each discipline. So I found some missionary subjects taught in the Old Testament studies, then in the New Testament studies, of course, then in the church history, where the syllabuses or the entire content is present the history of the Christian missions. Then in the Byzantinology that pay attention to the understanding of Byzantine missionary ethos. To the dogmatic and fundamental theology, they had courses on the dialogue between theology and science, philosophy and theology, culture in the contemporary contexts. And also all the practical subjects such pastoral theology, liturgics, catechetic, and homiletics emphasize the importance of the identification of the contemporary challenges and of missionary formation for the contemporary formation of the priests. And what is very important to mention is the Orthodox spirituality as a theological discipline. Because there they emphasize the importance of the missionary formation, but in what sense? It's said. So theological education is not only about what we teach, but also about what, who, or how we are, or how we live theology. Theological training in the Orthodox understanding is more is more a process of mystagogy than a process of pedagogy. For Orthodox theology, it's essential how we are when we make theology. In this sense, how we are when we make mission. It's very important, this spiritual transformation, this spiritual formation that is carried on in mission. So I would say this internal transformation is also part of the missionary education in our church. When I will focus now especially on the discipline, the mission studies or the Orthodox missiology. And we had an interesting situation, I think 7 or 8 years ago, because our discipline was called missiology and ecumenism. So we changed it, but not because there were some reluctances towards missiology, but because there were some reactions against ecumenism. So now we call it Orthodox missiology. You see this difficulty with the name of the subjects is present also in our context, but in a different way. We call it now Orthodox missiology, but the content is the same, and we change. I will explain how this syllabus is built. We changed not we, it was the decision of the church to change the ecumenism with inter-Christian dialogues or intra-Christian dialogues, and put it inter-Christian dialogue and inter-religious dialogues. So the curriculum of missiology, it's taught at the bachelor level, master level, and also at the PhD. We have a chair of PhD in our faculty, so I would say it's quite alive. And on the bachelor level, it's a compulsory discipline for all the faculties in the country. We have 3 semesters of missiology and 1 semester of ecumenical studies, what is called now inter-Christian dialogues, because we deal with the bilateral dialogues and with the the dialogues in the networks like WCC and ORCAC, so on. So you see from this, I don't know, this arrangement, the ecumenical dialogue is part of the missiology, it's part of the mission of the church. So, and if you go in the content of the syllabuses, we see there are some modern topics like Trinitarian Foundation for Mission or a mission as a Christian witness. It's very important. Then gospel and culture, so on. But also there are some topics that still has connected with this defensive attitude. So the threats from the Western movements, kind of, it's still in the 3rd semester is still understanding of mission as sectology, unfortunately. So, and then we have also a very important focus on the dialogue with science and culture. Also here, we say the main objectives of the mission education is that we try to equip the future priest with competence in order to read the reality and then to give answer to this reality, somehow to read the signs of the time, to read the reality. And we have a proper methodology to do that in our courses. So this is in short the syllabuses, but also I had to mention that it's an entire chapter very important now and very actual about the Romanian diaspora and the mission in diaspora. We call it mission ad intra, missio ad intra, a kind of internal mission. This is the re-evangelization of our believers, because during the communist time we didn't have theological education or religious education in the public schools, and to say the generation like my parents' generation, they need to be to be educated to understand what they believe. In fact, they receive this belief from their parents, from my grandparents, for instance, but without a formal training in what they believe. So we emphasize very hard these catechetical programs in our mission studies curricula, because we face to the believers that are present in the church, but they're not aware of the content of the faith. Of course, it's a double direction. We try to work on the spiritual level, also somehow to intellectual formation for them. So this is in short the situation of the missiology in Romania. I don't know how is in other Orthodox countries in so many details, but I think they are there also, and I hope there's a future for the mission studies or the missiology in the Orthodox realm. Thank you very much for hearing me, and I hope that I was not too long.
You certainly weren't too long. Thank you very much, Father Christian, for giving us such a detailed explanation of the situation in Romania. And I think it's enlightening, I think, for a lot of us just to get that kind of insider view, because we don't necessarily tend to hear exactly what is being studied and the different approaches that there are. Just before we continue, Evie, could you tell me, has Father Andrew Laus arrived with us?
No, he is not yet. He said he would be in at 2:15.
Right.
So maybe we could start with a discussion.
Or shall I give my paper?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yes, it's your paper, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was confused, I'm sorry.
I feel like everybody's said most of my paper already in many ways. Just a minute. Yeah.
Are you going to share a PowerPoint or something?
No, I'm not. No, I won't.
Okay. So to give you the permission, right?
Okay. Yes.
Let me introduce you to the people. Of course, they all know you already, that you are assistant editor in SALT since we are starting with SALT today. You are the chairperson of the missiology group of IOTA, and of lately you have undertaken more responsibilities in IOTA. You are an expert in mission, especially in the Kazan region. Well, I don't need to say more. I said more in my talk earlier, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Yes, can you still see me?
Yes, of course, very, very clearly.
Okay. Yes, and I not only want to thank Avi for this introduction, but also to thank her for allowing me to participate in the creation of SALT. And it's been a great learning experience for me in many ways, learning more about mission in Orthodox contexts, also learning so much about the whole publication process. But throughout it all, I would say that Evie has been the real kind of motivator and the one who's kept everything going through thick and thin, you know, despite all the complications that she's faced during this process. And I just take my hat off to her capacity to keep going. And yeah, she's a wonderful person to work with. Anyway, right, my own paper now. Our conference today is entitled Orthodoxy and Otherness, and I've been asked to speak about missiology as a demanding or challenging branch of theology. And I think much has already been said, perhaps particularly by Professor Vahakangas, about the challenges, particularly facing missiology, or the kind of wider field of world Christianity. Begin by telling you of some of the challenges faced by Nikolai Ilminsky, who in many ways is a representative of Orthodox mission in the Russian imperial period. And he's the person I've studied most of all. And I think perhaps what has struck me as I've studied him is how so much of his life, but all the issues that it raises, are exactly the same issues as are faced, you know, by people studying Protestant or Catholic missions at the same time. There tends to be a kind of a picture painted by some Orthodox missiologists that, you know, we've always done it differently, and perhaps we've done things slightly better than everybody else. And I have a lot of praise for Nikolai Ilminsky and all that he did. But at the same time, I can see that so many of the issues raised by his life and work and the need to study him are very much kind of the same as those studying similar characters in the other empires of the time. But anyway, what I just want to do just very briefly is to look at him as an example of the demands or challenges of both being a missionary, but also being somebody who begins to reflect on what he's doing as a missionary. And so in many ways, I would consider him one of the founding fathers of Orthodox missiology in the modern period. And I hope that will become obvious from just the very, very brief kind of brief story of just the beginnings of his career. So Nikolai Ilminsky, he studied Orthodox theology in the city of Kazan on the River Volga, where many of the population were Tatars who practiced Islam, but there was a rich variety of other peoples, both of Turkic peoples and Finno-Ugric peoples, and their cultures and languages. And it meant that the challenge of relating to otherness was an everyday occurrence. After finishing his theological studies in 1845, Ilminsky took a new optional course in Arabic and Tatar, and it was led by the son of a distinguished Muslim judge, Kazanbek, who in 1847 was appointed to translate the Orthodox liturgy into the Tatar language. Ilminsky was assigned to help him, but soon became dissatisfied with this translation into the literary Tatar language, which he knew would not be understood by most Tatars. So he decided to move into Kazan's Tatar quarter in order to learn the living vernacular Tatar language. He took a unique step at the time, for a Russian at that time, as he enrolled at a Muslim madrasa. And he wrote of this time that he tried above all to become familiar with the inner life of Muslims, with official Muslim teachings, but also their practices, popular beliefs and customs. And to this end, he studied the Arabic language and Muslim theological works. While most of the Kazan Tatars were Muslim, a small minority had adopted Orthodox Christianity, but no one really had any contact with these Christian Tatars, and most people couldn't even speak to them. But Ilminsky, having learned the vernacular Tatar language, and at the request of the Bishop of Kazan, he spent 2 summers in 1848 and 1849 traveling more or less semi-incognito, so that nobody really knew why he was there, traveling around the villages where the Christian Tatars lived, and learning as much as he could about their language, their lifestyle, and their understanding of the Christian faith. In a report he wrote in 1849, which we could call his first missiological reflection, Ilminsky was very critical of previous styles of missionary work, involving what he labeled so-called missionaries who did not speak Tatar nor understand the Muslim faith, and conducted services in mobile churches with police protection. Ilminsky stressed the need for Tatar-speaking priests who at seminary would study Arabic and Muslim theology using manuals from Tatar schools. In order to prepare a lecturer for these courses, Ilminsky himself was chosen to go to the Middle East, where he spent from 1851 to 1854 in Cairo, immersing himself in the local culture. He lived in the home of his Arabic teacher, and he studied the Islamic faith, as he writes himself, according to its own sources, and he particularly researched Sufi beliefs and practices. When he returned to teach in Kazan in 1856, Ilminsky insisted that a polemical attitude towards Islam would bear no fruit. He wrote in another of his missiological reflections, "For our proofs and conclusions to be understandable and persuasive for the Tatars, we cannot use our Christian sources and historical data, but on the contrary, we must take a Muslim viewpoint and take as given their religious opinions and stories, which for Muslims are powerful and true." Ilminsky also insisted on the need for schools for the Christian Tatars, where teaching should take place in both Russian but also Tatar, with school books and religious texts translated into the spoken Tatar language using the Cyrillic alphabet. And it's really from this insistence on this kind of schooling in the vernacular that most of the languages of the Volga region today, both Finno-Ugric and Turkic, have their own vernacular literatures and have the possibility of teaching in their local languages. And for many of these languages, it has been the means of survival. So in many ways, Ilminsky's kind of first steps here have had a colossal influence up to the present day. But at the time, these radical approaches to mission among the Tatars began to cause controversy amidst the wider background of political radicalism in the 1850s and the preparation for the liberation of the serfs in the early 1860s. In a reform of the Kazan seminary in 1858, the special missionary departments with the kind of in-depth teaching of languages and Islam that Ilminsky had been trained for ceased to exist. So a very angry and jobless Ilminsky set off in 1858 to live among the Kazakhs of Central Asia. What could potentially have been the kind of end of his career actually turned out, of course, with all his different gifts and ideas, to be a kind of furtherance of his career, as it was in living among the Kazakhs that he compiled the first Kazakh-Russian dictionary and grammar published in 1861. And he wrote a bilingual Russian-Kazakh textbook for schools in the region. Anyway, this is just a tiny snapshot of Ilminsky's early career, which I think shows clearly the kind of challenges faced by anyone who is not only involved in Christian mission, but who seeks to develop a more reflective missiological aspect as a result of their experiences. He had to learn many complex languages. He was a friend, student, and teacher of people of other faiths and cultures. He caused controversy by his innovative views on how to relate to otherness. And the church and educational authorities in Kazan did not approve of his views. So he ended up jobless for a while, but ended up with ever more precious experience. Anyway, there's not the time here to discuss the profound formative influence he had on Russian Orthodox missionary work for the rest of the 19th century and into the early 20th century, and in a way that he would have today if more people knew about him. But the aim of this is just to give you a kind of very brief overview of challenges, obstacles, and demands of his early career. And I think of anyone who is involved in the fields of world Christianity, intercultural theology, whatever you like to call missiology today. I'd like to give a very brief snapshot now also of how Orthodox missiology as a theological discipline has developed, if it has at all, over the last 150 years, following in the footsteps of people such as Nikolai Ilminsky. And I would say that it's because Orthodox Christians, whether ordinary believers, theologians, missionaries, have been faced with new cultural, social, religious, and linguistic contexts where they've had to learn to relate to the other, and often discovering amidst the otherness a sense of solidarity with their new neighbors, that missiology has continued to develop in the Orthodox churches. Just to give a very kind of brief overview, in Russia, Nikolai Ilminsky was part of a wider circle, which includes such personalities as St. Innocent or Innokenty Veniaminov of Alaska and Siberia, Makary Glukharyov in the Altai, and Nicholas Kasatkin in Japan. All of these were active missionaries on the peripheries of the Russian Empire, or in Japan, in the case of Nicholas Kasatkin, where the local inhabitants were not Russian or Slavic. And as a result, their missionary ministries gave birth to deeper missiological reflection on the complex issue of relating to the other, and being a witness to Christ in new cultural and linguistic contexts. And that is why they're of such great significance today. In many ways, Father Michael Olexa, the author of Orthodox Alaska, A Theology of Mission, and his missiological reflection focusing on the Orthodox experience in Alaska is the continuation of their reflection. Another contemporary continuation is in the form of the many missiological conferences and publications of St. Philaret's Institute in Moscow, while a younger generation of Orthodox missiologists, oops, sorry, I've lost my page, has been busy publishing groundbreaking work recently in Moscow. I would agree very much with Professor Mika Vachakangas's analysis of the Russian situation at present. I think, and particularly the kind of imperialist attitude that is being expressed in the Ukrainian war and in the ideology that is undergirding this war, against the background of that, perhaps as the kind of light at the end of the tunnel, is that there are young missiologists within the Russian Church who are raising issues, just more broadly missiological issues about what the Russian Church is doing. And one of these, for example, is Father Alexei Maximov, who is currently the Russian Orthodox priest in Rome, Italy, where he has had a lot of exposure to Catholic missiology and has recently published a book called Catholic Missiology, and is really kind of responding to, but opening up the world of Catholic missiology, particularly focusing on all the issues faced since Vatican II by the Catholic Church, to the younger generation of Orthodox theological scholars. There's also another book by Father Serapion Mitko, who is arguing for a greater place for missiology in Orthodox theological education in general within Russia. If we turn to Greece, we've already heard from Professor Irene Christinaki about the missionary or missiological heritage of Greece. So I won't dwell for long on this, because I'm aware that I'm among people who know a lot more about it than I do. But I don't particularly emphasize, obviously, the international kind of recognition and accessibility of Metropolitan Anastasios Yanolatis' writings on mission, and of course that they've arisen out of his practical experience in Africa and Albania and in ecumenical settings. And of course the journal Salt is largely the initiative of Elias Vulgarakis' daughter, Avi Vulgaraki. And this generation of missiologists is also represented by Professor Athanasios Papathanasiou. And I would say that this Greek missiological tradition has arisen, as Professor Vachakangas has already pointed out, owing to reflectioning on the awakening of Orthodoxy in sub-Saharan Africa, and particularly in East Africa. But as a consequence of that, there's now a generation of younger Black African scholars, Orthodox scholars, who have emerged. The late and sadly missed Bishop Athanasios Akunda. There's also Father Anastasios Kihali, Father John Ungeroga, and Father Evangelos Theani, all of whom have published books and theses and articles on missiological topics. And I feel that they are very much the future of missiology within the Orthodox world, and prompting us to think about wider issues that we perhaps don't tend to think about a lot. In the Middle East, obviously, the writings of Metropolitan George Choder have also been mentioned. obviously very much involved with reflecting on how Orthodox Christians should relate to their Muslim neighbors, but also more widely on the economy of the Holy Spirit, who's working in the hearts of all of our neighbors. This is the kind of the essence of Metropolitan George Hoda's message. And in many ways, the recent writings of Professor Andrew Sharp and Professor Phil Dorrell in the United States, both of whom have contributed to the first issue of SALT, are continuing very much this tradition of exploring Orthodox relations with Islam and Muslims. And also another SALT contributor, the very sorely missed late Mangala Christine Frost, has encouraged Orthodox Christians to reflect on how Orthodox Christianity relates to her Indian and Hindu background. We've just been hearing from Father Christian Sonia about Romania. So again, I won't say a lot, but perhaps also to point out the contribution that Father Ion Bria has made to ecumenical understandings of mission in the context of the World Council of Churches, and Father Johan Sauker is now following in his footsteps. But also, I'd like to mention this kind of the younger generation of Romanian missiologists, not only Father Christian himself, but other Father Paul Siladi and Father Doru Marcu, who's just published a PhD thesis on Father Ion Bria's work. Obviously, Orthodoxy has arrived through migration and diaspora in Western Europe and the USA over the last century. And so there has been and continues to be an extremely significant contribution from those who've struggled to understand what it means to witness to Jesus Christ as an Orthodox Christian in contexts far from Orthodox homelands. Some of the most significant figures are, of course, Father Alexander Schmeerman, to whom we'll look for his book, For the Life of the World. Other significant figures in Paris have been Olivier Clément, who, whilst perhaps not specifically writing about missiology, most of his works are really missiological reflections, and one of his followers, disciples, Antoine Ajakovsky, is particularly forging ahead, really looking to Olivier Clément, but forging ahead in his own development of missiological writings, and particularly on ecumenical themes, but an ecumenism of the whole of life, as he would call it. So perhaps not just looking at interchurch relations, but as our kind of relationality with everyone who crosses our path. In the United States, Fathers Alexander and Luke Veronis, Father Edward Roman, who's taken from his own Protestant missiological background and kind of found his place within an Orthodox missiological world. And of course, James Stamoulis, who, whilst being of Greek background, but having been part of a Protestant church, has particularly stimulated many Orthodox in recent decades to think about the whole subject of mission. I'd just like to mention in this kind of brief picture of Orthodoxy in migration and diaspora, the young generation of Oriental Orthodox scholars, such as Andrew Youssef and Gabriel Riad, who's now a PhD student at the Oxford Centre for Mission Studies, and Andrew Youssef also just finalising a doctorate in Toronto, as far as I'm aware, and raising very much the issue of what is the Oriental Orthodox kind of missionary approach, particularly in the diaspora. Anyway, I really need to finish now, but I'd just like to kind of summarize some of what I see as the particular demands and challenges of studying missiology as an Orthodox student and scholar today. And as I've already said, really, most of these have been mentioned. Perhaps the negative connotations of mission, in our contemporary world, which obviously affect many within the Orthodox Church as well. And consequently, in the Orthodox churches, the term witness has taken on more positive overtones, yet there is a lack of clarity as to what mission or witness actually is, and the forms it should take and can take, and the limits and possibilities of its methodology. So issues such as, is the local Orthodox Eucharistic community witnessing to Christ simply by its existence, as it faithfully gathers to pray and partake of the body and blood of Christ, or should it take a more proactive stance within the local community through forms of service or diaconia, through hospitality, through dialogue with those of other faith traditions, through being salt and light in the public spheres of politics and economics, through its actions to protect the environment? These are the kinds of questions Orthodox missiologists have to ask of the Orthodox Christian community, and I think we're grateful to those of other faith backgrounds when they ask them to us as well. There is, as also Father Christian has more discussed, a lack of clarity as to whether missiology should exist as a separate theological discipline in institutes of Orthodox higher education and how it relates to all the other disciplines. And Father Serapion Mitko in Moscow, his recent book is really about this issue. As a result of this lack of emphasis on missiology within the Orthodox institutions, there's a lack of teaching, research personnel projects, research projects within Orthodox theological institutions or other educational institutions. And I think that Orthodox scholars, such as, Avi, Father Christian, and myself, who get interested in issues related to mission, can only look on with envy at the vast range of educational institutions focusing on world Christianity, intercultural theology, interfaith dialogue, and everything which to us seems to exist in great abundance for Christians of other confessions. And I think we're only just thankful that they're very hospitable to us and opening their doors to us too. I think another great challenge for anyone considering studying and researching in the area of missiology or world Christianity within the Orthodox context, and perhaps within any faith context at the moment, is the kind of identity problem that you have. Nobody knows whether you're a historian, an anthropologist, a sociologist, an ethnologist, a culturologist, a theologian, or a linguist. And in a way, you have to be them all combined. And I think in my own case, it's kind of, I feel it's taken me a lifetime to kind of just, just begin to approach and study some of these areas. My own experience has taken me from being a student of language and literature, but then doing my doctoral studies, in a department of theology and religion, but then migrating to a department of ethnology and cultural research for my postdoc. So on the one hand, I feel like I kind of embody this identity crisis of anybody who starts to study and research mission. But perhaps it also gives me the answer to the question in the title of my paper, why study missiology? I think, looking at the early career of Nikolai Ilminsky that I've told you about, and also from my own experience, studying missiology is a huge challenge, which in a way you have to fight for. And it makes demands from all sides, and particularly as an Orthodox missiology, there's not necessarily a lot of support there. I'm very grateful to the person who I hope will be our next speaker, Father Andrew Louth, who accepted me to do my doctoral studies under him, really because he was interested in this whole issue of the Russian missions, and his continuing support has been absolutely wonderful. But just to say, why study missiology? It's a path rich in experience, I would say, both the encounters with the many others who are your fellow travelers, your colleagues, students, and the encounter with cultures, languages, social settings, which otherwise you may never have even heard of or have the chance to really to study and learn from. Perhaps more importantly than the personal benefits of studying missiology, it is also a calling to raise awareness of the missionary dimension of the Church's entire being and her missionary heritage throughout history, which, although kind of contaminated and toxic in various areas, has also been a very kind of profoundly rich experience, as we can see in the life of Nikolai Ilminsky. And so it is our kind of privilege and calling to promote the vision of a church which exists not for herself, but for the life of the world, to use the phrase of Alexander Schmeerman. So I'll finish there. And I hope that Father Andrew Louth has joined us.
Yes.
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 Hello.
Thank you, Alison. Thank you very much.
Very nice to see you. Very glad to see you. Thank you so much. We apologize that we haven't communicated well enough the changes in the program, which meant that your time ended up being at a different time, but we're very glad that you've joined us nevertheless. And whilst Father Andrew, I think in many ways, perhaps he doesn't need a lot of introduction, but he is Emeritus Professor of Eastern Orthodox Theology at the University of Durham and the author of many theological works, both in the field of patristics, which he'll be talking about today, but also more recently, overviews of recent Orthodox thinkers and theology, which have been of kind of profound influence, I feel, throughout the world in their scope and their nature. And as I've just mentioned, I'm very profoundly grateful to him for taking me on as a student. So thank you, Father Andrew. And perhaps I'd like to say that although his title is patristics and the modern mission of the Church, he's relating what his own knowledge of the patristic writings and figures, writers, to the current situation today. So we look forward to hearing what you would like to tell us. Thank you.
Thank you. So can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Alison. Actually, I was really Professor of Patristic and Byzantine Studies, a much more, much less obviously Orthodox topic, because it is in fact not, Durham is not actually an Orthodox university. It would be very odd perhaps to have a professorship in Orthodox studies as such. And anyway, primarily I am, I think, in my formation, a patristic scholar. That's what I like to think of myself as. And so what I've done is to look at the patristic tradition, or look at bits of the patristic tradition, and ask some questions about mission. And I think that a lot of this is going to sound rather negative, and I'll try and cope with that when I get to the end. But if one looks at the tradition even from the New Testament onwards, I think it's hard to get a very clear picture of what the mission of the Church was thought to be and how it was to be pursued. Of course, there is the very famous ending of Matthew's Gospel, where the Lord, about to ascend into heaven, gives his disciples the command to go and preach to all the nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, which seems very clear. And in modern terms, this has been thought of as the Great Commission to Christians to take the gospel, to preach the gospel everywhere. In the New Testament itself, if we look at what a sort of active mission, it really concerns very few people, mostly Paul. I mean, once Acts gets going, it is a story of Paul's traveling throughout the Mediterranean world. Before that, Peter plays an important role, and also the deacon Philip has a small but significant role in what we would think of as mission. But it is actually quite difficult to produce a very coherent story about what happens in the New Testament period. There were, after all, 12 apostles. And it's in the period thereafter, I think it becomes quite difficult to produce a coherent story. There's a very good book by a Jewish scholar, Martin Goodman, called Mission and Conversion, which really ends up with a lot of questions as to what it is we think we're talking about, rather than giving a picture in the manner of Harnack's book, Mission und Ausbreitung des Christentums. The title of which is quite interesting because it's more about the spread of Christianity, Ausbreitung, and less about mission as such. In the New Testament itself, Paul, when he's writing to the Corinthians, talks about the various offices in the church. And the context of this is actually primarily the unity of the church and the way in which the different offices in the church are meant to work together. But he says that that God established in the church first apostles, secondly prophets, third teachers, and then miracles or powers, then gifts of healing, and so on. And he then goes on to say, are all apostles, are all prophets, are all teachers, do all work miracles, I suppose, do all have gifts of healing, and so on. Which suggests that not everybody does. Some people may have one, maybe possibly they overlap. But the idea that every single Christian is called to be an apostle is not what this suggests. An apostle is really the only word here that I think suggests missionary activity. And the use of apostle in the Christian church is rather odd in that it really dies out. The apostles of the 12 then expanded by the 70 who were contemporaneous with them. And a word which we'll come to in a bit later on, is apostolos, is a word that has got problems, let us say. My first reaction to this it's often the case, I think, when you look back at the fathers, that you find that the way they talk about things is rather different from what we might expect, in various ways. But in this particular case, it seems to me there is a real problem of perspective that we at least need to recognize, even if we think that it's not really very serious. And that is that mission and conversion seem to me to suggest a perspective that takes Paul as being archetypal. And I wonder whether that is a very helpful way of thinking. And for instance, if one takes the notion of conversion, it is very easy, it seems to me, to find oneself looking for conversion in the sense of Paul on the Damascus Road, or later in the sense of Augustine and his account of his conversion in the Confessions. A clear switch from one way of thinking to another way of thinking. But there are many people who, if you ask this question of them, it becomes very difficult to answer because the shift was not so clear, so definite, so marked. There are plenty of Christians in later periods for whom conversion is best understood as a continuing attempt to reorientate oneself in relation to Christ, rather than some once-for-all event. And the idea of conversion as a once-for-all event, as we know in modern Christianity, particularly modern let's say modern Methodism, which in England is the place where it was most important, where a conversion experience was more or less required if you were to think of yourself as a true Christian. And this seems to me to make universal something which is, I think, at best, only one possible paradigm. But to come back to the patristic material, it actually is quite difficult to put together a picture, because the evidence that we have, apart from the evidence of Paul, is scanty, and it's often, one should say, it's apocryphal or hagiographical. I mean, take the 12 apostles. What do we know about the rest of them? Well, virtually nothing. There are stories about Thomas in India. There are stories about the apostle Andrew around the Black Sea. The stories about Thomas must relate to something, because they are quite early, but quite what is really very unclear. And it's not clear, for instance, whether it was Thomas who went to India or whether Thomas sent other apostles, lesser apostles, to India. In the case of Andrew, the legends are really quite late. And it's not very easy to be very clear about what exactly it is that lies behind them. In the other cases, there's virtually nothing. Now, why? If the mission of the apostles was so central to the church, why is it that we find so little evidence? Or perhaps, as I've said, we're looking for the wrong thing. That the idea of mission as something which is peculiarly associated with the apostles is perhaps not what we should be thinking about. If we look a bit later, there's another oddity. St. Chrysostom, in a number of places, gives the impression that Jesus' command to preach the gospel to all nations has already been fulfilled. By the end of the 4th century, he gives the impression that everybody, I'll come back to what he means by that in a minute, but everybody has had the chance to hear the gospel. Now, there are two things about this that strike me, two observations that I want to make in this context. The first of all is, what does Chrysostom mean by everybody when he talks about all nations or all ethne, which doesn't necessarily mean nation in our sense. It could mean provinces of the empire, for instance. But all nations, all people have had the opportunity to hear the gospel. Now, we know actually that by Chrysostom's time, the gospel had spread beyond the Roman Empire, and in particular Christians in the East were beginning to take the gospel way beyond the boundary of the Roman Empire. But we also know that many Christians, most Christians, really thought of the Roman Empire as what it was called, the oikumene, the inhabited world, the civilized world. Outside that world, there were only barbarians. There's a curious example of this, better known from my perspective, on the British archipelago, as it were. Patrick is often referred to as the apostle to the Irish. But there are two oddities about his understanding of his mission. The first is that he was sent there as a bishop, which in the terms of the early church and its canons suggests there were Christians already there. Missionary bishops, in the sense of bishops who went to teach the gospel to people who were simply non-Christian, I think is almost inconceivable. Patrick was a bishop to the Irish because there were Irish Christians to whom he could be bishop. I'll come back to that point in a moment. But the other thing is the curious way in his letters in which the people who are Christians and the people he has converted are called Romans. Now, Ireland was never part of the Roman Empire, but Patrick seems to see the preaching of the gospel as extending the Roman Empire, so that the people who become Christians are ipso facto Romani, which is odd. And there's another oddity. I said the term apostle stopped being used after the 12 and the 70. So by the 2nd century, there are no apostles in this sense. No, but there are isapostoli. One of the first to be called isapostolos is Constantine. Another to be called isapostolos is St. Volodymyr, Prince of Kiev, who had his people baptized in 988 or thereabout. The use of the word apostolos has actually usually got a political significance, except in the case of women, and that's a different story, and we can't go into now. But isapostolos applied to princes who brought their people to the faith, or who facilitated the Christian mission throughout their nation, does suggest, I think, a rather worrying link between political power and the spread of the gospel, which has been notable, I think, in the last half millennium. There's another point about Chrysostom's odd view that the gospel has been preached. It connects with something else, a bit different. What's striking about the spread of the gospel, and indeed the teaching of the Lord, is that it was accompanied by miracles. The Lord preached and worked miracles. Peter and Paul, in the Acts of the Apostles, also worked miracles. So that miracles are associated with mission, or with the apostolic mission, or indeed with Jesus' mission. But Chrysostom, in several places, wants to explain why there are no miracles now in the church. Why at the end of the 4th, beginning of the 5th century, there are no miracles in the way that we read about them in the New Testament. And his explanation is that miracles belong to the apostolic mission, which is now finished, is now complete. And and the same is true of Augustine, though in the case of Augustine, he changes his mind. He changes his mind sometime in the 410s, as it were, in connection with the miracles associated with the rediscovered relics of St. Stephen that were taken all around the Mediterranean in the 2nd decade of the 5th century and were accompanied by miracles. And Augustine, who hitherto had thought that miracles simply belonged to the apostolic period, changed his mind because he saw miracles associated with the relics of Stephen, which came along the North African coast to Carthage. I don't know whether they actually went to Hippo itself, and then crossed over to Minorca, where there's a long account of the presence of the relics of St. Stephen there and the miracles that they worked. And from about this time, the middle of this is all early 5th century, you begin to find the acceptance again of miracles being performed in the church. There's a very interesting book by Gisèle Denis, which explores this change in the mentality of the church in that period. And it coincides with the growth of hagiography. And if you ask what are the miracles that are now being performed, actually it's not quite that. That's not quite what we find. We find miracles being what hagiography is about. Hagiography from the 5th century is not primarily the biography of people who are thought to be saintly, but the accounts of people who, after their death, are working miracles. And it's those miracles performed after their death that qualify these people as saints. The standard form of the life of a saint from the 5th century onwards is really mostly interested in the miracles that occur after the death of the saint. However, despite all these negative things, there is a lot of interesting evidence to suggest, a lot of evidence that Christianity certainly did spread. And whether it's to do with something like an apostolic mission continuing, or whether we should be asking another question, is what I want to end by discussing just briefly. I've only given 10 minutes, and I think I've gone over that already. What I want to first refer to is an inscription that was discovered in 1883 by the British archaeologist William Ramsay in Asia Minor. And it is an inscription, a stone containing an inscription written in very elaborate Greek by somebody who we are now fairly sure is the Bishop of Verkios, whose feast day we kept very recently. Verkios, who was Bishop of Hierapolis in Phrygia. And this inscription was a public inscription, and it looks as if its purpose was to say something that will be understood by Christians, but not offend those who were not. So it's not actually it's not clear exactly what it's saying, but those who have eyes to hear, they will understand who it is and what he's talking about. And this inscription, which was intended for his tombstone, is quite long, but it says of him that he was citizen of an ancient city, that he made this tombstone in my lifetime, that I might have here a resting place for my body. A Verkios by name, I am a disciple of the chaste shepherd who feeds his flocks of sheep on mountains and plains, and has taught and has great eyes that look on all sides. He taught me faithful writings. There are gaps in it. He sent me to Rome to behold a kingdom and to see a queen with golden robe and golden shoes. And there I saw a people bearing the splendid seal. And then he went the other direction to the plain of Syria and all the cities, even Nisibis, having crossed the Euphrates. And everywhere he comments that everywhere, faith led the way and set before me food, the fish from the spring, mighty and pure, whom a spotless virgin caught, and gave this to friends to eat, always having sweet wine and giving the mixed cup with bread. Now, what's interesting, it's a bit more, but that's the essential bit. What's interesting about this is Verkios has traveled everywhere between Rome and beyond the empire, over the other side of the Euphrates. And everywhere he has found Christians, and everywhere these Christians are marked by having the seal, which is baptism, and also sharing with him the Eucharist, the consecrated bread and wine of the Eucharist. The fish, which is Christ, whom a spotless virgin caught, and then the sweet wine and the mixed cup with bread. It's a very remarkable inscription, and particularly remarkable that it was sort of discovered only 150 years ago. Do I mean that? For him, there are Christians, identifiable Christians, all throughout the world, and this will be towards the end of the 2nd century, which is not the picture that many scholars recently have wanted to portray. So Christians were found throughout the Mediterranean world and probably beyond, and Verkios' inscription is a surprising witness to this. In a little bit later than the patristic period, the sort of middle of the 1st millennium, studies of mission are now suggesting that we should not look primarily at the great stories of the great missionaries, people like Boniface and Winifred and others, that we should look really at what was happening sort of beneath the radar, as it were. Ian Wood, in his book, The Missionary Experience, suggests that the real mission and conversion was conducted by quite, well, maybe humble isn't the right word, but by quite ordinary Christians, particularly merchants who traveled and talked about their faith where they went, and people were interested, and communities emerged. Certainly, as far as the West is concerned, there are no cities that claim to be apostolic foundations in the way that, apart from Rome, in the way that there are so many in Asia Minor, for instance. But even ones that claim to be apostolic in Asia Minor, there are more cities that were Christian than those who had apostles preaching them the gospel. So it seems to me that I wonder this, that in the patristic period, it seems to me missionary activity took place. In other words, people spreading the faith to others who became interested and in the end joined. But that it is a story that was under the radar, as it were, that we don't know very much about it. What we know about are the apostles, who often confirmed, I think, must have done the missionary activity that had already taken place. And that is certainly the picture that appears from a few centuries later in the West. So I wonder whether one of the things that we might learn from looking at the curiously odd evidence of mission in the patristic period is that the real story of missionary activity is not a story of great missionaries who are regarded eventually as saints and about whom lives are written, detailing their struggles for the faith. Many of them were bishops, and as I've said, bishops were usually sent to places where there were already Christians. Even the cases of the people who were sent from England, Boniface and others, the evidence now is reasonably clear that they went to communities where there were Christians and confirmed them. I mean, similarly, right at the end of the millennium, when Iceland adopted Christianity in the year 1000, it's clear that there are lots of Christians there already. And the stories of Christian missionaries in Iceland were largely stories of people who came to regulate and inform their forms of worship rather than actually to preach the gospel in the ordinary sense of the word. And so perhaps mission is something that is much less formally organized in the earlier period than it became after the I suppose after the Renaissance, after the discovery of the New World and discovery of areas that were entirely devoid of Christianity, and became some sort of it became associated with colonialism and brings its own problems. Anyway, that's what I have to suggest. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Father Andrew. I'm Evie Vulgaraki. Alison asked me to take it on from here and to lead the discussion. Nevertheless, it is 3:06. I would like to have some small discussion, let's say for a quarter of an hour. I was very impressed by most of the speeches today and by your talk, your presentation, Father Andrew, because my PhD was on St. John Chrysostom, and that was also my main point, that it was the community that disseminated the word. It was the community, the lay people, and not the protagonists that we tend to think about. So thank you very much. There are some questions here already in the chat.
Sure.
Yes.
First question, more like a comment from Dr. Theokritov. Comment: what Father Andrew says about patristic period mission by ordinary people, merchants, etc., would seem to coincide with remarkable precision with the pattern of Orthodox mission in Alaska.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. So we are all unanimously in favor of this presentation. So do we have anything else? No? So we have someone here in the room who would like to ask a question. Please, Professor Christinaki.
Nice to be among all you. I would like to make a comment more than a question, but Professor Vahakangas might take a position on what I'm going to say. I'm a canonist, okay, and not a missiologist, but okay. It was a very interesting introduction that you made. There is a question if we should change the theological subject of missiology, the name, in order to avoid the colonialistic color, or should it be redefined by the scholars? I think that global Christianity and intercultural relations is not missiology. It does not include the element of the call of the others to be one of us. Dialogue in general with the others is not missiology, because the dialogue does not aim to persuade someone to convert, to come to us. Martyria, a Greek word, is not missiology, because martyria is not a call, but an announcement of a religious identity. The method of redefining missiology, I think, that should stick to the word mission. In the Greek language, we do not need to redefine the word mission, because we have a specific word for mission, which cannot change its meaning. The Greeks say in one word, not two words, holy mission, iera apostoli. We do not say just mission. The Western world uses the word mission to describe the aims of a commercial company, okay, which will make a difference in the market to the consumers. The consumers are humans, they are people. So if you buy a sweater to be protected by the cold in the United Kingdom, is not part of the mission of the company, but making people decide to wear this sweater, which has been manufactured in a friendly way to the environment, is a part of the mission of the company, a friendly climate company. So redefining mission has been done by the markets and the commerce and the consuming community. And this is why academic scholars won't need to try hard to redefine the word mission in the context of theological studies. The Greek-speaking theology has a different word for the theological concept of the mission to discern from any other kind of mission of the common word, because the church in the very first steps used the Greek language to describe the ecclesial concepts, using always the prothemes, ieros, sacred, holy, agios. We do not say canons, we say holy canons, sacred canons. We do not say just communion, we always say divine communion. My question is, if you could use this argument, taking a hint from the linguistic argument from the Greek language, so that you can more easily redefine the word mission, because I strongly believe that there is no another word that we can really replace this discipline, because It includes, and tell me if you agree, it includes a stage of persuasion of the others, a movement to the other to call him and come with us. And it's not just presenting my faith, it's a call to my faith.
Should I answer briefly?
Yes, Professor, yes.
Yeah. So I would just like to point out that, well, first of all, I said that there is and there will not be a generally agreed concept of mission in theology, especially then, well, perhaps not even within one specific ecclesiastic tradition, but especially across the ecclesiastic traditions. And I'm thankful that you bring up these like linguistic dimension here. Hierapostoli is not exactly the same as the word mission in the West, as you point out. And in that sense, I think let's say, the contribution of other languages to international theological discussion is important because it brings more nuance to these discussions. For example, my native language could also bring different views, not being an Indo-European language. So just saying that, like what I was presenting, I was not trying to be prescriptive. This is how it should be, but just describing what kind of developments have been taking place.
Yes.
Could I just add something? Hierapostoli isn't found in the Fathers. It's not an old word. I don't know when it appeared in Greek, but it doesn't begin. The prefix hiera only occurs from about the 6th century onwards, and I think it's influenced by Dionysius. So it's not an Aboriginal Christian word. It's a word that has come in at a later stage. And I think you're right that it is that sort of this way of, as it were, identifying as a Christian word by putting hiera in front of it is found regularly. I mean, we don't in Orthodoxy talk about the canons, and we don't talk about canon law. We talk about the holy canons, and I think that's a significant distinction. But I think we need to look a little bit. I think we need to look about how old these words are and why they were introduced in the way that they have been. And similarly, with what you said about mission is very interesting, because I haven't had a chance to look, and I can very easily, but I haven't had, I just looked at the patristic Greek lexicon for hierapostoli. But if you, the word mission, I suspect in English primarily has a Christian meaning, or first of all had a Christian meaning. And then it was, the mission of the church is to proclaim the gospel. The mission of a company is to sell its goods. And what has happened, and what you say is quite right, what is happening, and the danger, and it's a danger that we need to be very conscious of, is that the secondary meaning of mission, selling your goods, can actually begin to inform the primary meaning that we have, which is not to do with selling goods in any way at all. And we need to be very cautious about the way in which the way the words develop in modern languages actually compromises the original Christian usage. And it's terribly easy, I think, to forget this. And there are all sorts of contexts, I think, where this happens, where the overtones of a modern use of a word are unconsciously being sort of brought back to the Christian use, which was original. I mean, the most extraordinary example, I think, is ierarchia, which was invented by Dionysius the Areopagite, and primarily means the way in which God's love is manifested throughout the variegated form of the universe.
Yes.
That is quite different from the what the word hierarchical tends to mean in English nowadays, and indeed I think in most modern languages it's a sociological term referring to rank primarily. But to read that back into Dionysius is to read back into the person who invented the word a notion that is barely present at all.
Yes, the church has invented a lot of things. The church has invented a lot of things in medicine, in many fields, because it's the history of Christianity and the history of humanity. Mm-hmm. And of course, yes, the word hierapostoli is a synthetic word, but in the patristic text, we don't meet the word in a synthetic form, but in a two-word schema. Sacred mission, holy mission, holy canons. And if we keep this holy and sacred in Orthodoxy, I believe that we keep these proverbs in our language. We tend to keep them or make them synthetic, okay, but we keep them. I think that it is a safe way to keep the meanings too, to keep the real meanings in the memory of people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next question by Reverend Father Alexandros Fouliaras, a teaching fellow at our Department of Social Theology and the Study of Religion. Father.
Thank you very much for this very interesting conference and the lectures. I would like to ask something to Father Andrew Louth, to whom, as Dr. Kolosova said, we are all very grateful, and I personally, because I had the privilege to have him as my doctoral father. Father Andrew, I will ask you something not academic, something most practical. Nowadays, many people, especially the youth, are departing from the church due to secularization. How can the church develop and improve its missionary work in order to invite people in Christian life? And can the work and life of the fathers of the church inspire us towards this? Thank you.
Father Andrew? Oh, it seems that the internet is not working.
Okay, it's okay. We may proceed and we'll catch up later.
Oh,
no,
okay.
It's okay.
Father
It's okay.
Andrew.
Is it all right?
Yes.
Yeah, right, good. Look, I think that my view is this, that one of the reasons for young people drifting away from the church is that the church no longer tries to communicate with them. That we assume that they will make the effort to understand, to understand a language which is barely theirs any longer. I mean, Greece, for instance, the liturgy is not in a language which is very easy to understand, and if you've not made some effort, it's not in modern Greek. But more deeply, I think we do not make enough effort to communicate with people. We assume that they will either take it or leave it, and that seems to me not helpful. I think we ought to make occasions where people can ask questions about what we think we're talking about. I don't think that any sort of method or procedure is going to solve this one. What matters is continuing to communicate, which means partly on our side listening, so that we know how they talk, what they talk about, what they think is important, so that we can begin to introduce what we think the Christian gospel has to say to them in their situation. I think that's the way I've looked at it, rather than trying to share some sort of some missiological message. I mean, Alison mentioned rightly the importance for this whole question of of communicating the gospel, of Father Alexander Schmeermann's book, For the Life of the World, which was very, very quickly translated into Greek. It was recognized very, very quickly that this is a very important work, which it is. I don't think Schmeermann is interested in method, in techniques, as it were. He is interested in making sure we communicate what the gospel is about, rather than letting it be overlaid by customs that belong to a different culture. It's very easy, I think, to assume that people will understand something that is for us, the ceremonies of the liturgy, even the language of the liturgy, the beautiful language of the hymns that we sing. This is something that we understand and we appreciate. But it's not in a modern idiom. And I think that I'm not suggesting we change the idiom, but I am suggesting that we listen to what the puzzles that people have and try to respond to them in terms that they can understand.
Thank you. Thank you, Father Alexander and Father Andrew. Well, we are already 24 minutes past 3 and we start at 4 and we have a lunch break. So there will be no time for more questions, but I will hierarchically take the opportunity to make a comment. I mean, Alison gave me a role, but she didn't leave me any time to exercise this role, because we are also very interested in the terminology, the missiological terminology. It was rightly expressed by Professor Christinaki. We want to do something new and we are thinking it again and again. So it is true that mission was there from the start, although not described in different verbs. For example, vivaskin, kideste, frodizing, taking care of people, teaching people. And there is a lot of discussion about terminology. I realized from Brian Stanley's presentation that it is not some haphazard event that the missiological thinking started very late. It was a general development, that the way to work scholarly, to develop a discipline was a much later development. So among other disciplines that became very systematic, missiology was one of the latest. And indeed, the term Hierapostoli in Greek only started in the 19th century. But I also share the feeling with Professor Christinaki that if we say martyria, although it is linked to martyrdom and gives it an over-dramatic tone, what practically it means is that you sit on your couch and people come around and say, oh, how beautiful you are. So then the movement towards the other is really missing, while mission is martyria, it is odiporia, going, you know, it is also diaconia, assisting people. And I don't know, you will have the time to make a final comment. I just want to tell you that I think missiology as a very, very important branch of theology, because it includes the word. It has this loving approach to the whole world, toward Christianity, or to the world as such in its situation. And it goes without saying that no matter how we name it, it is post-colonial. We cannot understand the word unless we understand colonialism and unless we take a position on that. We try to remedy things. We try to give people, because Christ is the liberator, to give people freedom because Christ is the liberator. And this has to be expressed in all the ways we think and do theology. So I would like to ask the speakers, only the speakers, if they have a final comment and to thank them very deeply. I would also like to ask them for their presentations. If they have no other obligation, we would be very happy and most honored and proud and joyous if we publish them in Salt. Maybe I start with Brian. Are you here, Brian?
Yeah, still here, but I will have to go.
Oh, you are very patient. Thank you.
So, no, I've enjoyed the morning, and yeah, I think there's a lot of themes that we could pursue, but I'm afraid I won't be able to be part of a discussion. But thank you again.
Thank you. Mika?
I'm just saying thank you, and hope to see many of you in Volos in January.
Oh, yes, indeed. We will see each other and touch each other. That's very important. Father Christian, is he in? No, he had also obligation. So, Father Andrew.
Just mostly apology. I missed most of the morning because I was not clear when it was taking place. And I'm afraid my paper was written very quickly in the quarter of an hour before I gave it. But thank you very much. The discussion has been very important. And yeah, let's leave it like that. We can talk about other things later because there's going to be a round table. Is that right?
Yes, we do have another table. We will start at 4. Let's give it 4:15, something like that, because we do not want to be late for the other speakers. And now we are going to have a Lebanese lunch. I'm sorry, we can't offer you.
It's a pity. Very nice. Yes, Lebanese food is very good.
Thank you. So we will close now for 3/4 of an hour, and we start again at 4.
Yes, a lunch break now is taking place for all fortunate people here in the beautiful and renovated venue, audiovisual venue of the School of Theology of the National and Capodistria University of Athens. In the meantime, the break also applies to all.
And to you,
yes,
Dimitri, close it and you can open it up again.
Of course, I will join you in a little while. In the meantime, we will catch up with the main points and arguments of this session.
This is for the video, so you do not have to remain in the room.
It's for the recording. You are not obliged to attend it. We will read some parts of the program in English, including the highlights, the basic points and arguments of this second session. We are very grateful to have with us so outstanding researchers and experts. It's truly a blessing. So, the second session. In the second session, let's start from the keynote speech by Reverend Professor Andrew Louth, titled Patristic Tradition and Christian Mission in Modern Times. If we look back to patristic tradition for some guidance on Christian mission in modern times, Professor Louth argues, immediately we face something like a contradiction. The New Testament, with Jesus' last earthly command, Matthew 28:19, the selective account of the spread of the church in Acts, fleshed out in the Apostle Paul's letters, makes mission central. Yet, by the end of the 4th century, St. John Chrysostom is an example mission as conversion of pagans is not at all emphasized. The gospel has been proclaimed to the whole inhabited world, the ecumenios, and we now await the return of Christ. Furthermore, recent historical scholarship on Christian mission suggests that the grand narrative, with saintly bishops proclaiming the gospel, often at the cost of a martyr's death, overlooks the real importance of the spread of the faith by lay Christians. e.g. merchants, and reveals that the complex interplay between politics and mission, familiar in early modern experience of mission as mudding the picture, is of long standing. His brief contribution reflected on this aporia. Next is the keynote speech by Professor Brian Stanley. The title was World Christianity in the 20th and 21st Century and the Study of Missiology. Professor Stanley reflected on important trends in the evolution of missiology, or the science of missions, Missionwissenschaft in German, since its origins in late 19th century Germany, and relate this to the more recent emergence of world Christianity as a multidisciplinary area of study that gives particular attention to the growth of both historic and new forms of Christianity in the global south. We continued with Professor Mika Vachakangas and his presentation, The Future of Missiologies in the 21st Century. The planet, Professor Vachakangas points out, has perhaps never needed more understanding on human encounters than today, including those between people of different faiths. The complex problems of the world require interreligious and cultural cooperation. Mission studies is a discipline that specializes on such encounters. In that sense, one could imagine that mission studies would be in high demand everywhere. Yet, chairs and programs of mission studies are being closed down due to the fact that in much of academic world, the concept Christian mission has got contaminated by its colonial and triumphalist connotations. In part, the missiologists themselves are to blame for failing to keep a healthy critical distance between their discipline and the mission it studies. In part, the modern secular mindset has painted a simplistic, somber picture of Christian mission and the study of it. There are three prospects for mission studies. One is simply to disappear as a discipline and be carried out by other fields of study, such as general history of intercultural studies. The other alternative is to change the name to a less contaminated one, and the third one is to reclaim the concept mission to a decolonial new use. All the three solutions are in use in different parts of the world. What appears as obvious is that no general consensus will emerge as to the meaning and nature of the concept of mission and subsequently mission studies. Professor Vachakangas' presentation was followed by a keynote speech by Dr. Alison Ruth Kolosova. The title, A Demanding Branch of Theology. Why study missiology? This talk, Dr. Kolosova's talk, provided a brief overview of the awakening of Orthodox missiology in the 19th to 20th centuries against the background of immigration and diaspora, Orthodox mission in Africa and Asia, new forms of witness in post-communist societies, and Orthodox engagement in ecumenical missiological reflection. It highlighted the challenges facing missiology and especially Orthodox missiology in the contemporary world, the negative connotations and wide variety of understandings of the term and practice of mission, lack of clarity as to how missiology relates to other theological disciplines, the neglect of missiological teaching and research in Orthodox theological institutions, the interdisciplinary nature of missiology. The speaker argued, however, that there is a pressing need to improve the profile of missiology at all educational levels for both clergy and laity in order to raise awareness of the missionary dimension of the Church's entire being and her missionary heritage throughout history, and to promote vision of a church which exists not for herself, but for the life of the world. Finally, Reverend Professor Christian Sonea talked about the need for missiology in Orthodox theological institutions. The presence of missiology as an academic discipline in the faculties of Orthodox theology, Professor Sonea remarks, is a novelty if we compare missiology with other theological disciplines. However, its necessity is observable in a world in continuous change, in which theology must rediscover the dynamism of patristic thought and give living answers to the fundamental questions of human communities. For this reason, his paper argued for the importance of missiology as an academic discipline in the theological curriculum and the importance of the missionary perspective of all theological disciplines taught in Orthodox higher educational institutions. And now the break. 4 o'clock, all back for the final session of our international event. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που είστε ακόμα μαζί μας και στην συνεδρία 2. Στις 4 θα ξεκινήσει η τρίτη και τελευταία συνεδρία της ημερίδας. Μέχρι τότε βεβαίως έχουμε το διάλειμμά μας, ισχύει για όλους και για το Zoom και για το YouTube και για όσους τυχερούς είναι εδώ στο κτίριο της Θεολογικής Σχολής και απολαμβάνουν ένα πολύ όμορφο και λιτό γεύμα προετοιμασμένο από στελέχη και τους φορείς οργάνωσης της εκδήλωσης. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Στις οθόνες όλων παραμένει το πρώτο τεύχος, το εξώφυλλο του πρώτου τεύχους, το οποίο παρουσιάστηκε και είναι διαθέσιμο και στην Αποστολική Διακονία, μεταξύ άλλων. Είμαστε μαζί σας σε πάρα πολύ λίγο. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ όλες και όλους. Καλησπέρα σε όλες και όλους. Όπως έχουμε ανακοινώσει, σε λίγο θα τελειώσει το διάλειμμά μας. Θα εισέλθουμε στην τρίτη και τελευταία συνεδρία. Welcome to all our esteemed audience. In 10 or 15 minutes, the latest, we will begin with our final third session. There is plenty of time to prepare, and we will be with you very shortly.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's the academic quarter after 4 o'clock.
It's nearly the time, not of the year, of the day.
Δεν είμαστε ακόμα σε βίντεο σκόψη. Okay. So, nice to see you all. This is the third and last session of today's international conference. We had two very interesting sessions so far with very much information and exchange and a pretty good meal, I must say. And you must excuse us for not coming on at 4 o'clock sharp, but you know, it's Athens. We are in between West and East, North and South. So we may excuse ourselves by saying we have spent an academic quarter. But I'm moving on to the third session. We're going to present a vast spectrum of perspectives and methodologies, both geographically and in terms of scholarly discipline. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, please.
You all hear me, okay? Okay. So the first speaker is Father Athanasios Atanas Kayembe Badibanga. He is coming from Congo and he is an Archimandrite at the Holy Metropolis of Guinea. He's also director at the Patriarchal Library of Alexandria. So he's coming from the French speaking region of Africa. And we are very happy that we have him here because also there is a language barrier. It is unfortunate that we use the imperial languages, English and Lesser French and Greek. This was an English conference, but we are happy to have one presentation in French. But I will not let you like that. We shall send you in the chat a file with an English translation so that you can follow, the ones of you who do not speak French. So this is of course a draft translation and a draft version of the paper. It is not for publishing. And I would like to welcome, after I explain, je vous ai présenté, Père Athanas, nous vous remercions, vous allez parler en français et pendant la discussion, je traduirai si je peux. Vous êtes bienvenus. I would like to say that he is going to speak on a very hot subject, the subject of enculturation, and I'm very eager to listen. Vous allez parler sur l'inculturation. Alors, venez.
Voyez la caméra.
Je remercie aussi Madame Evie et tous les organisateurs de cette conférence et qui nous donnent aussi l'occasion de parler, d'apporter aussi un tout petit rien sur la culture et la religion en Afrique. Alors, nous allons commencer d'abord avec le monde où est né le christianisme. Le christianisme, selon le professeur Konstantinos Skouteri, est né dans un environnement défini par trois mondes. Le monde judaïque, le monde hellénique et le monde romain. Selon le même professeur, il ne s'agit pas seulement de trois nations communautaires différentes, mais il s'agit de trois mentalités différentes qui, d'une façon étrange, à l'époque de la naissance du christianisme, conservaient chacune des éléments des terribles éléments sur base de leurs contradictions chaotiques, mais en même temps, elles étaient caractérisées par une disposition de tolérance, de coexistence ou d'interdépendance. La contradiction est due à ce que chacun de ces trois mondes avait exclusivement une marche historique propre à lui et qui déterminait sa physionomie ou avait ses propres caractéristiques. Malgré la différence qui caractérisait ces trois mondes incompatibles entre eux, ils ont cependant créé des conditions importantes de coexistence tout en se donnant le nécessaire sans que chacun ne perde ses caractéristiques et respecte leurs différences. Pour un Africain, la compréhension et l'étude du christianisme doit commencer à partir de la description du monde dans lequel ce dernier est né et s'est développé. Le point 2, c'est sur la réflexion théologique par rapport au christianisme africain. Le sous-point, confrontation du christianisme. La première source de confrontation à l'intérieur du christianisme vient du fait que le christianisme se constitue à partir d'une rencontre, celle qui a eu lieu entre l'Évangile et la société. Nous pouvons faire une analyse plus serrée de cette union entre l'Évangile et la société en constatant qu'il existe un double aspect de cette rencontre. D'une part, celle qui se réalise avec des sociétés différentes et d'autre part, celle qui se renouvelle au sein de la même société en perpétuelle évolution ou mutation. Le monde africain est naturellement confronté au même problème à partir du moment où l'Évangile lui est annoncé. La société est appelée à recevoir cet Évangile dans le cadre de sa civilisation, de ses structures sociales et de ses courants de pensée. Cette rencontre se révéla plus complexe encore par le fait que, d'une part, là où les sociétés africaines étaient elles-mêmes en difficile confrontation avec des sociétés culturellement différentes, et d'autre part, l'Évangile annoncé était déjà inclus dans un christianisme particulier de ces sociétés étrangères. En termes plus clairs, le christianisme naissant se trouvait avoir à vivre deux confrontations étroitement mêlées. L'une interne, due à la rencontre entre l'Évangile et la société d'accueil, l'autre externe, provenant de la présence d'un christianisme d'importation. Outre les difficultés d'enracinement de l'Évangile dans les sociétés africaines, ce qui en soi n'a rien de particulier ou d'extraordinaire, le message évangélique avait aussi à tenir compte du fait que toutes les activités de ces sociétés étaient déjà soumises à la religion. Pour certains, le retour à nos cultures signifie le retour à nos religions traditionnelles africaines. Cette attitude est compréhensible s'il est vrai qu'une adoration ne peut se passer d'expression culturelle. On ne peut pas séparer une religion de son expression culturelle. Si un élément culturel exprime une relation avec le sacré, celui-ci informe, donne forme ou modèle cette expression culturelle. Dans la vie de foi de l'Africain, ce dernier n'a donc pas l'intention de confronter ces religions africaines au christianisme. Encore moins, le retour à ses propres cultures ne signifie pas le retour à ces religions traditionnelles africaines, mais plutôt de provoquer une rencontre authentique entre l'Évangile et la culture. Un message porté, aussi admirable soit-il pour le porteur, s'il ne rencontre pas d'éléments récepteurs de la société où il est annoncé, sera pour le destinateur un message vide de sens et de vie. Le point B, le christianisme africain. La première réalité du christianisme africain est qu'il n'y a pas un christianisme africain, mais plusieurs. Les divisions historiques du christianisme se sont introduites en Afrique à travers les diverses missions que le continent a reçues et continue de recevoir. Nous avons les différentes branches du protestantisme, les familles orthodoxes, le catholicisme avec ses différents ordres, l'anglicanisme, etc. À cela, il faut ajouter aussi les groupes évangéliques venant d'Amérique du Nord dans le temps le plus récent. Enfin, nous pouvons aussi mentionner les églises africaines indépendantes fondées par des prophètes africains. Chacune vit dans la fidélité confessionnelle que son église mère lui a léguée. Nous pouvons discerner dans chaque communauté certaines aspirations identiques. La première aspiration des chrétiens de ces communautés est de retrouver leur histoire et leur identité africaine. La deuxième est de connaître et de comprendre les vérités chrétiennes en relation avec leur contexte de vie. La troisième aspiration est de s'engager ensemble dans la société au nom de la foi chrétienne. Ce que nous signalons comme aspiration des chrétiens africains est déjà une indication que la réflexion théologique ne peut pas demeurer enfermée à l'intérieur des écoles et facultés de théologie. La théologie est appelée à entrer dans la communauté chrétienne, non simplement comme un engagement, mais par la voie de réflexion commune pour être pleinement reçue. Le troisième point, c'est la théologie de l'identité et du christianisme africain. Une réflexion théologique africaine tient nécessairement compte du concept et de la réalité de l'incarnation de Dieu dans l'histoire humaine. En Afrique, la culture de l'identité permet la reconnaissance et la détermination du lieu et de l'attente de l'incarnation. Si la civilisation peut se définir comme une certaine manière définie de vivre d'une société dans un milieu donné, la culture, elle, peut être comprise comme la réflexion critique d'une personne ou d'une communauté sur sa civilisation afin d'y découvrir le sens de sa vie et de faire le choix de son existence. Le quatrième point, nous parlons de l'inculturation comme notion de la mission en Afrique. Le christianisme africain se cherche depuis plusieurs années. Ce concept d'inculturation au croisement de la théologie et de l'anthropologie désigne l'inscription du message évangélique et de l'organisation ecclésiale dans une culture. Il faut entendre par inculturation le fait d'introduire l'évangile dans la culture, l'agir de l'Africain. C'est un processus par lequel la culture africaine est reconnue, acceptée et affirmée comme pouvant accueillir et véhiculer l'évangile à l'instar de toutes les autres cultures dites chrétiennes par rapport à la domination de la culture et le christianisme de l'Europe occidentale. L'inculturation ne se construit pas essentiellement dans une confrontation avec le dogme et la philosophie des Grecs et d'Aristote, ni avec seulement l'écriture, mais elle s'élabore en relation avec les traditions culturelles négro-africaines. Le terme inculturation s'est imposé dans le langage théologique et les textes officiels de l'Église catholique romaine dans le dernier quart du XXe siècle après Vatican II, entre 1974 ou 1974 et 1977 ou 1977, à travers la bouche sûrement des évêques d'Afrique qui l'ont repris de balbutiements théologiques des Africains pour prendre au sérieux l'universalité de l'Église qui a reçu dès l'origine la mission d'aller vers toutes les nations. Comme le dit le Saint-Évangile, allez, faites de toutes les nations des disciples, les baptisant au nom du Père, du Fils et du Saint-Esprit. Le concept d'inculturation en Afrique noire avait sans doute apparu dans le contexte général de la contestation de la domination occidentale et de l'affirmation de l'identité culturelle africaine. Elle se situe dans le cadre des indépendances africaines, de l'affirmation d'une philosophie africaine, de la personnalité et de l'authenticité africaine, des idéologies du courant littéraire de la négritude qui, à Paris en 1956, sous l'égide d'Alioune Diop, qui avait publié « De prêtres noirs s'interrogent » dans le sillage de la valorisation et de la prise en compte des cultures nègres au moment où l'Afrique reprenait les rênes de sa destinée. De ce point, nous avons les domaines concernés par l'inculturation en Afrique. Tous les domaines de la vie de l'Église sont concernés par l'inculturation. L'architecture, la liturgie, l'organisation de l'Église, la théologie, etc. Ceux qui ont besoin de l'inculturation sont bien les Africains qui ont été déçus du christianisme tel qu'ils l'ont appris ou vécu dans la culture occidentale. Dépaysés, perdus et souvent frustrés, progressivement déshumanisés depuis le XVIe siècle, parce que la traite des Noirs ne serait pas humainement soutenable si les Africains n'étaient pas perçus comme extérieurs au genre humain. Ils revendiquent aujourd'hui la culture africaine pour y vivre un christianisme qui s'enracine dans leurs coutumes et traditions. Le sous-point B, qui autorisera alors l'inculturation de l'Évangile en Afrique? L'inculturation ne semble pas être un fait, mais une demande. On a l'impression que l'Africain attend l'ordre ou l'autorisation de quelqu'un pour laisser le Christ entrer dans sa culture ou pour utiliser celle-ci à la gloire de Dieu de l'Évangile. Cela peut se comprendre pour un peuple dont la culture a été niée au nom même de l'Évangile. L'histoire des Africains a été faite de la négation de sa personne et de son histoire par l'Occident chrétien et les Arabes musulmans. Après la soutenance de sa thèse de doctorat, Albert Sanon se souvient des paroles d'un missionnaire de 40 ans en Afrique qui lui disait ceci: « Vous m'aurez appris une chose, c'est que vos peuples ont aussi une culture. Jusqu'ici, nous autres missionnaires, nous ne voyons que des coutumes disparates, les unes plus ou moins bonnes, d'autres mauvaises. » Le cinquième point, comment et si les particularités de l'Afrique peuvent enrichir l'orthodoxie. La diffusion de l'orthodoxie a commencé dans la zone orientale du bassin méditerranéen au sein de la culture même grecque. Cela étant, nous dirons, comme l'archevêque de Pergame, Ioannis, que l'orthodoxie a un regard positif sur la culture. La culture n'est pas quelque chose de démoniaque qu'il faut exorciser. L'Église orthodoxe a contribué à la formation de la culture, comme le démontre le développement de l'art byzantin dans toutes ses formes. Pour affirmer l'enrichissement de l'orthodoxie par les particularités de l'Afrique, nous rapportons les paroles du missionnaire catholique romain, le révérend père Placide Tempel, qui disait: « La découverte de la philosophie bantoue exerce sur nous un autre malaise troublant. Nous nous posions trop souvent en face d'eux comme le tout devant le néant. Dans notre œuvre éducatrice et civilisatrice, nous avions la conviction de bâtir sur un sol nu, rase. Nous étions convaincus qu'il ne fallait pas tenir compte, dans l'éducation des Bantous, des stupides coutumes dénuées de tout sens. Nous pensions éduquer des grands enfants et cela semblait assez aisé. Voilà que tout à coup, il nous apparaît que nous avons affaire à une humanité adulte, à des sages bien conscients et pétris de leur propre philosophie englobante. Nous pensions être sur la terre ferme, et voilà que nous sentons le sol fuir sous nos pas, que nous perdons la piste, que nous en sommes à nous demander comment faire à présent pour orienter les Noirs, car c'est naturellement une toute autre entreprise d'éduquer ou de rééduquer des hommes ou des adultes formés ou déformés ou de commencer l'éducation d'enfants. Si l'on a pénétré jusqu'à la profondeur de la pensée, jusqu'à la profondeur de la personnalité propre des Bantous, si l'on ne connaît pas le fondement de leurs actes, il n'est pas possible de comprendre les Bantous. On n'entre pas en contact spirituel avec eux. On ne se fait pas entendre d'eux, surtout lorsqu'on aborde des grandes vérités spirituelles. On risque au contraire, en croyant civilisé, d'attenter à l'homme, d'augmenter le nombre de déracinés et de préparer ainsi des révoltés. Je ferme la parenthèse. En conclusion, partant du fait selon lequel le christianisme est né dans un milieu caractérisé par trois mondes qui l'ont influencé, façonné, tout de même que l'orthodoxie est aussi influencée par la culture grecque. Il revient aussi à dire que le rapport étroit entre la religion et la culture est un élément essentiel dans l'élaboration actuelle d'une théologie contextuelle en Afrique et d'un langage du christianisme africain. Il est possible et pensable aujourd'hui de distinguer de la culture le sacré et le profane, mais il serait fort peu pertinent de les faire fonctionner comme des éléments sans lien, le sacré ne s'opposant pas fondamentalement au profane. L'anthropologue congolais Gérard Boicassa illustre une profonde connexion qui existe toujours entre culture et religion africaine. L'impact des religions traditionnelles sur l'existence quotidienne des populations reste très fort lorsqu'il dit, j'ouvre la parenthèse, aujourd'hui, écrit-il, la religion africaine n'existe nulle part, mais elle est partout, dans les consciences, dans les opérations spirituelles ou empiriques, dans les représentations, dans les attitudes, dans les gestes, dans les proverbes, dans les légendes, dans les mythes. Elle est partout, à la campagne comme en ville, dans les procès judiciaires comme dans les conventions politiques. Je ferme la parenthèse. En effet, si tout baptême d'un Africain constitue effectivement une augmentation du nombre des chrétiens orthodoxes, ce rite ne signifie pas qu'il y a un Africain de moins. Autrement dit, le baptême d'un adulte ne fait pas disparaître dans l'eau bénite toute la culture qui le constitue dans son être d'homme et d'Africain. Cette manière d'appréhender le rite d'entrée dans l'Église conduit à parler d'une double identité ou d'une double apparence, d'une double appartenance. Un Africain baptisé appartient à la religion orthodoxe tout en restant bien souvent profondément marqué dans son identité par sa culture africaine, voire par sa religion traditionnelle. Contrairement aux réactions africaines face à l'évangélisation missionnaire à la fin des années 50 et pendant les années 60, nous pouvons constater qu'aujourd'hui, le christianisme est devenu essentiellement une affaire interne à l'Afrique. Il ne se construit plus par opposition à l'Occident européen parce qu'il n'est pas européen en ses origines et que même les Européens sont aussi des convertis. Il s'inculture en suivant les heurts et lueurs de l'histoire et des sociétés africaines, s'opposant à la forme déshumanisante du christianisme que les missionnaires européens ont présenté et imposé. L'Afrique est le berceau de l'humanité. Une église orthodoxe inculturée en Afrique, c'est une église qui a réussi deux choses. D'une part, à incarner le mode d'être et d'existence orthodoxe dans la vie quotidienne des gens. D'autre part, à exprimer la foi et la vérité orthodoxe dans des symboles et des catégories propres à la culture africaine. Je vous remercie.
Mille merci, Père Athanas, pour présenter l'argument pour une voix africaine forte dans le monde orthodoxe. Mille merci.
C'est moi qui vous remercie.
Je vous remercie aussi, Père Athanas. C'est très important ce que vous disiez. C'est une présentation exceptionnelle. La question d'inculturation est très importante. Et nous faisons la missiologie d'une manière de ne pas parler tout le temps, mais d'écouter. Et nous voulons vraiment écouter la voix de l'orthodoxie africaine dans l'orthodoxie mondiale. J'ai déjà une question pour vous que vous pouvez préparer pour le fond de notre panel. Je vais vous donner un exemple plus précis de l'inculturation qui serait pour vous une priorité. C'est ça. Well, I thanked Father Athanasius from my heart for his presentation. We are doing missiology not just by talking. We do not do the talking. We also do the listening. And we wish so very much to have ears to listen to the African voice within the global orthodoxy. And now we are going to a series of very well-known speakers to us who mostly come from the US. First of all, it is Francis Costarelos. She just resigned her position, I think, from her position as a professor, full professor in Chicago. She's an anthropologist, and her voice is methodologically a bit different to our rounding the corners theological voice. I have learned a lot from her in the course of the latest years. We know each other, and so we wish to include different methodologies, and I'm very eager to listen to her discussing the Orthodox Church in the United States, and she's doing the honor to discuss this in the context of the SALT project. The floor is yours, Francis.
Your microphone, if you would like to open it.
There we go. So, well, good morning from Chicago. I want to just take a moment to join Allison and sing your praises, Avi. It's just been wonderful to work with you. I've also learned a lot. I struggle with the ways in which theologians think. Doesn't come natural to me, but I continue to, I guess, plow through it. I also have very bad luck on the days that you've asked me to present because I either lose my voice or I have a compromised voice or a cold, I don't know, but we'll try to do our best to get through this. So my comments today are informed by ethnographic research focused on social forces shaping the lived experiences of Greek Orthodox Christians in the United States. For over 2 decades, I have conducted field work in Greek Orthodox parishes and institutions under the jurisdiction of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America, GOARC. I've conducted structured and semi-structured interviews, engaged materials archived on GOARC and other Orthodox groups' websites, but mostly I'm a field worker. I find myself often in various parishes throughout mostly the metropolis of Chicago and the metropolis of Detroit. Since I live here, geographically, this is a region that I can access and watch pretty carefully firsthand. So I do this with a view to understanding and recording the lived experiences of Greek Orthodox Christians practicing as they seek to practice their faith. So in the 1990s, there was a flurry of activity pointing the way to mission and outreach, something that had never really happened before, at least in my lifetime, on my watch, within GOARC institutions in such an intentional and institutional way. In part, this activity was the result of the Orthodox Christian Mission Center and other 501c3s created by converts who came into the Orthodox Church with experience and keen interest in missions. OCMC in the 90s, following a trend found in Protestant groups, launched short-term mission teams to Alaska, Guatemala, Albania, Kenya, and other places, along with trying to support career missionaries. So there was this distinction between short-term mission and career mission. And I actually wrote a short piece about this for Missiology Review at the invitation of Robert Priest, who's a missiologist, anthropologist, and friend. So I think right now it's time for me to go back to some of that material and see how OCMC and other mission-focused Orthodox groups, non-for-profit groups, are coming along. It's been a while since I've taken a close look. The last time I looked, they seem to be fading. They seem to be struggling. Initially, there was, of course, an effort to get very well-resourced Greek Americans behind their cause to endow their programs. But I think there's some competition for scarce resources. That's something that I'll just put out there as an item for inquiry. So in the meantime, the Greek Orthodox Church in the United States is and the decline is rapid and sharp. And this is a trend that is we're also seeing in the Catholic Church and in Protestant denominations. Mostly here, I follow the reports posted by the Pew Religious Landscape Studies. Since 2000s, they've been reporting a steady decline in the Orthodox Church. And I also rely on Alexei Krindach's work as sort of the resident statistician who's been rightly, or not rightly, but reporting on some of these trends. I mean, for the longest time, the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese reported consistently, we have 1.5 million, and that was every year for decades, not paying attention to, the slope that was going down. So Alexei has done great work to help us see that. So I asked myself, and since the years that I've been working with Evie as she's conceived of SALT and engaged us, I asked myself, what does the SALT paradigm have to do in the context of this rapid Greek Orthodox Church decline? So that's a big question for me. Like, how is this relevant? What can we glean from the SALT paradigm? And I think there's a lot, and only partially explored in this piece here. But many of my participants in my study self-identify as Greek Orthodox Christians. They are, however, unchurched with no plan to re-engage parish life and Orthodox institutions. And what's significant here is that many of these interviewees were highly invested members of the church. They had served on archdiocesan councils. They were parish presidents, very active with their families in routine worship. I mean, everything from coaching the basketball team to raising millions of dollars for infrastructural improvement. So these folks who I've been tracking who are gone, they're gone. And to date, and I do check in with them, they have no plans to re-engage. So I want to give the case of a recent event, and this is within the context of the historical frames in today's discussion. This is very recent. About 3 years ago in the metropolis of Chicago, the landmark church, Holy Trinity Greek Orthodox Church, which was established in the city in 1897, was sold to the Universal Life Church for $2.5 million. The Universal Life Church is a non-denominational church founded by Kirby Hensley in the 1950s, I think somewhere in California, Modesto. Now I'm just going to give you some highlights from this ethnographic story, because I think it embodies several issues for missions, missiologists, anthropologists. So once the judge, and this story was widely covered in the news, on our TV, in our local press. And so once the judge decided, I think it was September 20th, 2019, that the sale was final. And I want to add that $2.5 million for Chicago Greeks is not a lot of money, not really. It's a very interesting amount, not a big challenge. It's gone. And in a matter of weeks, the icons were removed from the church, the Greek flag goes out, and the group moved in and they whitewashed the entire interior, which included several mosaics and so forth. The church at that address now is called Iglesia Universal. I want to add here that several other parishes in the metropolis of Chicago are on the brink of collapsing, as longstanding members and stakeholders, for many reasons, have left and are leaving parishes. According to my findings, Holy Trinity is the first of several Greek Orthodox parishes in the metropolis of Chicago that will fold in the coming years, with the metropolis of Detroit not very far behind. Holy Trinity represents the issues of gentrification, ethnic succession, social class stratification, and church leadership unwilling or having no desire to open the doors to mostly a Hispanic-speaking population, low income, moving into the neighborhood. It was easier to sell the building to the Universal Church than to deal with people of color and of cultural difference. Now, I went to several of the final Sunday morning worship services, and I'm going to tell you they were grinding, very difficult to see, the sadness, especially for the families, the children, the young adults. This was not a parish that was, there are many Greek Orthodox churches, there are 20 people in the pews on Sunday with capacity for 200. That was not the case here. It had a pretty loyal following, but there was tremendous misappropriation of funds and lots of issues there. And the leadership didn't step in to sort it out, just said, we're going to let this go. And no vision or desire to deal with the new, the ethnic succession, the new neighbors. Now, Holy Trinity included an elementary school, a gym, and a parking lot. Those are really important elements for, I think, for a parish that wants to do outreach, the parish that wants to be vibrant. I know that sometimes I have people kind of wondering, like, why does a parking lot matter? Well, I live in a urban, dense space, and parking is expensive in the city of Chicago. So if you're a Greek Orthodox parish with ample parking, that's good news. So several of these parishes that are on the brink of collapsing also have a school, also have a gym, also have a fellowship room, and also have parking. And all of that is really about to collapse and disappear. So I think we need to look at that and think about that. And I think that there's a lot to be said here for rethinking or revisiting this matter of church leaders and laity who are unwilling to raise funds to sustain a parish in a setting where people are coming in who need spiritual solace, food, education, and work. Now, Go archbishops and clergy have not publicly addressed concerns about declining membership and parishes struggling to maintain their buildings and communities, just not dealing with it. And when the Metropolitan of Chicago posted a very, in my estimation, very terse memorandum about the closure of Holy Trinity, basically factual, it's closed, and moved the group to a parish where they worship a kind of in a sideline chapel, not in an Orthodox church, another facility. I mean, he kind of took the flock and tried to accommodate them. Lots of bad feelings, lots of hurt feelings all the way around. And in my estimation, a major loss. So it has been my argument for several years now that bishops and clergy can no longer rely on ethno-nationalism, endogamy, and an imagined Greek national identity to attract parishioners. That worked maybe in the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. It is no longer the case. Interfaith marriages are abundant. Communities are changing, identities are shifting. So insisting on this ethno-national, the primacy of Greek and privileging Greek and this ethno-national Greek identity is just kind of not working. Lay Orthodox Christians want to discuss pressing matters, including their roles in church life, financial transparency, because it was the lack of transparency that created a huge mess at Holy Trinity and other GOARC institutions. Religious fundamentalism is a huge issue. I've spent a better part of the last 10 years struggling with that, studying it, seeing how it's been impacting individuals and parishes, and have a couple of chapters out on that topic. Discrimination against people of members of persons who I interview who self-identify as Orthodox Christians. Orthodox Christians who have mostly left the church or are nominal participants no longer want to be silenced by clergy, no longer want to be humiliated or abused in some cases. They want a conversation, but they want a conversation about specifics. And that's not happening. So in addition to these internal concerns, GOARC parishes, especially in urban settings, are up against gentrification and fragmentation that displace people and disfigure cultural and religious landscapes and communities. In urban settings, clergy and laity struggle to hold on to their properties as they face transnational developers who wreck churches and built shopping malls and condominiums. And that's a widespread trend in urban America. Lots of churches in my own lifetime in my own neighborhood have vanished and have become upscale condominiums. So how does SALT relate to the declining and fragmented Greek Orthodox Church? It is clear to reform-minded lay leaders that GOARC clergy and bishops have no interest in attending to the voices of Orthodox Christian laity seeking reforms that will address religious pluralism and developing an inclusive church. The aims of SALT, articulated by the editors in the inaugural issue, provide perspectives, ideas, and comparative interdisciplinary frameworks to explore the depths and complexities of the Orthodox Church across geographical, historical, and comparative contexts. The SALT paradigm calls for cross-cultural theology, interfaith dialogue, and challenges barriers rooted in nationalism, ethnocentrism, and xenophobia. And I want to pause there because the lead theme in my research and in my writing as I examine the Greek Orthodox case is this commitment to this imagined community, following Benedict Anderson here, this imagined, which then puts up barriers against people of color, which even puts up barriers against other Orthodox Christians. It's huge. And so the fact that in SALT, the editors explicated those points specifically, I think is really important for my work and the North American context. SALT will not appeal to everyone. For example, the perspectives and approaches framed in SALT will not appeal to Orthodox Christians who adhere to the religious teachings of Elder Ephraim of Arizona. SALT will not interest bishops and clergy who believe that the teachings of Elder Ephraim, who believe in his teachings or are complicit with the harsh fundamentalisms that have found their way in countless GOARC parishes across the United States, a phenomenon which has given way to a huge outmigration of Orthodox Christians from parish life. Theological perspectives articulated by SALT initiatives, including this conference, will not be regarded by bishops, clergy, and laity deeply invested in power and authority founded on patriarchy and paternalism. SALT will not appeal to conservative Orthodox Christians, cradle and convert, who fail to see that the Orthodox Church is and always has been in a state of flux. You know, this idea that it's tradition with a capital T, unchanging, so we're coming here because this has not been tampered or hampered with, that's just not accurate. I'm not sure if the SALT model speaks to Orthodox Christians who've been deeply hurt by the actions of GOARC clergy and bishops who remain unresponsive to well-documented and GOARC-sponsored reports on spiritual abuses. I mean, the fact that the church sponsored an investigation, and when the findings were not convenient, they just literally swept it under the carpet, did not bode well with a lot of people who participated in that. SALT may attract reform-minded Orthodox Christians who have not given up on the Orthodox Church. Some of these persons are still looking for safe parishes to develop and practice their faith. SALT initiatives point the way to theological, historical, and comparative sources that will shed light on and support them in their quest for approaches that probe the depths of theological sources applicable to parish renewal. And the need for parish renewal is, I think, enormous. The SALT paradigm fills a void created by GOARC bishops and clergy and laity, who, in the name of an imagined and unchanged Greek Orthodox Church, rebuke cultural differences, diversity, expanded ministerial roles for women, and the inclusion of gay people. It is my hope that SALT will circulate widely, will be read and discussed among Orthodox Christians in America. The hope is that the SALT model will find its way into Orthodox education on the campuses of Holy Cross and St. Vladimir's, and among institutions, including Orthodox Christian Mission Center, as well as other 501c3s, seeking to support and train missionaries, mission teams, and do outreach. So I think that there is a void here that that SALT speaks to, and it's very important. I mean, so for example, and I'm wrapped up here, but Alice mentioned briefly the U.S. context. I would have liked kind of a deeper reflection from Allison, and going back to Luke Veronis, for example, was a big player in the 1990s, very important, had the whole experience in Albania, Athanasios, and all of that. And from an anthropological perspective, I said, this is all kind of weird or odd. How is this going to play in such an ethno-nationalistic church and on a campus like Holy Cross, which is, the primacy of Greek and all kinds of things that go on there. So I think we need to go back and look at those careers and see what they've amounted to. So we have our work cut out for us. I liked Allison's point about the deeper reflection with our own relationship with the church. In my case, these days, I spend a lot of time thinking about power and authority, and my own attendance and this kind of stuff. But also, I think, Evie's point in invoking, I believe, St. John Chrysostom, which I don't invoke patristic writers and so forth, because I'm not competent to do so, but you did. So, I think I'm hoping you can see that my focus, using the tools of symbolic anthropology and human geography, pointing to the importance of community, but community is physical, right? It's embodied. And community has to meet certain practical issues, which in the urban context includes things like the parking lot, although some people scoff at me for that point. But I think that where it's embodied and the fact that we're so easily and so freely saying, yeah, you can have it, you can have this building, disregarding the history, the sweat, the tears that went into building those churches, right? I mean, it's a one-off, one and done. And if this pattern, as I think it's going this way empirically anyway, given the loss of members and so forth, and the desire on the part of developers to move in and purchase the building for a lot of money, which that money then helps the parish pay off their debts, right? Because they're in foreclosure. They owe money to a lot of folks. So we have a problem, but community is in place and is on a landscape. So I'm done. That's all I have to say. That's all I have for you folks for now. Thank you.
Well, I'll make one comment. Ouch. It hurt. It hurts, but I know very well it is out of love, and it doesn't help not to see things. You're helping us to open our eyes, even if we don't need to see exactly the same things. But this is why you're most welcome to raise these issues the way you do, because we are the body of Christ. Of course, I mean, Christ was not liked by everybody, that's for sure. But he was the truth and life. So these are the steps we need to follow. It was not me it was John Chrysostom who thought this way, and also Andrew Louth in the previous panel, who spoke of the importance of laity. There is no church without laity. But of course, it doesn't have to be a relationship of contradiction. It is, I think it's very positive, although it is painful to hear these things, because it is even more painful to just to watch passively a decline and fall. the decline and fall was linked with the fall of the Roman Empire, Eastern Roman Empire. And it is still hurtful so many centuries after that. We thank you for this insight. We are trying to work on it. There are not easy answers nor easy solutions, but it's very good to be sincere and honest and yeah, estimate all these things among with others. Thank you very much, Francis.
No, thank you very much.
Moving now to Andrew Sharp, who will also discuss ethics from what I guess. Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
He's a very dynamic professor and project manager. This is very interesting. At Virginia Polytechnic Institute, and he has written a lot about Christians and Muslims in terms of global issues, environmental issues, peace building, and overall bridges. So you will discuss if interreligious engagement of the Orthodox will benefit the formation of a global ethic. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Evie.
Excuse me, I need also to say that he's a member of SALT's advisory board.
Yes, yes, and thank you so much, Evie, for organizing this. I don't know if those on this particular Zoom session are aware that this is the second international conference that Evie has put together within a matter of weeks. And as a project manager, I can appreciate how difficult that must have been. And I'm just in awe of her work, and as well, and this is not just Evie. Of course, she's the editor of SALT, but it's been I have been so pleased from the beginning when she and some others pitched this idea to be part of it, because it's very helpful sign to me of for the church. It's very needed, and I don't want to, hopefully my talk will contribute something to that. You'll see my perspective on it. Also Allison, whom is a very long-term friend of mine. We reconnected in Romania a few years ago when I met Evie. And Francis, I don't know if you recall, we met each other as well, but I am just so pleased and humbled to be part of this particular panel, because already both of the speakers have said some very important things, very fascinating presentations. They connect with me personally. I'm a member of the Greek Orthodox Church in America, but someone who's not from a Greek background. I also my wife and I were participants in the one of those short-term mission projects that you mentioned, Francis, in Africa, in Tanzania back in the 90s. So we got some glimpse of what Father was speaking about in terms of the African experience. Extremely inspiring and again humbling to participate in that personally. So I will try to contribute something, maybe add something to what they've said. But thanks to everyone. Also, I want to just quickly acknowledge some of my colleagues from Virginia Tech who are on the call, not specialists in this area, but I think fascinatingly, primarily in the area of public administration, which is really, I think, very important. So I think I've been learning from some of their perspectives. So anyway, let me jump right in. We live in an age of great global challenges, great difficulties that are very complex, but they affect all of us. Something that one person does here in the United States will affect someone across the globe. We're in Africa or in Asia or wherever, and that we are all interconnected in that way. And if we deny that, we're delusional. So yeah, and just some examples: climate change, the climate crisis, as I would call it. Refugees, the greatest number of used to work the refugee resettlement program, the largest number of displaced people in human history. We have, of course, the pandemic, but the spread of infectious diseases. Now the world is aware of this, but of course, this was something that was going on for decades, killing many people in many parts of the planet. Buying and selling of human body parts and all the ethical dilemmas that presents. I could go on and on. Terrorism. the increased access to weapons of mass destruction, many, many challenges, any of which could destroy large swaths of humanity if left unchecked. So these are problems that affect everyone, Orthodox, non-Orthodox, non-religious, altogether. We share in this dilemma as human beings. And climate change even threatens to, destroy many other species besides human beings. So that's the something I've been thinking about for a long time. I regularly have been teaching a course on global ethics and world religions. And so my students have asked excellent questions that have got me thinking about some of these issues. But I just wanted to mention a quick quote from, paraphrase, Leo Tolstoy had a great insight about how human beings respond to great danger, grave danger. There are two voices in our soul, as he puts it, two competing voices. One is to face and understand the danger and try to figure out a way to respond to it, to save ourselves, to escape as best we can. That's one voice. The second voice, it has a kind of rationality to it, but it is competing voice, is to say to ourselves, that danger is too depressing, it's too painful, I don't want to think about it. And by the way, what can I really change? How can I really change the course of events anyway? I'm just one person, and so instead of thinking, I'll wait for the pain until the thing actually happens, and I'll focus on pleasant thoughts in the meantime. And so this discussion, and I hope it will be a discussion.
Positive sleeping.
Yeah, right. This discussion hopefully is an attempt to listen to the former voice. I hope that we will think together openly and honestly about these global challenges that we face that are very dangerous to all of us, could destroy all of us if we don't address them. The other thing I wanted to mention, it is very overwhelming to think about these global challenges, especially at a time when our political leaders, even the international community, United Nations, there seems to be so much fragility in terms of geopolitical international relations. So even if something did happen, could we ever recover because of that? And I also looked into some of the, something that all of us have seen, a real shift away from trusting in institutions, but even in trust in certain conceptual ideas or ideologies, such as democracy, for example. That's something that the Pew study on this, people just trust that less. But what is fascinating, I think, would surprise some, is the growing interest in the role that religion can play in helping to address these global challenges. Lest you think that's something that religious leaders or people like myself who study religion are promoting. Of course, we think that maybe, or people of other faith traditions might think religion can help. But no, actually, the World Economic Forum did a very important study just a few years ago looking into this. How can religion help some of these issues, regardless of whether people are religious or not religious, but perhaps religion as a kind of institution or cultural force, sociological phenomenon force, could maybe help in positive ways. So this is an inquiry into some of that. And why in light of all of that, the three things I want to talk to you about are the need for a global ethic. What is a global ethic and why do we need it? That's the first point. The second is, where does orthodoxy fit into all of this? What has kind of been the perspective of that? I would contend that in many ways, orthodoxy in general, at least from people looking outside in, would conclude far too often that the Orthodox Christians and the Orthodox Church have been an example. They followed the latter voice that Tolstoy was talking about, head in the sand, not wanting to address these things openly and discuss them. And that's why, so appreciate what Evie just said. And in response to Francis's paper, we need to be open and honest about these things, even when they hurt. And we do that out of love, right? Out of care and concern. So anyway, so where's the Orthodox in all of this with regard to global ethic? And the third point is my assertion that the Orthodox Christians, the Orthodox churches, we need a paradigm shift. We need a new paradigm if we're going to be involved in this, to help ourselves, to help the world. And so very briefly, let me go through some of that. Of course, this is from a paper. It's kind of long and winding paper that did appear in the first issue of SALT. And I think, again, very gratified to appear in SALT along with some of the other presenters today. But if any of this is of interest to you, I encourage you to read our first issue of SALT. Read my paper, read the other excellent papers in there, subscribe, support this, what I hope it will become a movement within the Orthodox Church, more than just a publication. So, but anyway, that's the end of my pitch for SALT. But yeah, so what is a global ethic? This is, a lot of people have been talking about this from a secular perspective. Heather Widdows, for example, from the University of Birmingham in England, which is where I got my PhD, has written a book on global ethics, written a lot about this from a secular perspective, and really saying that what we need is, every human person asked to themselves, this is an age-old question: how ought we to live? These are very important questions. And so, but in a global age, that what we really need to do is take this very seriously and be consistent about it. And that we need a kind of an ethic, a kind of guiding principles. But also people of faith, religions, I say, across various religions, have looked at this also very seriously. And this was something that I wanted to look into myself, the declaration towards a global ethic, what was the role that the Orthodox played in that? Because Hans Kung was the author, but this was from the Parliament of World Religions. The first declaration was in 1993. There was a fifth, and I want to just quickly read the 4 points that, to me, on the surface, any Orthodox Christian could affirm these. One was the commitment to a culture of nonviolence and respect for life. The second was a culture of solidarity and just economic order. The third was a culture to support a culture of tolerance and a life of truthfulness. The fourth, that was the third. The fourth was a commitment to a culture of equal rights and partnership between men and women. And then the fifth point, which was added in 2018, was a fifth commitment, was to a culture of sustainability and care for the earth. In principle, none of these are things that, all of these are supported by Orthodox theology, Orthodox thought. And so I wondered why in 1993 was the Orthodox Church not part of this? And in fact, the previous one, about 100 years prior, the Orthodox were very central in the Parliament of World Religions, and they were going to play an important role in 1993, but at the last minute they backed out, and the contingent said there was not a lot of clear statements on it, but the reporting was that, I'm going to read this quote from my paper, they could not establish a perceived relationship with groups which profess no belief in God or a supreme being. So there were humanistic traditions and others that are part of the Parliament of World Religions. And for that's the stated reason that the Orthodox could not then, and still haven't, joined in to support these very important points that I think people of faith would say, most people of faith would say that there's a common set of, human moral principles and values, across faith traditions. If we boil it down to these 5 points, most every tradition speaks to this that I'm aware of. Even humanistic philosophical traditions speak to these values. So why would the Orthodox not be part of that? Well, to understand that, and just to understand where the Orthodox Church, where Orthodox Christians stand on this, that's my second point I wanted to discuss with you. We have to look at a little bit of history. History and sociology, I think, help us understand it. The first is something, again, that was referenced already, is the rise, well, really the rise of the West, what the scholar of civilization, Marshall Hodgson, called the Great Western Transmutation, the rise of the European colonial powers on the world stage, and the Western hegemony in many parts of the globe. This is really the introduction of the modern global age. But then even more, how that affected both Orthodox countries or Orthodox lands, as well as I've done a lot of work in how there's similarities within Muslim or Islamicate civilization, because a lot of the same experiences and responses to modernity as a philosophy and modernization as a program are very similar in those crossing those religious experiences. But that's if you want to know more about that, read my book. What's interesting here historically for this discussion is that the Ottoman Empire in particular was starting to fall apart with the rise of the West, again, quoting just a few quotes from the paper, what happened, many intoxicated by the dream of political liberalism and the promise of cultural validation from the nationalist cause, Orthodox peoples, and this isn't just the Greeks. It is hard to hear that. Francis comes from that background and can say those things. This is across all peoples of Orthodox tradition. The Orthodox peoples were intoxicated with nationalism, to put it lightly, and it was a glittery concept then. And so many of their ambitions, they broke off into nation states in the modern Western understanding of that. And so there were many advantages and disadvantages. So there was, at the same time, there was sort of an embracing of that. The whole relationship of the Orthodox churches to modernization has been not as easy and a little fraught. A lot fraught in many ways, and still being worked out. Both of them being worked out to the present day, and so that's the first point. Because they've been many of the Orthodox nation states and Orthodox communities and diaspora in the United States and Europe, Australia, and the like, it's a kind of identity, sociologically, it's a kind of identity crisis, because we are not sure how we fit into this new paradigm of modernization. And so that's one thing. The second one is kind of historically, chronologically, was in some ways a response to that, following by some immigration. Paul Gavrilik is on the call. He wrote a great article about that, where he talked about the philosophical steamer, following the Russian Renaissance and the immigration of Russian intellectuals, and then the theological steamer. I love those examples because it shows, kind of encapsulates the immigration that happened and the ramifications for that for world orthodoxy. And so the second point that has been part of this paradigm. So on the one hand, modernization is the lens. The second point is the second development is what called the neo-patristic synthesis, or the neo-patristic theology. This was from, really was advanced in the United States first and foremost, but it had a great impact in many places around the globe, including in Greece. But most would think of George Florovsky, but Alexander Schmemann, John Meyendorff, Serge Verhofskoy, many different theologians and theologians, older and younger generation. Vladimir Lasky, of course, who spoke about a return, a kind of liturgical, ecclesiological revival of the Orthodox Church, rediscovering of the sources, including the fathers and the mothers, the patristic era, the writings of that, rediscovery of scripture, even from, but it was a kind of, I would say, a renewal movement or a revival kind of movement within the Orthodox Church, in large part because the Orthodox had to find their place in this modern world, and authentically, from their own sources. And so I can't underestimate the importance of neo-patristic theology to the present day. It's very important, many positive things. The current generation of Orthodox theologians is now rethinking some of those aspects, looking at some of the deficits of neo-patristic theology. A lot has been written on that. I'm not going to go into that here. But the issue with how does this relate to an Orthodox position on, a global ethic? Well, both of those trends, looking at the world through a modernism, lens of modernism, and really the emphasis on neo-patristic theology has been the paradigm, and it still is really. So I'm going to argue, and my third point, that we need a shift to a new paradigm. But let me just say this: Paul Ladouceur, the Canadian theologian.
Please sum up a bit, because.
Okay, I have how much
right now, but sum it up.
Okay. Well, I'll skip that quote. But the reason that the neo-patristic theology, they just weren't really focused on social ethics, global ethics, because they were so focused on these theological, ecclesiological aspects that were very necessary to revive the church. So what I'm suggesting is there's a need for a new paradigm. And I'll just gloss over some of the scholarship that I reference in the paper, but paraphrasing it quickly here, that what really is needed is to exchange Victor Rudimentov, the sociologist, studies the Orthodox cultures and suggests that we need a switch from the lens of modernization to globalization. He nuances it even further to say, really, the globalism, both an emphasis on the universal and the particular, or the global and the local, is what we need. And that is part of the new paradigm. I agree with him. The second part is, that we need to focus outside of our own selves. And I say that because I'm a practicing Orthodox Christian. That's very meaningful to me. But we've been so inwardly focused on resolving things within our own community, not doing the best job of that, quite frankly. The Holy and Great Council didn't really happen. We've been promised that for years. We would deal with all these global social issues then, kind of fell apart. It wasn't universal as many had hoped. And so what has been a very important positive development came from lay people, primarily scholars and leaders, something called For the Life of the World, which was a document to try to address social ethics. I fully support that. I think that's a great development. But unfortunately, it's still a little tone deaf, because it's been from a perspective of the Orthodox Church, an Orthodox ethic. And I outlined some of the blind spots in that document in my paper. I'm running out of time here to go over them. There are questions about it, I'd be happy to address it. But what my main point is that what we really need to be doing is going beyond ourselves, the Orthodox Church, Orthodox Christian view. Just a couple of quotes. I'm quoting myself here, which is a little weird, but from my paper, I say the Orthodox leaders may have an easier time working on matters of concern of all humanity, global issues, and the planet, with partners of other religious traditions than with coming together among themselves to hash out an ethic for orthodoxy. That's what I'm saying. We need more interfaith. It needs to go beyond dialogue, common action. That's what is needed. And so two things, and I'll stop, Evie, I promise. Two things that we really can produce, other than understanding, getting to know, making friends, making connections with those of other faith traditions. We need to encourage religious literacy, Stephen Prothero is a scholar in the United States who's really promoted that. An understanding of religion, even our own tradition. We're ignorant of that and basic religious principles of religions in general. But then secondly, that we would cultivate an appreciation, a positive appreciation of other religions. And that comes from Eboo Patel, who's done a lot of work in interfaith work in the United States. So an appreciative understanding of other religions and a knowledge. So it's attitudes, knowledge, and friendships. That's kind of the triangle that we need to promote. And this is not just something for the hierarchs of the church to do. Every person can do this. Every Orthodox, anyone who cares about any of this can do this at the international, national, local level, and we all have a role to play if we're going to. That's the next part of the final word I'll say about a new paradigm that we need. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much. If you want to learn more about this topic, you need to read Andrew Sharp's article in SALT inaugural issue, where he discusses a lot more about the relation of globalization and the local sphere, the term glocal, and issues that I also have as questions in my mind. And I anticipate a question for you. Are you very optimistic in today's world? We are beyond Cold War now. How about global ethics? But I'll leave this for the discussion. Before we move on to Paul Gavriluk, whom I have left on purpose as last because I started with him and the significance of IOTA for the founding of SALT in the morning, we have Father Stephen Hindley. He is not live. He has sent a 10-minute video because he is now in the Far East. So he will be he may drop in, but he's not sure about his internet connection. So he sent this video on a very, very interesting topic because it is beyond secularization. All these topics are opening new paths, really, and I'm very humbled with this. I'm very thankful to all people. So anthropology and faith, a methodological cross-cultural approach.
Father Stephen's video will start in some seconds. Let me make announcements. First testing.
Good morning or good afternoon. I regret not being with you in person. I'm Father Stephen Hindley, an Orthodox priest in France, and I'd like to speak to you about secularization. The title of my talk is Two Experiences of Sociability, Christian and Secular. Speaking diachronically, Revelation as an historical interface between humanity and Christ was inaugurated by the prophets, criticizing the Jerusalem kingdom's royal pretensions, as we find in the books of Amos, Proverbs, and Exodus. Consummated by Christ's life on earth as transmitted by the apostolic tradition, the quality of such historical revelation is to be cumulative, not requiring repetition. So history and cosmology are transcended in a tradition that permits us to understand their meaning. Secularization is modernity. For French political philosophers like Marcel Gauchet, contemporary secularization begins a new post-Christian civilization and is less a rejection of Christianity than a product of Christianity. For in his words, Christianity embodies the religion of the leave-taking of religion. For Gauchet, the function of religion is a chapter in the more general symbolic reshaping of the sacred, whereby the collectivity finds opportunity to establish its superiority over the individual. For Gauchet, as for Claude Lévi-Strauss, the present need not remain dependent on its mystic past. Once the individual frees his will from the principle of the collective order, what Louis Dumont called holistic order, his debt to the other is annulled, as is his dependence on the whole. For Louis Dumont, the promotion of the concept of the person by Christianity has indeed led to individualism, just as the supposed pretension of the Pope Gelasius, 492 to 496, to the two keys led to the separation of the sacred from the secular, and much later to the subordination of the church to the state. This secularizing interpretation invokes an inverted notion of temporality, one in which revelation denies itself and is self-reductive, in which Christianity produces an individualism that destroys the very faith that produced the concept of the person created in God's image. It is an alteration of hierarchy, because the first meaning of hierarchy was the adequation of God's grace to our human condition. Sociability, in the Christian sense I am using here, is articulated by such hierarchy, such adequation, literally a sacred ordering. This universal adequation of God's grace to each of his creatures can be described as being a generalized exchange between God and man of socio-cosmic values rendered possible by Christ's unique victory over death. Until Christ, there had only been limited exchange within dichotomies of ancestral values and worldly preoccupations. At the beginning of the 6th century, St. Dionysius the Areopagite invented this term of hierarchy, by which he meant a full and sacred adequation of God's grace to every level of created existence. The new transcendent economy was described by using this term hierarchy, which of course later came to mean something quite different than a full exchange between God and man, between man and men, described as the circulation of God's goodness and grace. The logos of resurrected humanity. The revelation of the two natures of the Son of God in one person is a new mode of being. The term is, of course, from St. Maximus, that opens up exchange to the person in whose image we are created. On the verbal level, the Incarnation allows creation to respond to the Word. Revelation created a definitively sacred transmission, a tradition that is a gift from another, which is indeed the etymology of the Greek word for tradition, paradosis. Fallen modernity. By rejecting God, a refusal to open oneself to revelation, secularization has become for many habitual. But what does that mean? Initially, it seems a rather neutral term, secularization, simply meaning the decreased attendance in churches and implicitly, therefore, a lesser impact of Christian values on society. In fact, as we have said, it is an ideology that permits the nation state to be the manager of modern society by insisting on the plurality of faiths and hence the relativity of all religious beliefs, by refusing exclusivity to any single horizon of transcendence. Secularism is an expression of an exacerbated individualism, and this bears repeating. Renouncing a fallen world, restoring its image. In contrast to individualism, renunciation, anachoresis, also involves a separation from the world, but not from humanity. He who picks up his cross to follow me, he who will lose his life for my sake, will save it. An intolerance that infects humanity, taken in the sense of the ineluctable law of death, is the essence of our fallen condition. Of course, isolation, retreat, anachoresis for Christians meant something very different from any painful nihilistic individualism. We are better able to situate secularization in the light of revelation if we realize that the meaning of the word renunciation was retreat in the Old Testament. One retreats before danger, as did Moses before the Pharaoh, David before Saul. In Psalm 55, verses 7 to 8, we pray, "If I had the wings of the dove, I would fly away and gain repose. I would fly far away and live in the desert." Difference in creation, difference anaphora. In renouncing the world, one becomes aware, open to the ineffable diversity of the spaces of communion, what I'm calling difference. One realizes that one's sin, one's distance from God produces isolation. To describe all the dimensions of the difference between a secularist and a Christian man or woman who has renounced the world would require a separate chapter. What are its values? Rest, impassibility, tranquility, vigilance, nepsis, patience, attention, labor, and repentance, penthos. These are the values cultivated in salt. It might seem that only monastics can strive to leave the secular world behind. In fact, such a conversion, metanoia, is the calling of every person baptized into Christ. The cadre of Christian culture sought by Orthodox use begins here, not in the consumption of commercial, bourgeois culture in Paris or St. Petersburg. The nurturing of one's inclination towards God does not concern one's self-image, does not fear and reject others and their world, but simply seeks to stand before God in prayer as often as possible. Gift before exchange. Christ's victory over sin and death on the cross is an unrepayable gift, regenerating the initial creation of the world. The sacrifice of the cross institutes a generalized exchange of life bearing values between Creator and his creatures. The nature of this exchange is surprising, to say the least. For, as St. Gregory of Nyssa says, the image of God has its fullest impression on the whole of mankind. This full impression is both full and without division, kataholon, and relates to the whole. It is a feature of the Church. Wherever Jesus Christ is, there is the Church, restoring the gifted image. The destiny of creatureness is to be responsible for the restored image. In Russian, the term for a saint is prepodobny. This resemblance between the saint and his creator, the resemblance of Christ in man. This is reflected in what people are seeking to find when they interpret so-called fundamental human rights as a dimension of an inalienable human dignity. It is important to notice how hierarchy, from such a political point of view, is not very different from hierarchy when St. Augustine says, "If all things were equal, nothing would exist." Creation shares spaces through difference. As long as people cannot recognize that they themselves are this very gift of life, persons organically related to God as creatures to Creator, unique in all creation, they will try to appropriate something else. In this particular case, political equality based on individuality, which is the secular quest. I do not own myself. I can only be myself. My destiny is to be an unrepayable gift from God. As Milbank puts it, to have an identity means we have already given it away. The ultimate other is our Creator, and secularism cuts us off from this horizon of transcendence. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Father Stephen. We thank Father Stephen, who is always with us, even when he is not very close geographically, to us, I already see some discussion between, sorry, I'm not sorry. Some discussion between the speakers, because first of all, we have two anthropologies placing different emphasis on different issues. Then I also recall Father Athanasius's speech presentation at the beginning, and there are some elements there because Father Stephen also discussed the dichotomy of the profane and the sacred, an issue raised also by Father Athanasius. And now we shall move on to our last, but of course not least, speaker, Paul Gavriluk, who is the professor of the Aquinas Chair in Theology and Philosophy at the University of St. Thomas, St. Paul, Minnesota. Is that right? Yes. And he is also the president of IOTA, the International Orthodox Theological Association. Under this capacity, I got to know him. And I also said, because in the morning, my presentation was more of the story of SALT, how it occurred, and how the IOTA inaugural assembly was of vital importance for us to come together. How important it has been to see a missiology group formed in IOTA, and now how positive it is for us to welcome the next assembly, which is fully dedicated on mission. So we are really eager to what you have to say, dear Paul, and to explain why mission and missiology are priorities for Orthodoxy in the third millennium. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's true that.
No, continue. Carry on, Professor, carry on.
That we've decided to dedicate the second conference to the broad theme of mission and the Orthodox Church. There are many reasons for that, but I think this particular group doesn't need to be convinced that the topic is of great significance. We wanted the whole body of Christ, and especially its scholars and church leaders, to ponder the topic. We created IOTA in 2017 because of the perceived need after the Council of Crete to give people an experience of unity, of pan-Orthodox unity. And I really didn't have to sell people on the idea. People really naturally understood that that was something that we lacked. And so that, of course, remains tragically the case, that we remain disunited. And so IOTA is a forum, is a place where the Orthodox from many local churches and jurisdictions can come together to talk about things that truly matter. So let me simply extend the invitation to those of us who are not yet a part of IOTA and might be considering it, because so many of you are also geographically located relatively close to Volos, most of you are in Greece, to consider joining us for the mega conference during the second week of January 2023. If the link to the conference could be shared with everybody, I sent the link in chat, and what that particular page would provide people with is the general information about the conference. I do everything that I do presently with a very heavy heart, and I do have a stop at 16:30 Athens time, and I also want to make sure that we have enough time for a good discussion. And the reason I do it with a heavy heart is because while there is still atrocious war going on in Ukraine, 24 hours of my daytime are spent in war relief efforts. So I run a second nonprofit called Rebuild Ukraine. And in the past 8 months, we've been blessed to provide more than $500,000 or euros both of humanitarian aid to Ukraine's defenders, refugees, and children. The scale of catastrophe, humanitarian catastrophe, is just absolutely horrific. And while there is still a country that's fighting the last wannabe empire in Europe, my own efforts are going to be dedicated to precisely that war relief effort as a priority. But of course, other things also claim one's time, such as IOTA. We recently lost in summer. We lost a volunteer in our network. So my Rebuild Ukraine, we have a network of about 70 volunteers within Ukraine, and we lost a volunteer to a Russian bombing of a peaceful city in the center of Ukraine, and of course that bombing is continuing. His name was Volodymyr Boroda. Just about everybody in our network has a close friend or a relative that's been killed or wounded in this horrific war. So most of the things that I do, therefore, really have to do with war relief efforts. And yet, the topic of mission and missiology is very dear to me. I was blessed to have incredible examples in my own life, beginning with my own teacher, Father George Chistyakov in Moscow, who was an extraordinary missionary. And at the time when Russia was coming to grips with the horrific crimes of its own past in the late 80s and the early 90s, at the time when it was turning both to the West and also turning towards religion, and the Westernization and the religious awakening, a kind of religious renaissance of Russia happened at the same time. And that's something that needs to be processed. It cannot just be jettisoned in some sort of quasi-Hansingtonian categories of the righteous, holy East somehow contending with the impious West. Father George's example as a missionary, as a catechist, as a clergyman was deeply formative. The second example I want to mention as deeply formative is Archbishop Dmitry Royster of the Orthodox Church in America in Dallas, Texas. He was also a tremendous example when I studied at Southern Methodist University in the 1990s when I came to the United States. And I just remember his grace, his goodness, his kindness, his simplicity, and the extent to which he remained a true pastor and a catechist primarily. And so it's really his dedication to the work of catechesis and to the work of planting the new churches. And under him, that young archdiocese of the Orthodox Church in America grew tremendously, from virtually no parishes to hundreds of parishes. His example was tremendously formative. The third example I want to mention is the example of my Dr. Vater and my very close friend, Professor William James Abraham. And he was Oxford educated and a first-rate philosopher of religion who also was engaged very actively in the missionary work. And I sort of followed him on his missionary travels, missionary journeys to places as distant as Kazakhstan and Costa Rica. Now, these two contexts, these two missionary contexts are very different. Kazakhstan is obviously in Central Asia and Costa Rica is in Central America. But what surprised me about these two contexts, and of course the first one is predominantly Muslim context, the second one is at least a half of the population of Costa Rica are Catholics. What surprised me about those two contexts, though, is also the extent to which they were similar, and that is it was a softly charismatic version of the Christian faith that was spreading like wildfire. And just to give you a very quick example of that, in Kazakhstan, after my lecture sermons on iconography, which I was trying to explain what iconography is and that not all Orthodox are worshiping idols, I got a request for an exorcism. So that's, I'm sure those of you who have done missionary work kind of understand that reality. And then in Costa Rica, a lecture of mine on deification ended up with the whole community laying hands on me and praying over me for the cessation of my headaches. And so when I say softly charismatic, I primarily mean that it's unapologetically supernaturalist. Whatever challenges to Christian supernaturalism are presented by the Enlightenment, that just doesn't seem to be a burning question for places where Christianity actually grows. And then the second element is that it emphasized spiritual healing. These were traditions that emphasize spiritual healing. It's very natural for us in the context of scholarly conferences to emphasize the didactic side of missionary work. But I just want to say that, of course, if you take the kind of total gospel package of what mission involves, it certainly also involves trust in the power of the Holy Spirit and the action of the Holy Spirit in human lives, including the activity of healing. So these three examples of men, Father George Shestakov in Moscow, Archbishop Dmitry Royster in Dallas, Texas, and then in these two missionary contexts, my friend and Professor William James Abraham, all three of them have departed to see the Lord. I hope they're having some nice theology seminar in heaven. These examples were deeply formative. They were far more significant than books. And I think that's the element that I would want to emphasize. I'd like to say that when it comes to missiology, practice of it, and reflection on it, I find that specific example of specific leadership is far more important than yet another study. That said, of course, we absolutely need sustained reflection on missiology because it's a significant lacuna. And I hope that with that would also come sustained reflection, or rather sustained return to the practice of mission. So one of the things that I'd like to emphasize is the fact that when we turn to the practice of mission in the patristic period, and my book on the catechumenate in the early church, this was a book that I wrote in Russian when I was still a graduate student. It was then translated into, I believe, French and Romanian. I don't think it exists in English other than in articles. But my book on the catechumenate in the early church was, first of all, making the case that Bible study and catechesis are not just Protestant practices. This required in the Russia of the early 1990s, that particular proposition was not obvious. It's amazing how many things that should be self-evident are very often not. And it was also a book that tried to establish the following, that there were important paradigms for how you do mission and catechesis. And obviously, I should premise this by saying that missiology for me is a very, very broad category. It involves evangelism, kind of very, very narrowly conceived, but then it, of course, involves discipleship, and it involves precisely catechesis. And so my book focused on the rites of initiation and on patristic catechumenate. And if you look at patristic theology from the standpoint of what the fathers were doing when they were initiating the unchurched, you get a very different picture of the history of dogma. And you also get a very different picture of what neo-patristic synthesis, what the configuration of neo-patristic synthesis specifically would look like. And what I like to say here is that you have three distinct paradigms for how you do catechesis. Because before one talks about enculturation, before one talks about various methods, one has to establish whether, in fact, Christianity has a message. And it certainly has a message. One could, of course, simply describe it as the gospel, but the particular way in which that was cashed out in the patristic period were actually three major paradigms. So the first paradigm is offered by Didache. And what you have in Didache is moral, what could be described as moral catechesis. And you have the famous teaching about the two ways that, of course, you already have in Deuteronomy. So it's a biblical teaching that Didache applies to a largely non-Jewish or pagan context. Then you have catechesis in the form of the history of salvation. And that's what you find in Saint Irenaeus of Lyon's demonstration of the apostolic preaching. And so that, if you will, is the catechesis in the form of the summary of the biblical story as the history of salvation. And then the third form of catechesis is something that flourished, you could say, more or less from the time of origin, but you certainly find its apex in the 4th century, and that is the catechesis in the form of the commentary on the Articles of the Creed. And so if you think about the center of the core of our, what expresses the content, the substance of our faith, and that is the Nicene Creed, it was birthed not only in the conciliar process, but the creed was birthed also in the catechetical, in the process of inducting people into the faith. And so what you find, therefore, in Cyril of Jerusalem, what you find in parts of Chrysostom, but especially in somebody like Theodore of Mopsuestia, what you find in Cyril of Alexandria and Augustine, is also catechesis in the form of a commentary on the creed. And I think all of these three forms are immensely useful. And I think all of these three forms is something that contemporary practice of catechesis could pay attention to. Locally here in Minnesota, what we have is precisely the third form, and that is we have a joint pan-Orthodox catechesis. We have 12 sessions, and those sessions are done by various clergymen in the area from different jurisdictions. And what we do here is we essentially various aspects, various articles of the creed are commented on, plus, of course, what people are introduced to is, if you will, the ethos and the practices of the local Orthodox churches. So what I'd like to stress about the patristic catechesis is that the bishops were also very often doing it. And when a bishop is doing catechesis, and when a bishop is engaged in the missionary work, I think that sends a very profound message to everybody else. And I think that energizes lay catechists, and we absolutely need to have those. It energizes other types of ministry in the church. I also did prison ministry, and so that involved catechesis within that setting. And so there's a lot to be said for leading by example, and particularly when it's a bishop who sees missionary work and catechesis as his or her priority. I think that becomes immensely important. And I'm just glad to say that it was very clear to me when I spoke with Metropolitan Ignatios of Demetriada. It was very clear to me that his was a missionary archdiocese, and it was very clear to me that the education and the initiation of people into the life of the church was really a priority for his own ministry. And when you see those really wonderful and positive examples of Christian leadership today, you think that there is really great hope for catechesis and for mission in the 21st century. There are good reasons to believe that the 21st century will become a great century of mission. And despite all the massive challenges, of course, including the fact that the loss of members in various parts of Christendom, certainly not in the global south, but in various parts of Christendom. And it would be, I think, a new missionary world in which we would learn both from the good that came with the missionary work of, let's say, 19th and 20th century, and also the bad, and would hopefully would apply the good and would be critically attentive to the bad. So that's my big picture. That's my big picture stance on what it would look like to do missionary work today neo-patristically, and the types of things that I think we could still take from the Church Fathers and apply in today's setting. I am cognizant of the passing of time, and I would like to stop here so that we could have some good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You underlined the significance of mission and missiology. You're very optimistic that the 21st century will be an era of mission and outreach to the world. This is really something very positive. You also spoke of mission as being a broad category, including catechism, diaconical work, leadership, leading by example, something that you stressed very much, and we can only agree to that. And of course, we wish you best of success to the conference in Volos. People around here and students might consider coming. It will be a very, very interesting and event that will open up your mind to the worldwide Orthodoxy. I mean, it is one thing to teach about it. It's quite a different thing to meet people and have the possibility to discuss with them, to know what they care for, what their concerns are, how their daily life is, what issues they deal with when they try to work academically or do theology, what are the main issues that preoccupy their churches and their local societies. So I'm mainly addressing the students now, that it will be a great opportunity. And you will meet with the best of the theological scholars worldwide in person. Because, okay, of course, there are always various opportunities, such as the one today to meet online, but in person is also something different. So thank you very much, Paul. I had in mind, because we started a bit late, and I thought we would do something with conclusions, but perhaps I'm too tired to do this, and I would leave it to a drafting committee to write a small communique of the works and leave this time left to discussion. There are some comments already in the chat. Unfortunately, I mean, the chat is sending it directly to the administration here.
For security.
And we have, no, we would like, we have received two interesting comments by Elizabeth Theokritov, and I think one is the aftermath of the other. One is addressing Francis' presentation and the other Paul's. So I would suggest that you open your microphone, Elizabeth, and you say them orally on your own.
Otherwise, we may read.
Elizabeth, are you here? Oh, okay.
Okay, in this case, we may.
Sorry, yes, sorry, I was trying to find my name on the, yes, I am here. Yes, the first, shall I read both together? Comment to Frances Costarelos, and I very much appreciated her outspoken and unflinching commentary on what's happening in the Greek church in America. I had just one comment that it seems to me quite unfortunate and could be counterproductive to give the impression that Elder Ephraim and his monasteries simply represent a sort of fundamentalism. Monasticism, I think, is always a wild card in the church. In a sense, it's inconvenient to everyone. And there are many people, I know many people who would agree with your analysis and people who would very much welcome SALT. But on the other hand, people for whom these new monasteries represent a depth of spiritual tradition that is actually a lifeline that keeps them connected to the church, despite the mess that you describe. Shall I let Francis respond on that one first?
Yeah, so I really haven't described the mess in this context. I refer you to 2 chapters that have been published on this for some of the substance of what exactly has gone down in these monasteries. So yeah, ideally one might look for spiritual solace and so forth, but in the specific case of the monasteries that we have looked at very carefully and extensively, there have been serious and egregious abuses. And I just, what do you do with that? I mean, people have been hurt. And then the impact that it has had on parish life has been dramatic. We're talking about, 150 people exiting several parishes, half the parish gone. So it's complex, Elizabeth. I'm thankful for your comment, but I think it's beyond the scope of what I could do here this afternoon or morning for me. So.
Well, I understand both sides, but I don't wish to intervene. I understand very well the problem. We cannot romanticize monasticism, although on the other hand, it is a way of life that is inspiring, but it doesn't mean that there is no pathology in there, like everywhere, because we are human beings and we are sinful human beings. Elizabeth, I think you had another comment more relevant to Paul's presentation.
Yes, thank you. I was very moved by Paul's tributes to his various fathers in Christ, because this also seems to get to the heart of the way that traditional Christian transmission of the gospel works, that these personal contacts and example are absolutely crucial. And that makes me think of another father in Christ to many of us, Bishop Callistos of blessed memory, and particularly the advice that he received from St. Amphilochios of Patmos when he was going back as a very young priest to take up an academic post in Oxford, where in many ways, he was really important Orthodox witness. And Elder Amphilochios said to him, never be afraid, even if you're in a very small minority as an Orthodox, and you never need to be either aggressive or defensive, just be yourself. And that really seems an excellent summary of Christian witness for today.
Yeah, that's really very beautiful, Elizabeth. And of course, Metropolitan Callistos his memory is with all of us. IOTA, for example, would very much like to dedicate its travel scholarship fund to his memory. So we're working on that. I should say that in addition to the wonderful fathers in Christ, I've also had a mother in Christ, namely my own mother. And it's actually simply praying with her and traveling with her to various holy places, etc., that I've sort of learned my faith as a child. And you can't really, that's missionary work and evangelism within a family. Yeah. And so I think there are just so many aspects to how mission could be done well. And the reason I've emphasized mission that could be done well is because, at least in the business school, you typically study the 3 to 5% of all businesses that succeed. And you, of course, mention why the 95 to 97% of them fail, but you focus on the paradigms that are successful. And I think with IOTA, we're committed to building something. I think that's a significant emphasis of ours. And for that reason, we're actually also taking at the very end of the conference, we are going to have prayer services every day in the morning. Everything will end with the Divine Liturgy. And on that Sunday of the last day of the conference, we're actually traveling to Meteora, to a monastery. So if you would like to have 2 hours of stylite existence, you could certainly join us in that endeavor. And I think 2 hours is about right for me, as far as stylitism is concerned. I mean, I realize they're not stylites, but it's a lot of climbing. It's a lot of climbing. So.
But it no longer involves ropes these days.
No, they show them though. They yes, they have a museum value there. Yes.
So, do we have other questions or comments? Perhaps, Andrew, you would like to address my question, the one that I raised earlier.
Abby, remind me of your question. I'm sorry.
Oh, if you're optimist about all these global ethical things, and because we are living in an era where the world is divided, and
yeah, I'm generally
even sorry to complete, just even the UN is being challenged and questioned. But maybe if we persevere, we somehow persevere on healing.
Yeah,
I don't know. I would like to hear your answer, not mine.
Yeah, no, I am an optimist generally, and like I said, I think many of us hear both of those voices in my head from Tolstoy. One is much more of a realist and optimist, and the other one is a voice of depression, discouragement, and denial. And it's a choice. Which voice will we listen to? So I choose to be an optimist, though I admit I'm not always optimistic. But I think there are many examples. I didn't have time, but there are many examples from Orthodox tradition where there are very positive things happening, both historically and presently. I just throw out a few. Figures like Paul Evdokimov, who during World War II was very engaged in trying to protect Jews and other immigrants from the Nazis, for example, very much involved in social ethics. Elizabeth Behr-Sigel as well was very, a theologian who's known to many of us, but was also very activist. She was her two causes that were related. She tried to work with people of other religions to try to end torture and to try to bring an end to the death penalty. We have other examples, contemporary examples, and again, it becomes difficult to speak of these things because of the internal politics of the Orthodox Church and among the hierarchs in particular. But I think Orthodox Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew's symposia at sea are wonderful examples, and this is over a long period of time, where they would go to, one of his major causes is the environmental crisis, ecology, and they would go to various places where there were, environmental catastrophes happening, and think about those and discuss them. But it brought together on a boat, which was kind of fun also, people from all different religious perspectives and traditions, as well as scientists, as well as local politicians, people in that local area who could talk about the realities of the problem and the dangers, and then together try to bring some kind of resolution or commitment to solving them. And there were some very positive things that have come out of those. They're very difficult to manage and logistically and to continue. I hope they will. But those are just some examples that give me hope.
Okay. You give me ideas. Let's organize a salt cruise in the Kyklads. Sorry, Francis.
Question for Paul. Paul, can you give me one tangible, positive thing that came out of the voyages, the environmental voyages? Just one or two tangibles.
Do you mean for me? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Andrew,
Please forgive me. Yeah, Andrew. Sorry.
No problem. Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, that is a question because, and this is what I'm saying, I think it needs to go beyond dialogue. And I think that some have said, well, that's just an example of people, an echo chamber, people who agree, even if it's across religions. But there was an example that comes to mind there was where was it? Estonia, where they visited a very a toxic waste site, basically. And this was discussed, by scientists, local leaders, and then, of course, journalists come to these events as well. And so they brought the international media brought this to the attention, and even the leadership, the political leadership at the time, was sort of put on the spot and was somewhat defensive about it. But within a few years, the concrete result was that area was cleaned up. I mean, people were living there, and children were all of these deformities and disease, disease horrible things from living at a toxic site. But I think that's a direct, concrete result of what, it wasn't just dialogue. It was an effort to take it towards common action, real results. That's just one example that comes to mind.
Yeah, because where the sea voyages take place, I have another sideline gig. I'm a farmer in that area, in the Saronic Gulf, and I'm a hobby farmer, an intergenerational farm, and it is an environmental disaster. Ag is and none of that. I mean, in terms of the local community, that ship just kind of came in and went out and talked to economic and political elites who resisted. And of course, this was the administration of Mr. Mitsotakis, who is a neoliberal, let's, get the gold out of the mines and so forth. So, I think we want to nuance our statements. I think we want to, I think some of this has to be like reined in a little bit, because really it's, I watched that very carefully. And my take on it was, and I was even in Greece on my farm when that was happening. And I'm like, how is this orthodox? How is this relevant? I was attending my Orthodox village churches at that time. And I'm like, okay, so what? I mean, indiscriminate use of pesticides, herbicides, all kinds of issues. So it's tough. It's just, I just want to add that reflection.
Yeah, thank you. I think that is, I present these as some like conceptual possible paradigms or, actual ways, but I think a lot of it is in the execution of it. Is it done well? Is it really engaging the local issues and the people who are matter? So thank you for that, Francis. Back to you, Abby.
Thank you both. In fact, we come to a closer unless you speakers would like to make a final statement. Father Athanasius, would you like to say something? Would you like? No, it's okay. I would like to express my joy that you were with us. We need to have somebody from the French-speaking part of Africa. Many issues were raised. We have also many weaknesses. We speak English and French, which are colonial languages. And we still have imperia, and we still have many things that are not in alignment with justice and peace or with the steps of Jesus Christ. But okay, we are trying. We do not despair. We keep working, whether it is more easy or more difficult times. So it is a journal that wants really to raise questions and to open new paths, not for the sake of novelty. We are not a fashion magazine, but we think that the gospel is always new, is a new message, and we need to become a new and to enjoy the new wine. And we would like to thank you all for this exquisite conference, for all you've been doing. And it was, I think, for the first time that missiology has been so in-depth discussed. and also not just in depth, but also in detail and from different aspects. If I would have a plea to the American panel, so we call you the American panel because you are the afternoon panel, and because it's morning in America, most of you are Americans there, we would like to get some support because we may be an English language journal, but we are still in a based in a peripheral country, and there are difficulties. So the globe may be a village, but it's not always to reach to all its parts. So we can use your help to circulate best salt in the US and all over. And I will end as I started, that it takes a city to raise an international journal because we want it to be a city where many people meet and many ideas are shared, and otherness is everywhere present, and we need you all for that, and we need to keep going. So this was also a very interesting occasion for the National and Capodistrian University of Athens. I thanked everybody in the morning, so I'll sum up my thanks in one phrase right now in the closure, that we are thankful for all these things and we will improve next time. Thank you all. Have a nice evening or a nice morning.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you all our dear audience for keeping faith with us all day long. Now it's the time to bear the fruits of this extremely interesting conference. Ευχαριστούμε όλες και όλους που ήσασταν μαζί μας από το πρωί μέχρι σήμερα σε αυτό το μαραθώνιο για την Ιεραποστολική, το γνωστικό αντικείμενο της Ιεραποστολικής, και βέβαια για την παρουσίαση του Διεθνούς Επιστημονικού Περιοδικού, του SALT. Όσες και όσοι δεν έχουν γράψει εκ παραδρομής ακόμα τα στοιχεία τους στο chat, μπορούν να το κάνουν εφόσον επιθυμούν να είναι δικαιούχοι χορήγησης παρακολούθησης. Τώρα θα σταματήσει το live streaming.
Επίσης θυμίζω ότι για όσους έχουν βεβαίωση παρακολούθησης υπάρχει και μια έκπτωση 50% για όποιον θέλει να αγοράσει το SALT μέχρι τις 15 Νοεμβρίου. I would like to say this also in English, that for those who have attended this meeting and only for this festive day today, there is a 50% discount